Tales of the Reincarnated Lord. Chapter 251 Dispute within the Chikder Merchant Guild, 1. Here's the second bonus chapter of the week, brought to you by Victor C., Thavong H., and Christopher P. from the USA. This chapter is a two-parter, but not a real tense cliffhanger, so I won't be using the tag here. The next chapter will be released tomorrow, so the wait won't be that long either. Enjoy! As Lorist was loitering about amidst the sea of grief, expropriating ships for himself, within a great hall within the Chikder Merchant Guild headquarters at Moranti City, a dozen high-ranking officials were arguing about the failure of the fleet to stop the Flying Fish of Dawn as well as their plan to take Silao's Island. I really don't understand why our guild wants Silao's Island as the location for our dominion. Apart from its wide area, what benefits does it bring to the table for the development of the guild and the future of the clan? Don't tell me that our clan is going to convert into those rural noble families that we look down upon so much? And are we going to give up our dominance of the trading routes near the southern seas along the Golden Coast in the meantime? The one who spoke so passionately was the second young master of the Chikder clan, Sibof. He had always been the one in charge of the merchant guild's armed fleet. He was the one who exterminated pirate organizations large and small, and guaranteed the safety of the guild's fleet on their voyages. His extensive battle experience caused him to carry with him an air of military brusqueness. Given that the high officials of the guild mostly had aloof, calculative personalities, Sibof didn't get along too well with them. He was the one who objected most to making Silao's Island their dominion. He felt that it would slacken the control of the clan on the southern seas and have huge effects on the coastal nations near the Golden Coast. Silao's Island was located far to the north. If the Chikder clan made that its dominion, it would take far too long for news to reach them. Should anything happen in the southern seas, they would have too little time to react. I hope that all of you can analyze the situation there clearly. The clan currently only has 7 fleets. Apart from my own armed fleet, 5 of the other 6 merchant fleets' main responsibility is the trade voyages at the southern seas. Their operations account for roughly 80% of our profits. On the other hand, we only have 1 merchant fleet in the north, and they deal mainly with the spice trade we have with the Shirsia Kingdom and other resources from the Hanayabarta Kingdom. In total, this fleet only accounts for the remaining 20% of our profits. Young Master Sibof casually held a small wooden stick up and pointed to the large map that was hung on the wall, and said, even though trade in the northern seas have the potential to be more profitable than that in the south, we must not forget that the situation here in the south took 170 years to set up. That's 170 years of effort and sacrifice made by our ancestors. Had we not had the dominance in the southern seas, there would be no way for us to be able to monopolize the trade routes to the Shirsia and Hanayabarta kingdoms. At that moment, Morabak, the third young master, stood up from his seat. He loathed his second brother the most. He felt he wasn't the slightest bit inferior to even his eldest brother, Sarahanam, in terms of talent and capability. Since you're the second in the family, I can understand if you don't wish to fight for the position as the successor to the clan, but why are you helping that good-for-nothing first brother become the successor? I am the one that suggested the northern expansion strategy, and the plan to take Silao's Island has also been approved by the high officials of the guild. Yet you're trying to sabotage my plan now? I will definitely not have that. Second brother, the situation is actually not as you have described. We are indeed the hegemons of the southern seas, but that's precisely why we need to expand our trade routes northward. There is no space left for our clan to grow in the southern seas. The north is the only direction our clan can grow in. Also, Silao's Island is a great and strategic location as a main base for our clan. By occupying that island, our merchant guild will have access to the whole northern coastlines of the territory of the former Christian Empire. By then, the profits there will be at least 1.5 times that of the southern seas. I trust that the merchant guild only needs to add 3 merchant fleets in the north to meet the huge trade demand, argued Morabak, intent on winning the hearts and minds of the officials of the guilds with the promise of future profits at the north. Ha ha ha! Cybof laughed coldly and said, "Don't count your chicks before they've hatched. You can only see the potential profits this expansion would bring, but have you considered what kind of price we would have to pay and the risk we would have to take before any of these profits are certain? Leaving aside other matters, the winds and waves at the north are erratic and unpredictable. The weather conditions are even more whimsical. Can the cursed coasts of the north really compare to the southern seas and the tranquil Golden Coast? Merely filling up the reefs of the northern coasts will cost us huge amounts of manpower and money. While your idea to take Silao's island as the dominion for the clan is not a bad one, look at the state of our 2 interception fleets now. Our guild spent so much resources and time and only managed to train 4 blade masters, yet you've already lost one of them on the very first interception attempt. That blade master you lost is actually one of the cornerstones of our fighting strength, the big 7 merchant guilds of the trade union. I've already said this long ago. Even though the Christian Empire has dissolved, with the nations formerly belonging to it being at war for so long, that was a result of the Big Seven's painstaking efforts plotting and planning over tens of years. The Christian Empire didn't just collapse out of nowhere like a rotting beam of some house. While the various guilds in the Union want to gain the territory of the Andanak and Red Lee's kingdoms for their own dominions, not one of them actually want to face off against the 300,000 strong army of the Andanak Kingdom's Second Highness. Instead they hope that he will waste his strength on taking out the Red Lee's kingdom before the guilds sweep in and take advantage of the situation. A camel that's starved to death is still bigger than a horse. That's a saying that you will have to comprehend. Even though the empire is no more, that doesn't mean that the nobles formerly belonging to the empire no longer have power. You didn't even bother to check out the background of House Norton before antagonizing them, and look at the results of that. You've kicked on an iron plate you couldn't break and got injured yourself. Think about it, Silao's island is the former principality of the Second Highness, yet he was willing to enfeoff it to some other noble just like that. Given the might of the Second Highness, Auguslo, there must be a reason for his actions. And yet you're over here running your mouth over how weak and impotent those nobles are. You even attempted to forcefully restrain the other party and force them to hand Silao's island to the guild. What kind of daydreams were you having? Enough, Cybof. Stop speaking, President Chikder, who was seated at the top, interjected. Your younger brother is merely doing his best to ensure the prosperity of the guild. The difficulties we face so far are only temporary ones. We, the Chikder Merchant Guild, are one of the 7 big merchant guilds of the trade union. We can't actually retreat just like that, can we? While we probably aren't strong enough to take on a whole kingdom, a single landed noble should not be something that we find difficult to digest. Father, haven't the failure of the interception fleets and the loss of the Blade Master made you understand what we're up against? Cybof said with dissatisfaction, putting aside the development of the clan and the guild, purely from a military perspective, I can tell that you've antagonized a very troublesome person. The Peterson Merchant Guild already promised to do their best to mediate between us and said that they would help us buy Silao's island from the hands of the Count. We only have to offer him a price that he can't refuse. If that Count is anything like the usual greedy nobles we've dealt with, then he would have agreed to negotiate the price with us. But this Count didn't bother to even consider having talks and left on his ship without so much as a message for Peterson Merchant Guild. In other words, the Count is intent on not letting Silao's island go. We will have to be prepared to pay the price in blood and fire if we want to take that island. I must admit that Third Brother's preparations are rather thorough. Even though the first interception failed because our lookout wasn't paying attention, the second interception fleet is led by Admiral Panjid, and the third interception fleet is led by the incredibly experienced Admiral Ari. I've investigated the battle and found that he did not make any mistakes whatsoever during the conflict. Additionally, the third interception also had Blade Master Kumarai guarding it. That was also why we were so confident with the latter 2 fleets. We thought that Count Norton would definitely be unable to escape us. He's taught us an unforgettable lesson with his methods. When faced with Admiral Panjid's second interception fleet, that Count decided to use his ship's advantage in speed as well as the gold-ranked divine marksman that performed way beyond our expectations and burst through the blockade, causing us to lose one middle-class merchant vessel and her crew. Admiral Panjid then used the Sea Swallows to send a detailed account to Admiral Ari of the 3rd Interception Fleet. Even though that was out of our expectations, old Ari still made the perfect preparations to deal with the situation. He ordered his crews to lay chains between their ships. Other than that, he and Blade Master Kumarai each stood guard at different ships as a precaution against the gold-ranked marksman. To prevent Count Norton from employing the same trick again, Blade Master Kumarai even intentionally went to the leftmost large-class ship. All that should have made the plan perfect, right? But it turned out that Count Norton was actually hiding a trump card. Which one of you would have expected him to be a rank 3 Blade Master? In the end, that mishap cost us more than 500 sailors, 3 experienced captains, 11 silver-ranked swordsmen, 2 gold-ranked swordsmen, and a Blade Master. Even I didn't suffer that huge a loss during the 3 years I combated pirates at the Solar Seas. Second young Master Sibof then criticized angrily, the results we have today showed that Morabak didn't bother to research the background of Count Norton at all before acting against him, and his mishap has caused us to treat a rank 3 Blade Master as we would a powerless noble, causing the guild much loss and damage. He must be held responsible for this outcome. What is your basis for calling that Count a rank 3 Blade Master? Asked Morabak with his face flushed red from anger. Well, if killing all 347 people on a large-class merchant vessel in less than 30 minutes doesn't count, I don't know what does. Roared Sibof with an even louder voice. Pointing at an old man with a solemn expression, he said, just ask Uncle Odi, a rank 2 Blade Master, whether he can do the same. That actually happened before the eyes of almost 1,000 people. There's no way it can be faked. The old Blade Master merely laughed bitterly and shook his head. You've got an enemy for the guild that we can't afford to offend, said the second young master while looking at his younger brother insultingly. Father definitely did not give you free rein on settling this matter. Tell me, did you actually bother to research Count Norton's background? Of course I did. What's so different about Count Norton from other nobles? He's only somewhat better at swordsmanship than the rest, mumbled third young master Morabak as his gaze started to brighten. Imbecile! Is this how you operate? You acted upon your own assumptions and ruined it all. You didn't even bother to pay off someone from the Peterson Merchant Guild to get information on the background of Count Norton at all. Yelled Sibof as he headed to a corner and took out a sack which contained many beast-skin documents. He held those documents and said, after we failed to intercept him, I sent my men to do some research on that count. I bet none of you would have expected him to be a legendary figure in Moronti City. Do you all remember the competition 7 years ago held among the various academies? An iron-ranked instructor from the Dawn Academy actually defeated all the silver-ranked experts in the whole city. He defeated 3,000 opponents without suffering a single defeat. He even got the moniker of Iron Lock, Silver Undefeated. It was at that moment that a commotion broke out among the seated men. The competition held 7 years back was incredibly famous, even the Chikder Merchant Guild had sent a number of silver-ranked swordsmen to compete. However, not one of them won, and those who returned even said that they had been bested by that iron-ranked instructor in terms of swordsmanship completely. They even admitted that there was no way whatsoever that they could win. That iron-ranked instructor is actually Count Norton. Sibof was glad to see the looks of surprise on the faces of those present. At that time, there was even a rumor about how 2 gold-ranked swordsmen wanted to show that iron-ranked instructor his place by assaulting him so that their junior apprentice brother would be able to defeat him in a match on the next day. In the end, those 2 gold ranks intercepted him, only to end up as 2 nameless corpses that were found 2 days later by the city patrol. If he could not compete with gold ranks, there is no way that Sly Fox at the Dawn Academy would allow him to challenge all the silver-ranked fighters in the city. The competition was very obviously a huge ploy. 7 years have passed since, Obviously the Count's swordsmanship hasn't been stagnant all the time, it has definitely improved even more since then. What happened to the interception fleets only serves to prove it. However, when that Count left Moronti City to return to his dominion to inherit it as well as his title, I heard from the Peterson Merchant Guild that his family only controlled a barony back then. He formed a convoy to head to the Northlands with a few of his buddies at the academy and defeated the United Noble Army in the Red Lees Kingdom, and even helped the Peterson Merchant Guild dominate the oceanic trade routes over there. The following reports only contain fragmented bits of information as our guild didn't plant any informants in the Andanak Kingdom, but there are bits and pieces that suggest the Second Highness of that kingdom only came to power with the help of the Count, which was how he was promoted from a baron to his current status in the first place. Silao's Island was also given to him as a hereditary dominion as a result of that promotion. According to the information we got from the Wesham Merchant Guild, that Count is known as the passive raging bear in the Northlands as he wouldn't cause trouble unless he is disrupted. The Duke of the Northlands was defeated by the forces of the Count, which resulted in him losing his dominion. It is said that Count Norton had his forces raid the Duke's dominion for one whole week and committed countless atrocities there. Following that, the King of the Iblia Kingdom, also known as the second prince of the former empire, led a force of 100,000 men to admonish the Count, only to have his whole army beaten to smithereens, causing the second prince to have to escape the royal capital in a haggard fashion. And here comes the good part, Sibof said before he paused. He held up a document, and said, after the second prince was defeated, he was filled with rage and ordered his rank 3 blade master, Zarinan, to attempt an assassination against the Count. I'm sure all of you are informed of the reputation of Blade Master Zarinan, who was said to be a quasi-sword saint that would break through if he managed to improve the slightest bit more. It ended up with his corpse being crucified and put on display half a year later when the forces of House Norton attacked the royal capital of the Iblia Kingdom to capture the second prince as payback for using such an underhanded method to get back at others for his own losses. Wait a second, you said that these reports are all obtained from the Wesham Merchant Guild? Asked President Chichter. That's right. The Wesham Merchant Guild bought 2 iron mines within the Iblia Kingdom, and they are very observant of the political situation there. Right now, the Iblia Kingdom is ruled by their queen and not one of the people there bother finding out where the second prince was brought. They treat him as if he doesn't exist. Count Norton managed to unite the 3 noble houses of the Northland. Their alliance has full control over the Northlands. It's very hard for anyone to enter their dominion to find out the true strength of House Norton. It is rumored that the Count is busy developing his dominion, and, in hindsight, that rumor seems to be true. At the very least, he's managed to find a sea route from the Northlands to Silao's Island. That's how he came to Moronti City in the first place. Sibof put the documents in his hand down, and continued, now do you know how grave a mistake you have made? My brother, you actually treated a noble house with a history of military achievements as the common, rotten, and corrupted noble houses. Do you know the kind of price we would have to pay for your plan to claim Silao's Island for ourselves? Even if we manage to obtain victory at the very end, the losses we sustain would still shake us to the core and possibly force us to give up the dominance we have at the southern seas to some other merchant guild. It would also cause us to be unable to compete with the rest of the big 7 guilds. Heck, we might even be at the mercy of those second or third-rate merchant guilds we look down on so much. Is that how low you would have us fall before you're satisfied, brother? Chapter 252 Dispute within the Chichter Merchant Guild, 2. Here's the final bonus chapter of the week by Christopher P. from the USA. Enjoy and see you guys next week. Alright, brother. Don't criticize Morabak like that. He only did what he did for the future of the guild's prosperity. Since the incident has already happened, let's think of how we can fix it instead of complaining all day long, said the Sarahanum. He was already rather satisfied that he was appointed the successor of the Merchant Guild by his father after his competition with his third brother. Normally, he was a serious, straight-laced person who maintained a calm and peaceful personality. However, he felt it was appropriate to display his brotherly love and compassion once in a while. "Father, uncles, actually, I think that my brother Cybof made quite a bit of sense there. Should we really fight with Count Norton all the way to the bitter end? We will definitely sustain huge losses that might even come to shake our position as the hegemons of the southern seas. After all, even though Silao's island is large, it is in the northern seas. The Merchant Guild can't afford to lose the southern seas, so we can't afford to overlook this." Even though the first young master appeared to be speaking up on behalf of Cybof, it added little to the conversation. Cybof had already clearly illustrated the consequences of continuing to plot to gain the island. Even though chasing profits was the innate instinct of a merchant, should the cost exceed the gains, then he would definitely have to give it good consideration. President Chichter began to hesitate as he said, "The reason we set Silao's island as our target was because our guild thrives on maritime superiority. Given that, having an island as our dominion would be ideal. There are no such suitable islands at the southern seas, neither is there any coastal territory large enough for us to locate our dominion at." Since the trade union was going to implement a nobility system, with each of the big 7 merchant guilds given the title of duke, they would have to attain a piece of land appropriate to their title. The 6 other guilds had already determined their targets. Only the Chichter merchant guild's plan to take Silao's island as their dominion had run into some trouble. Even though getting themselves a duchy was important, losing most of the guild for it was an incredibly bad transaction. Sarihanam cleared his throat, indicating that he was going to speak once more. He was of the same opinion as Cybof and didn't think that the northern strategy to make Silao's island the guild's domain was a good one. He found that Silao's island was way too far from Moronti city. It took at least 20 days to sail from one to the other. There was no way he would resign himself to stay and rot at a rural island far away. Rural life would make anyone who has experienced the prosperity of Moronti city feel dull and uninteresting. Secondly, that strategy was actually planned by his youngest brother Morabak. "Father is really too biased. Since he has appointed me his successor, why is he still counting on Morabak so much? Not only did he allow him to take charge of the plans for the northern trade routes, he even let him have a hand at the overall strategy of the plan that would determine the future of the whole guild. Just look at what happened. With such a massive fiasco, how can I just sit still without attempting to correct the mistakes of my overly ambitious brother?" In terms martial of talent, Sarihanam couldn't compare with his brother, Cybof, not by a long shot. The latter was already a 1-star gold rank. Even the rank 2 blade master of the guild, Uncle Odi, was full of praise for Cybof. He maintained that there was an incredibly good chance for him to become a rank 1 blade master before he turned 50, which would further increase the core strength of the guild. Likewise, Sarihanam wasn't as capable as Morabak in terms of calculation and planning. Morabak had demonstrated jaw-dropping talent when he settled the spice trade problem on his previous trip to the Shirsia kingdom by putting a premature end to the young king who attempted to resist the Chichter merchant guild's monopoly on their spice. Even though this was the first time the Chichter merchant guild had meddled in royal affairs, the matter was still settled perfectly. Compared to his 2 brothers, Sarihanam appeared rather common. He had been nurtured within the guild from a young age. He could only claim to be a run-of-the-mill merchant who bought low and sold high. In terms of grasping business opportunities, he was better than his 2 brothers, and that aspect of his was what the merchant guild treasured most. Nothing was more important for the advancement of the guild than profits, and that sole characteristic of Morabak was all he needed to be appointed successor. However, after Sarihanam heard about the nobility system and his father's eventual ascension to duke status, he began to have his own plans. After all, the title and dominion of his father would eventually be handed down to him, so he felt that he should stick his hand into deciding where the dominion would be. The territory Sarihanam had in mind was the Urabaha Duchy. The duchy was located to the south of the Ford Trade Union and could be considered to be the starting point for the Golden Coast at the southern seas. At the south of the Falak Plains, where Moronti city was located, were the Callisto Hills. The Titanini Mountains, where the Dwarven Kingdom was located, was further south. At the very southern end of the Titanini Mountains, was the Urabaha Duchy. While the terrain of the duchy was mountainous and near the coast, it was incredibly crude and rural. Its main export was pirates and mercenaries. Half of the pirates that operated at the Solar Seas were the so-called fishing folk of the Urabaha Duchy. They were a hodgepodge bunch who didn't care whether a fleet they spotted belonged to a large merchant guild or not. As long as there was an opportunity for profit, they would attack and make off with the precious cargo. Should the merchant guild be the least bit careless, they would suffer huge losses to the raids. Sarihanam had made his decision purely based on his mercantile perspective. Half of the Urabaha Duchy was desolate mountains. The other half was coastal beaches. As such, there wasn't much space for farmland. The thing the duchy was known for was its subterranean caverns, which were known to all of Grindia as one of the 7 most dangerous places on the continent. Legend says that within the caves lie a mysterious underground world, which saw 9 out of 10 explorers to the caverns failing to return alive. However, it didn't deter Sarihanam et al. He was a merchant, not an explorer, nor a mercenary. Perhaps, he could even use the mystery surrounding the caverns to profit off some foolish adventurers. As for their safety, they were none of his concern. The Urabaha Duchy was a relatively poor nation. The merchants, however, believed that the reason for its poor economy was poor management, and that it could be improved if the right person was in charge. Sarihanam felt he was the perfect fit to do just that. Other factors aside, he already had his eyes on the ancient forests in the duchy, which would be ideal for timber production. The current duke wasn't keen on investing in roads, and didn't take advantage of the natural resources the duchy possessed. Given that the duchy was near the Titanini Mountains, trade with the dwarves would net quite a bit of profit too. At the same time, he could have people looking for ore veins, yet another avenue in which to invest. The first young master was quite adept at coming up with ideas to make a profit. The greatest benefit of making the Urabaha Duchy the dominion of the clan was how the guild could use the pirates for their own benefit. Not only would that be able to cut out the costs of wiping out the pirates, they could even be added to the naval forces of the guild. By spending the least resources, the guild would be able to convert the poor fishing folk into sailors for its fleets, and decrease the cost of hiring and training rookies. Additionally, traveling from the duchy to Moronti city would only take 3 to 4 days by ship. The ease of transport would also allow the guild to set up their trade headquarters at the beginning of the Golden Coast, allowing the guild even more ease of control of the trade routes at the southern seas. However, there were also huge obstacles associated with taking the duchy. Firstly, Duke Urabaha was known to be a hugely stubborn person who was also a rank 3 blade master. Even though he didn't have any hope of breaking through to become a sword saint, he was still fit as a fiddle in his 70s and wouldn't be easy to deal with. Other than that, he had 2 elite armies, each numbering up to 24,000 soldiers. Not only were they the main reason the Duke was able to form his duchy, they were also his means of making money. As the Urabaha Duchy was rather poor, it was rather curious how it was able to maintain 2 huge armies that would cost a lot of money to maintain. In actuality, the 2 armies are often rented out to others. Whenever one army's rent term is over, it would return and the other army would be rented out. They would rotate their shifts like so to earn the funds to bring in wealth traded with blood for the duchy. However, Sarihanam felt that if the guild was able to conquer the duchy and make it the guild's dominion, the 2 armies of the duchy would be able to make up for the guild's weak influence on land. He would definitely not rent the 2 armies out and believed that the soldiers would quickly become loyal to the guild with his new policy. Also, Duke Urabaha was also a relative of the president of the Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild. This was the most troubling obstacle for Sarihanam. Not only would taking the Urabaha Duchy cause them to be on the bad side of the president of the Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild, the conflict between the 2 big 7 guilds would most definitely greatly affect the situation of the trade union. That was also why the high officials of the Chikder Merchant Guild had never even considered taking the territory belonging to the Urabaha Duchy as their dominion. For Sarihanam those obstacles wouldn't pose much of a problem. The only difficulty he had was how he would go about convincing the higher UPS of the guild to agree to his idea. He would need at least 10 million gold fords to build up the infrastructure of the duchy, that's if he even managed to take it, to improve the living standards to win over the duchy's inhabitants. Even though it would stabilize the guild's control over their dominion, and gradually bring in profits, it's a little too slow for merchants like them who felt that transactions that took too much time wasn't good business. Sarihanam, who understood the merchants well, knew that this was the best chance he had to bring up his idea when the higher UPS were troubled by the matters concerning the interception fleets and felt confident that his plan had a good chance of being approved. He believed that the cost the guild would incur in their fight against Count Norton was better off invested in the Urabaha Duchy. At the very least, the latter had a far greater chance of returns. It's too bad that Sarihanam was just one step late in bringing his plan. Cybof stood up at that moment and said, "I have a suggestion." Cybof hung up a large map of the solar seas, a map the high officials of the guild were familiar with. It depicted thousands of large and small islands and reefs. No way. Most of the islands in the solar seas can only hold a small village at most. Even the largest islands are mostly mountainous. There's no place that can be made into residential areas. How could those places be fitting as the guild's dominion? Thought most of them present. However, Cybof soon showed them what thinking out of the box meant. Look here. The solar seas located at the south. There are around 1,000 islands there. Even though the largest of the islands are smaller than a common barony, these islands are mostly located at shallow waters. Even the deeper parts are only around 20 meters at most, and the shallower parts are roughly 3 meters. The waters between the islands are so shallow that one can even walk to the next one and only get one's feet wet. When the tides recede, you'll discover that some of these islands are actually connected. If we connect these 27 islands with this red line here, if we fill up the shallower parts connecting the islands, we will get a composite island that is even larger than Silao's island. On top of that, nobody will be able to dispute the legitimacy of our claim to the place. Our guild will be able to strengthen our hold on the solar seas gradually by clearing away the pirates one after another, firming our hold on the dominion and establishing our clan's foundation for the next millennium in the process. The more Cybof went on with his plan, the more Sarihanam shook his head in annoyance. What a useless fellow! He actually dared to suggest ocean reclamation without considering the costs it would involve, as well as the time it would take. Not only that, the military resources we would have to expend to wipe out the pirates hiding among the 1,000 islands would be enormous. Would Father actually approve it? We are merchants. What we should focus on is speedy, efficient, and profitable transactions. It's over. Even if I bring up making the Urabaha Duchy our target, no one would bother with my suggestion anymore. With Cybof's ingenious plan laid before them, it will be even harder for me to convince them of my own plan, sighed Sarihanam secretly. It seemed that he would have to look for another chance to put his plan into motion. He didn't understand what his brother was thinking. Even though he had told Cybof that his plan definitely wouldn't work, Cybof's stubbornness made him bring up the plan anyway. As expected, Morabak's laughter resounded in the room, interrupting Cybof's presentation halfway through. Cybof scoffed angrily, "What are you laughing at?" Morabak finally got the chance to pay his brother back for the humiliation he received. There was no intimidating him into stopping now. As he stepped forward gradually, Morabak said, "My beloved elder brother. Your plan is too optimistic. Naturally, it's definitely quite impressive if we are truly able to control the solar seas. However, how much manpower and money do you think reclaiming the shallow seas by making those landfills will take? Also, how long do you think we would need to be able to finish setting up the dominion for our guild?" Ugh! Cybof was rendered speechless by those queries. "I haven't figured that out yet, but I'm sure the guild can have someone run the numbers. There's no need for that, I have already made a rough estimate." To fill up the shallow seas and connect the islands together, the guild would have to invest at least 2 to 3 million gold forts every year, as well as use 1,000 large vessels to transport the dirt and rocks needed for such huge undertaking. After spending 10 whole years, we will only be able to fill up a third of the area you specified. Seeing Sibof's stupefied look, Morabak continued, "Brother, do you know how much the guild's revenue is? We only make 2 million gold forts annually. Deducting the expenses and bonuses we have to pay out, less than 400,000 or so goes into the treasury. Why did you think the guild refused your request to form another armed fleet? We can't afford to maintain another one. Have you any idea how much it costs us every year to eradicate pirates? 500,000 gold forts, almost as much as the yearly revenue of the Northern Fleet. I really don't understand how you could come up with such a brainless plan. Filling up the solar seas. Only a person like you would even conceive something so ludicrous. Do you think that this is something a merchant guild like us should do? Only an empire can complete a project on that scale, to say nothing of the dozens of years it could take us. Our father is the president of a merchant guild. Even if he gets a title, it's only the title of a duke. It's far from what we need to lay claim over the entire solar seas. Do you want our father to become the laughingstock of the whole continent for the next 1,000 years? Why can the other dukes forcefully conquer others' territory and make it their own, but not us? The trade union will be implementing the nobility system in just a few months. By then, the 6 other guilds would have established their dominions already, and we would have nothing. How do you think our guild will be able to stand on equal footing with the other guilds? Do you think we should tell them that we're filling up the seas and will have our dominion ready in another 10 years? No matter how much you object to my plan, even you must have to admit that there isn't any other place more suitable for us to establish our dominion than Silao's island. So what if they're a noble house with a military background? What's the big deal of a rank 3 blade master? Isn't he human all the same? As long as he is not a sword saint, we will have many methods available to us to deal with him. Even though our guild has suffered huge losses due to carelessness and lack of intel, I believe that we are still able to hold our ground against our enemies. Now that we know enough about Count Norton's background, we will definitely triumph as long as we carefully execute a few thorough plans. You don't understand how scary a rank 3 blade master can be, especially one as young as Count Norton. He even has a good chance of becoming a sword saint in the future. Your irresponsible actions will doom the whole guild to oblivion. Roared Sibof. You're giving up before bothering to try. Morabak retorted, if that's the case, all we have to do is to put him to death before he becomes a sword saint. He is still just a rank 3 blade master, after all. We can even ask for outside help if necessary. The Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild and the Mayflower Merchant Guild each have a rank 3 blade master among their ranks, while the Wesham Merchant Guild has 2 rank 2 blade masters. All we have to do is spend some money to hire them. Any problem that can be solved with money is no problem at all. If 4 blade masters aren't enough, we'll hire 8. As long as we wipe that count out, his house will slowly begin to crumble. Then we will no longer have anything to worry about. You. No longer able to argue against his brother, Sibof rolled up his sleeves angrily and attempted to strike him. Stop, Sibof! Stand down! President Chikter shouted while giving his second son a harsh glance. The idea he proposed to fill up the seas was nothing but a big joke. Morabak's arguments had deeply resonated with his own thoughts. Indeed, Silao's island was the piece of land most easily obtainable. All they had to do was wipe out the blade master, Count Norton. Second uncle, what do you think? President Chikter asked Hudi, who was seated beside him. The Chikter Merchant Guild was not one that was controlled completely by one family. Initially, they were known as the Sword and Barrel Merchant Guild, which was originally formed by a group of close friends. Eventually, when one of the ancestors of the Chikter clan took over, and brought the guild to the ranks of the other largest guilds in the Union, the Chikder clan obtained 70% shares of the guild and changed its name to its current one. Also, the position of president could only be inherited by the descendants of the Chikder clan. As for the families of the other founders who were part of the guild, the incompetent ones would survive on the dividends of the guild, while the competent ones would eventually serve as the high-ranking officials within the guild. After Blade Master Udi was discovered to be talented at a young age, he was raised with the utmost care and attention. This caused him to become a force that the guild could rely on. In terms of seniority, even President Chikder had to refer to him as uncle. Udi shook his head with a smile, and said, "I boarded the ship Kumarai died on and took a look at the traces the battle had left behind. To be honest, I don't think 4 Blade Masters will be enough. It's better to hire 8. All of them should also be at least at the 2nd rank. Since we're choosing this route, it's better to not skimp on the costs. As long as the guild exists, we will be able to make the money back." President Chikder thumped on the table lightly and announced, "All right, then the decision to set up the clan's dominion at Sai Lao's island is confirmed. There will be no more discussion of this. Morabak, send someone to get more information about Count Norton and his house as well as everything we need to know about Sai Lao's island. If there is another mistake, I will not forgive you again. Sarihanam, contact the various rank 2 Blade Masters and see how much they would charge us for this assignment. As long as it is reasonable, accept their offer. They shouldn't be able to criticize us for being stingy when it comes to asking them to risk their lives on a mission like this." "Yes, Father," said Sarihanam respectfully as he stood up and bowed. Chapter 253 Mayflower Merchant Guild Assault Incident. Sorry for the later than usual release. This is the first regular chapter of the week. Here's the question of the day for you to discuss. How do you think this incident will affect the political climate of Grindia? Morabak was satisfied that the Merchant Guild eventually settled on his initial plan to expand to the north. Not only was his second elder brother reprimanded harshly by his father, his eldest brother was working earnestly on hiring the other Blade Masters. The word he had received during the past 3 days wasn't bad. The Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild's Rank 3 Blade Master, Kofzo, and the Rank 2 Blade Master from the Ford Merchant Guild, Rolik, had both accepted the mission. As for the 2 Blade Masters of the Wesha Merchant Guild, they were not in Moranti City at the moment and would only return during the end of the 12th month. Additionally, the Mayflower Merchant Guild's few Blade Masters were occupied with guarding the letters about glass production and couldn't afford to leave until the auction was over. Morabak believed that there wouldn't be a problem in hiring them after that. Following that, Morabak began to gather intel seriously. He painstakingly formed 3 groups of loyal and elite members of the Merchant Guild and disguised them as a few smaller merchant guilds to sail to Sai Lao's island secretly. After all, if one wanted to launch a targeted attack on the enemy, one must know the enemy's whereabouts. They couldn't let the Blade Masters wander around like aimless flies. After all, Morabak would never have imagined, however, that the 3 middle-class merchant ships he sent were all expropriated by Lorist at the Sea of Grief, along with the whole crew, who were forcefully absorbed into the ranks of Lorist's Marines. It took 3 months for a few of them to return to the guild. However, by then, the Chikder Merchant Guild no longer paid any heed to Lorist and Sai Lao's island. Just when Morabak was patiently and confidently waiting for his plan to be carried out, a piece of news was released shocking the whole of Moranti. At that time, Morabak was discussing the matters of the floating port with his trusted aides. The contraption was one of their trump cards and could be used at the reefs of the northern seas. The floating port was constructed by lining up and tying together huge, watertight wooden boxes and letting them float in the ocean so that goods could be transported to shore. During windy and stormy times, the wooden boxes could also be pulled onto the shore, to be redeployed after the bad weather passed. With such a flexible method in his hands, the reefs in the shallow waters of the northern coasts would no longer pose much of a problem. Thinking back to what Sibof had said, Morabak felt like laughing out loud. Only an idiot like him can come up with something as ridiculous as land reclamation. When the guild successfully obtained Sai Lao's island, I will bring up this floating box port of mine, which will instantly boost the impression the higher UPS have of me in the guild. If first brother makes a mistake sometime in the future, then I will naturally be able to replace him as successor without any difficulties. Just as he was drunk on his fantasies, Morabak heard a commotion outside. One of his personal attendants barged into his room and said, "Master, Master, it's horrible. Something big has gone down. Just moments ago, the Blade Masters of the Tarabo Kingdom launched an attack on the Mayflower Merchant Guild. The guild has suffered huge casualties. Right now, the old master and the rest have already rushed over there." Morabak jumped from hearing the shocking news. The Tarabo Kingdom. Why would they, against the Mayflower Merchant Guild? This. Their courage truly knows no bounds. Stammered he. As the saying goes, one won't die if one does not seek death. The Mayflower Merchant Guild truly had it coming for them. Had they auctioned out the 2 letters concerning the glass production methods on the agreed-upon date the 5th day of the 12th month, then they would have shed the heavy burden they bore and nothing else would have happened. However, the vice president of the guild believed that it was too short notice. Most of the ones who had come to the city and were interested in the 2 letters required more time to prepare the funds. Additionally, the Merchant Guild believed that they could use this opportunity to make the guild one of the biggest auctioneers on the Grindian continent by making more thorough preparations, hence the decision to delay the auction of the letters by another 10 days. The ambassador of the Tarabo Kingdom had actually been sent on a supremely important mission to Moronti City, accompanied by a few blade masters and gold-ranked knights. He kept his travels low-key and arrived at the city on the 4th day of the 12th month. He paid a visit to the high officials of the guild. The moment he arrived to discuss whether they could take back the 2 letters in exchange for 10 million gold fords. The guild's president courteously declined, however. Since word of the auction had already spread out, it was no longer possible for them to settle the matter privately. It would cause irreparable damage to the guild's reputation. However, the president said that Tarabo Kingdom was more than welcome to join the bidding war during the auction. He did say, however, that he felt 10 million gold fords would only be enough for one of the letters. The chance to have the Tarabo Kingdom join the auction was another reason it had been delayed. The kingdom needed time to prepare its funds. If the Mayflower Merchant Guild had made the sale on the very next day, on the original date for the auction, the Tarabo Kingdom wouldn't have had a chance to react. But the 10-day delay allowed the ambassador to keep in contact with Tarabo 7. Letters were delivered one day after another by their messengers, but the guild didn't mind. They believed the kingdom busy gathering funds. Little did the guild imagine that the kingdom had other means at their disposal, the destruction of the 2 letters themselves. In the letter Tarabo 7 sent to his ambassador, he expressed angrily that the production methods were the rightful property of the kingdom and that the auction was like putting up for sale a wallet one picked up instead of returning it to its rightful owner. Despite the owner of the wallet bringing 10 million gold fords as a sign of gratitude to reclaim the wallet, the Merchant Guild still didn't yield. Tarabo 7 was truly mad at the recent developments. For all of the past century, the Tarabo Kingdom had provided selfless support to the trade union to fend off the invasion of the Chrisan Empire at the Folic Plains. Not only that, one Chrisan Empire ambassador who had visited the Tarabo Kingdom to garner their support was even beheaded in a show of goodwill. Incredibly troubled, Tarabo 7 thought, "Father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. The goodwill you have shown the trade union has amounted to nothing more than feeding a hungry wolf." Back then, when the trade union was pressured into a corner by the empire, it was the Tarabo Kingdom that formed an armed alliance with the other nations around us to reinforce Moronti City. Only after that was it possible to defeat the Chrisan Empire. Tarabo 7 believed firmly that the trade union was only able to triumph over the empire because of the kingdom's support. Without them, the trade union would have long faded from existence. That was why he felt that the trade union should be thankful for them and offer them aid when they needed it to return the favor. But to the people of the trade union, they were the ones who had to weather a whole century of assault from the Chrisan Empire. It was their blood that was spilled, and it was through their own sacrifice that the various neighboring nations were able to retain their freedom and autonomy. The trade union took for granted the aid of the other nations because they felt that they deserved it. Should the trade union fall, the other nations around them wouldn't able to escape theirs either. They were all in the same boat. After all, if it was sunk by the Christian Empire, all of them would sink together. It was also the pride of the Moronites and the main source of their self-perceived superiority over the people of the other nations. During the previous century, it was the Moronites who marched to the battlefield with their heads held high while chanting their war cry. All the neighboring nations did, was provide support. Even though the resources were far from enough on the front lines, the generous Moronites wouldn't fuss over such small matters, as it had been their own ancestors who were fighting on the battlefield bravely, saving the neighboring nations from their fate. This was the main difference in the viewpoints of Terabo 7 and the Moronites. While the Big Seven merchant guilds, who were in power, weren't as shallow as the average Moronite, they couldn't help but be affected by that mindset. For the Big Seven, even though they acknowledged that the Terabo kingdom was one of the biggest supporters of the trade union, through their incredible contributions during the trade union's war with the empire, they believed that the trade union also repaid them in the form of generous benefits or conditions for the trade they had done over the years. Other matters aside, the Terabo kingdom was given monopolistic access to the trade union's market for glass and were exempt from taxes. This was the way the trade union intended to pay back the kingdom's support. It is important to note that the Terabo kingdom was the sole producer of glass. Being the only producer of glass that was also allowed to use the trade routes from Moronti City to export their products throughout the rest of the continent, the Terabo kingdom profited greatly and eventually became one of the richest factions in the whole continent. Over the past 20 years of peace following the successful thwarting of the empire by the trade union, disagreements had begun to sprout in the High Council of the trade union concerning the benefits afforded to the Terabo kingdom. There were also a number of representatives that thought the kingdom had profited more than 10 times of what they had contributed in the first place. In the end, the trade union is comprised of merchants who were sensitive to the profits involved in the glass trade. These smaller merchant guilds also submitted a report they worked on together detailing the lucrative profits involved in the glass trade of the Terabo kingdom. Chasing profits were the instincts of merchants, and the smaller merchant guilds were all quite jealous of the monopoly the kingdom had in the glass trade. Even though the trade union was considered to be the official distributor of the glass, making the kingdom the official supplier of glass products to the union, the ones involved understood that the profit gained from distributing the glass products was only a drop in the ocean. The Big Seven guilds did not lack the foresight required to govern the union. Those who were able to make it to the top were not simple-minded. They were worried that the moment they changed the benefits they gave to the Terabo kingdom in the glass trade, the nations surrounding the trade union might begin to worry about the rising power of the trade union. After all, the trade union didn't rely on drastic policy changes to widen their influence and instead resorted to subtler, sneakier methods to expand their power and influence over the other nations to develop in the trade union's favor. That was why the Big Seven guilds suppressed the opinions of the representatives of the smaller guilds and increased coverage in their newspaper on the contributions the Terabo kingdom had made to the trade union, further cementing the rhetoric that the friendly relationship between the union and the kingdom must be upheld, thus justifying the continuation of benefits given to it in the glass trade. In actuality, that was only one of the methods the Big Seven guilds employed. The other was to put clearly the dissident opinions towards the kingdom so that they could, for themselves, in essence, say, "Look, we here at the Union have already shown the Terabo kingdom much generosity, and it is now the kingdom's turn to give something back. As the party that profits most from the glass trade, shouldn't the kingdom take a step back? Even if the benefits given stay the same, at the very least, the kingdom should help out with some donations or charity events so that the relationship between the kingdom and the union wouldn't look so awkward." It was too bad that the trade union's hints were as useless as lighting a candle for a blind man. To Terabo 7, the benefits were what the kingdom deserved. He even thought that the praise the Moronti daily had for them was a sign of weakness from the trade union. Happily, he proclaimed to his officials, "Look, those merchants can't afford to have us leave on them. That's why they are broadly publicizing our friendly relationship with them. Taribo 7 is nothing but a simple-minded idiot, was the common opinion those of the Big Seven held. It was why all of them were unanimous in the decision to use the auction of the 2 letters held by the Mayflower Merchant Guild to give the kingdom a huge blow. Taribo 7 should know his place and treat the trade union with some respect. Additionally, the increase of glass producers would be incredibly beneficial to the trade union. This was the difference between how nobles and merchants viewed the matter of the auction. The people of the trade union felt that the auction was nothing but a common transaction which they did not have to bother interfering with, while the nobles, especially ones as straight-laced as Taribo 7, felt that it was a matter that would threaten the existence of his kingdom. Whatever it took, he had to stop the letters from being sold. As such, when the ambassador passed on the non-interference stance the 6 other members of the Big Seven were taking, Taribo 7 blew up completely. Since you guys don't care about the survival of the Taribo kingdom, then don't blame me for not giving the trade union any chances. With a solemn expression, he gave the order for the 2 letters to be destroyed. On the night of the 8th day of the 12th month, the Taribo kingdom's ambassador once again paid another visit to the Mayflower Merchant Guild and tried hard to negotiate for the reclamation of the 2 letters, to no avail. In the end, he left the Merchant Guild shrugging and saying, "Well, you can't say I didn't try my best," before leaving on his carriage. Less than 30 minutes after his departure, the guild was under the assault of 7 blade masters and more than 20 gold-ranked knights. The assault was far beyond of the expectations of most. Many of those on the site were dead. The assailants were incredibly cruel, they didn't show the tiniest bit of mercy to their adversaries. Their goal was clear: head to the vault the ambassador visited before and wipe out the 4 blade masters that were guarding it. However, the guild intentionally did not tell the ambassador that the letters weren't in their hands. Instead, it was guarded by the 8 blade masters from the academies as well as the rank 3 blade master sent by the guild. As for the letters the ambassador was shown, they were fakes forged by the guild and placed in the vault guarded by 4 blade masters as a decoy. After suffering such a sudden assault, the 4 inattentive blade masters suffered huge casualties. Apart from a rank 2 blade master that managed to escape despite being heavily injured, the other 3 rank 1 blade masters were all killed. The other guards were almost completely wiped out. The ground was littered with severed limbs and corpses. The Taribo kingdom had deployed a rank 3 blade master, 2 rank 2 blade masters, and 4 rank 1 blade masters, as well as 27 gold-ranked knights. Apart from 1 rank 1 blade master who was killed in a suicidal attack by his opponent, another rank 1 blade master was injured and 5 other gold-ranked knights dead. Their mission could have been said to be a huge success. The moment the rank 3 blade master tore the 2 letters into irrecoverable pieces, they all prepared to leave. However, they were unable to do so. The Mayflower Merchant Guild was one of the Big 7 guilds of the trade union. Their headquarters were naturally one of the most secure areas in the city. The moment cries of pain and slaughter rang out from the guild, the city's garrison force was put on high alert. By the time the rank 2 blade master that escaped sounded the alarm, the forces stationed nearby, and the other merchant guilds, would send their men to secure the perimeter. It didn't take long for the news of the garrison force's devastation to be spread out. The Big 7 guilds were all shocked and every one of them instantly mobilized their own blade masters. Even 4 of the blade masters of the academies were sent out along with the rank 3 blade master of the Mayflower Merchant Guild as reinforcements. There was no way the assailants could sneak away. After half a night of intense fighting, a third of the inner city area of Moronti was devastated, with countless innocent lives sacrificed in the process. The blade masters and gold-ranked knights who realized that they could no longer escape launched into a crazed frenzy of slaughter and destruction, causing their pursuers much trouble. In the end, 1 rank 3 blade master of the Taribo kingdom escaped despite his injuries, with another rank 2 blade master managing to evade capture by disguising himself. The rest were all wiped out, becoming lifeless corpses that lay on the cold, hard ground. When the president of the Mayflower Merchant Guild angrily rushed to see the ambassador with his men, the ambassador only shrugged and said, "I already tried my best." As soon as the last words left his mouth, black blood flowed from his mouth and he died. Such is the account of the infamous Mayflower Merchant Guild assault incident as documented in the history books of Grindia. However, the people back then didn't realize that this was only the opening act of the chaos that was to come. The chain of events would eventually lead to the rise to prominence of the House of the Raging Bear and the eventual formation of the mighty and prosperous Raging Bear dynasty. Chapter 254 Setup Encounters. Here's the second regular release of the week. Gosh, these recent chapters are long. Crying face. Lorist arrived at Silao's island with the ships he had expropriated on the 34th day of the 12th month. There were another 2 days left until the 36th day of the 12th month, which was one of the 3 great celebrations in a Grindian year. It celebrated the coming of the new year. In ancient times, the weather was cold during New Year and snow fell constantly, so Grindians would stay at home, indoors, to welcome the new year. People would celebrate in their homes by feasting and sleeping without doing anything else. It was also why the day was known as the Day of Rest. But with the improvement in warmth-retaining clothing, people started going out on the streets during the Day of Rest. Some shops even used the opportunity to have sales, further reinforcing the day's festive air. Charade awaited Lorist's arrival worriedly at the port. Even though Lorist had sent him a letter, it was incredibly lacking in details. Additionally, Jisk and Els only stayed briefly before heading back to the Sea of Grief. They only mentioned that something big had happened without being specific. It caused Charade so much worry he had bags under his eyes. However, when he finally met Lorist, he didn't bother asking about what happened and instead told him a piece of good news right away. There was word from the Northlands that Termin and Yuri had both broken through to the 1-star gold rank. That meant that Lorist had another 2 gold-ranked knights under him. The household now had a total of 8 gold-ranked knights. Lorist was overjoyed. He turned to Els, who simply shrugged. "I have a feeling that my turn will come next year," he replied. Lorist's gaze returned to Charade. He laughed bitterly. "I think I'll need 2 or 3 more years. I don't even have enough time to deal with the matters at hand, so how would I be able to sit still and train? I've already been here for more than a year," was his answer. Termin, Yuri, Els, and Charade were the friends that Lorist had made during his 10 years at Dawn Academy, and they were also his most trusted subordinates. When they first joined Lorist's cause and became his knights, they were only at the 3-star silver rank. Even though Termin and Yuri didn't have much talent in training, through their hard work and military experience over the past 7 years, they finally managed to take the next step and become gold-ranked knights. Els, on the other hand, trained in the Dark Attribute Battle Force technique passed down in his family. Dark Attribute Battle Force was known to be slower to train. Even though Els only held the position of the leader of Lorist's guards and didn't seem that impressive, Lorist believed that the moment Els broke through to become a gold-ranked knight, he would definitely be able to impress many with his prowess. Charade, on the other hand, was easily the most talented among the 4. It was too bad that he was entrusted with so many important tasks. Charade's impressive management skills had actually held his Battle Force training back and Lorist felt quite sorry for having no choice but to burden him. Lorist hugged Charade tightly and said, "I'm sorry, old friend. The burden I've entrusted to you with is indeed too heavy. Head back to the Northlands with me in due time and stay there for 2 years. Train hard and break through, you'll be given a manor of your own like Termin and the rest." Stunned, Charade asked, "What's wrong, Locke? Didn't we agree that I would be put in charge of the development of Silao's island?" Lorist laughed bitterly and said, "I'm sorry, we've got involved in a huge, troublesome matter and Silao's island will soon become a battlefield. Our enemy this time is incredibly powerful and I can't have you stay here. It is too dangerous. You will have to go back to the Dominion. Let's talk more at the camp. This is not a good place to discuss this." Sinbad walked over and reported to Lorist, "My lord, all the ships have already been anchored and checked. The crews for the ships have been assigned. Please give me further instructions." Charade looked at Sinbad curiously. "This is?" asked he. "Oh, come here. Sinbad, let me introduce you to the chief knight of House Norton, Charade. He makes the decision in my absence." Lorist introduced the two. "This is Sinbad, a gold-ranked pirate. Pretty rare, right? Now he's the squad leader of my marine assault vanguard. He's proven to be rather capable in the little time he's been with us already. I've been considering making him Freyar's aide and vice commander." With a troubled look, Sinbad said, "My lord, please don't bring up my pirate background. I'm now your subordinate. If I am a pirate, then you're the pirate boss." Initially, Sinbad thought the position of the squad leader of the Marine Assault Vanguard was nothing more than a glorified title for Suicide Squad captain. However, when they were raiding, or rather, expropriating ships at the Sea of Grief, Sinbad realized that Lorist rushed into battle even sooner than he did. Many times, Lorist was able to subdue a whole ship all by himself. Most of the time Sinbad's job was to clear up Lorist's mess. His tasks ranged from deciding on the expropriated ship's quartermasters, restructuring the crews, and capturing the prisoners. Lorist had even praised his resourcefulness a few times. Charade nodded towards Sinbad and said, "Nice to meet you, Sinbad. Don't mind what my lord says. He likes to joke around a lot. You should work hard now that you've joined the household. You'll have a bright future as long as you do." Charade resolved himself to start training hard so that he could break through to the gold rank as soon as possible. Seeing many of his friends break through the milestone, and how the ones Lorist recruited were also of the gold rank, Charade felt it would be a little unseemly for a chief knight like him to only be on the verge of the 3-star silver rank. "Freyar, come here. Sinbad will be your aide from now on," called Lorist to Freyar, who had his eyes fixed on the large-class merchant vessels at the coast. Freyar got off the ship. "Good day. I'm Freyar, the leader of the Navy Marine Brigade," he said. Lorist continued the introductions. "This here is Talk, the vice-captain of the Marine Assault Vanguard. He's also quite capable in naval battles. He will serve under you. Freyar, this is Uncle Torin, Talk's father, and he's quite capable with logistics. Sinbad only managed to keep so many ships in check with his help. Your Marine Brigade will finally have a proper supervisor." Charade asked, "My lord, did you expropriate all these ships yourself?" Lorist merely nodded. Everyone present had an unspoken understanding of what expropriation meant. "My lord, why did you have to resort to that?" asked Charade hesitantly. He understood Lorist's personality well during his years of interacting with him. He had heard Lorist say that robbery was the most unskilled crime that had no bottom line. It was not but a result of oppressing the weak with force. Seeing that Lorist had expropriated so many ships, Charade thought that he must have had some good reason behind it. He thought about what Lorist had said about Silao's island becoming a battlefield. He couldn't help but wonder what was really going on. "Let's talk about this when we go back. You'll know the truth soon enough," said Lorist with a sigh. When they returned to the camp, Charade was informed of what had happened. Angrily thumping on the table, he said, "Ridiculous. What does the implementation of the nobility system have anything to do with the Chictor Merchant Guild taking Silao's island as their own dominion?" Unlike the enraged reaction of Pat, Nors, Jim, Hansk, and Keaton, Sinbad, Torin, and Talk were all shocked. They felt it was thanks to the trade union that they had so unfortunately drawn the attention of Lorist. Lorist's frenzied sweeping of all the ships at the Sea of Grief to form a fleet against the Chictor Merchant Guild shocked them greatly, but at the same time, it generated a sense of excitement for them. They never expected that hit-and-run pirates like them would have a chance to confront the ships of the trade union. The Chictor Merchant Guild was the hegemon of the southern seas, however. Did they stand a chance of victory against such a formidable force? Don't worry, Lorist said as he waved his hand, I am prepared to deploy Potter Fong's heavy armored division over here and form another steel Karo ballista division. There shouldn't be any issues with two divisions defending the island. The Chikder Merchant Guild may be impressive at sea, but they are nothing but soft-shelled crabs on land. If they want to conquer the island, they'll have to make landfall. No matter how many they send, we will wipe them all out. Let's see how much manpower and resources they're prepared to deploy. What should the Navy Marine Brigade be in charge of, in that case, my lord? Asked Freyar. Your Marine Brigade will officially be known as the Oceanic Legion from now on. Freyar, you are the commander of the Oceanic Legion. Originally, Lorist wanted to call them the Navy, but after considering the fact that such a concept didn't exist on Grindia, and given the rather underdeveloped state of naval warfare, he chose a name that was simpler to comprehend. The Marine Brigade we have at Bullhorn Bay will be your reserve troops. This time around, Senbad will help you arrange the ships I expropriated into two armed fleets. One of them will focus on speed and have patrol, reconnaissance, and interception duties. The other will be relatively slow and focus on transporting manpower and resources, and fight in direct confrontations, understood? Yes, my lord, I understand, replied Freyar. Let me remind you, this time around I've expropriated lots of ships, including most of their crew. Senbad already has an organized name list. Currently, the two armed fleets are manned mainly by our marines and the pirates that joined us along with Senbad. As for the men from the ships we expropriated, you should be cautious with their use. If anything goes wrong, it will become incredibly hard to keep under control. If these fellows perform well, we must naturally treat them as we would our comrades. Discrimination is completely forbidden. Yes, my lord. I will do as you say, promised Freyar. After Freyar left, Charade said, my lord, while there wouldn't be any problem for Potter Fong's heavy armored division to be deployed here, forming another Karo ballista division on the island won't be possible. What? Even though Silao's island is huge, 2/3 of its area is covered by mountains and dense forests. Only the terrain here in the eastern area of the island is suitable for agriculture and habitation. We wouldn't be able to feed a whole Karo ballista division's worth of men and horses. Additionally, we just took in up to 60,000 refugees from the southwestern area of the Andanak Kingdom to prepare for large-scale development. Even the food we purchased from the Second Highness can only last us 4 months at most, and the Second Highness has refused further purchases. He said that the remaining food he had was not for sale as it was reserved for his troops, explained Charade. Oh, is that so? Lorist was troubled after hearing the explanation. He had forgotten that Silao's island was barely able to sustain its population with on its own agricultural produce alone. Bringing in more soldiers would cause a food shortage. Potter Fong's heavily armored infantry division excelled in close combat. Even though their armor seemed like the standard issue armor of the house's forces, they wore another layer of mail armor, much like Turman's knights. While it increased the load on each soldier, it afforded them far greater defense. Despite that, they would only be able to show their best performance when acting in concert with the Karo ballista division, defending as the latter attacked. The problem was that each Karo ballista required 2 horses to move it around swiftly so they could be stationed around the battlefield with ease. Without war horses, the steel ballistae couldn't be moved around the battlefield and stationing them would be quite troublesome. The ballistae wouldn't be able to fire at short notice in that case. The most Lorist could do about this was to return to the Northlands and discuss how they could resolve the issue with Grandmaster Sid and the rest. Additionally, there were quite a lot of matters back at the Dominion that Lorist had to deal with personally, such as setting Professor Balba's gunpowder research into motion, as well as Master Manchini's glass production. Lorist also had to start experimenting with cannon and gun designs. Once he had functioning designs, he could equip his ships therewith. Once that was done, the Chikder Merchant Guild would be in for a nasty surprise. Who the true hegemon of the seas was a question that would have to be reconsidered. Lorist wasn't too willing to leave Silao's island even so. He understood that House Norton lacked high-tier battle power the most. Based on military power alone, if Lorist claimed House Norton to be ranked second in might, nobody would dare to claim the first spot. Be it the quality of their soldiers or of their equipment, the House's forces completely trumped the other powers by leaps and bounds. Even the Second Highness' 300,000-strong army didn't pose much of a threat. However, apart from Lorist, there were no other blade masters serving the House. During his recent trip to Moronti City, Lorist realized that the big 7 merchant guilds could easily bring out 4 or 5 blade masters to be stationed elsewhere. However, House Norton only had Lorist. Even though human wave tactics could be used to swarm blade masters, it would cost the lives of countless brave soldiers. The huge bleeding gash caused by the assault of Blade Master's Arenan on the House's forces had yet to heal completely. That was why Lorist wasn't intent on leaving Silao's island in the near future. He had to stand by to receive the Chikder Merchant Guild's assault. Lorist believed that since the guild had already lost 1 Blade Master, he could definitely take on 3 or 4 more. If he could wipe out at least 2 of them, his forces could exterminate the invading enemy forces. The guild, after being taught such a harsh lesson, would definitely come to understand that taking Silao's island was nothing but a pipe dream. Lorist would only be able to return to the Nordhands without worry after they had been taught this lesson. How about this, Freyar? You will form the 2 other fleets as quickly as you can. Have the fast fleet patrol the island and maintain its security. When the other armed fleet is completely formed, have it focus all its efforts on transporting food from the Northlands to the island. We must have at least 1 year's worth of food stocked here, decided Lorist. What about the refugees we brought in, my lord? Are we going to stop the development plan? Asked Hansk as he stood up. He had been put in charge of the planning effort for the development of the Dominion. His hand, full of beast-skin documents which he seemed intent to report on, attested to this fact. Lorist almost freaked out as he thought, why are so many transmigrators I read about able to spend their days in luxury, earning money and hooking up with girls? And even when a war does come to them, they would be able to send tens of millions of soldiers onto the battlefield easily. In contrast, I don't even have enough food to supply 2 divisions of soldiers here. And given the amount of other stuff I have to tend to, I'm usually busy for the whole day. Rubbing his temples, Lorist asked, summarize it for me, Hansk. Tell me how many development plans you have finished preparing. Hansk flipped through the beast-skin documents in his hands a few times before replying. My lord, the main ones concern the move of Whitebird Town, the expansion of the port area, the construction of the defensive walls, and other infrastructure for Whitebird Town and the commerce area, the construction of the embankment at the east part of the island, as well as the replanning and rebuilding of the 7 villages and farmland. The renovation of Seaview Manor is nearing its end, and the location for the port for exclusive use of the Marine Brigade has also been decided. However, the location on which the local defense brigade's citadel is to be constructed has not been decided yet, mainly because of the folk of Whitebird Town's objections. Oh, what's up with that? My lord, the folk of Whitebird Town believe that they will not need another local defense brigade because they already have a town garrison of 500 men. They think that the garrison alone is sufficient for the defense of the town. Our original plan was to build the citadel for the local defense brigade between Whitebird Town, the commerce area, and the port. The one who explained the situation was the leader of the 3rd Local Defense Brigade, Pat. Where will the port for the Marine Brigade and our Oceanic Legion be constructed? Asked Lorist. Over here, Hansk said as he opened a map of Silao's island. It's right here along the ridge between Whitebird Town and Seaview Manor. There is a small bay here that will prove to be convenient shielding from waves and strong winds. However, we will have to use a lot of manpower to level the terrain. Lorist nodded, then, station the 3rd Local Defense Brigade where Farama village used to be. That way, the Local Defense Brigade, the Oceanic Legion, and the 2 regiments of guards at Seaview Manor will form a triangular defense perimeter. Even before we mobilize our forces from the dominion of the house, the Chictor Merchant Guild will find it difficult to pierce our defensive line. As for Whitebird Town, leave it as it is and let the garrison there maintain order. However, notify them that a battle between House Norton and the Chictor Merchant Guild will soon take place on the island. For the ones who wish to leave, we will provide them transport to the Northlands. The garrison can choose to maintain a neutral stance in the conflict between us and the guild. They intend to take the island as their own dominion, so I'm sure they wouldn't do anything to the folk living here. Just after he finished speaking, Els, who was in charge of the patrols, rushed in with a white letter. "My lord, the Second Highness just sent an ambassador here to notify us that Andanakai, the king of the Andanak kingdom, passed away 5 days ago. The third prince is dead?" The founding king of the Andanak kingdom, who was officially the heir to the legacy of the Chrisan Empire and unfortunate enough to be injured as a result of the assassination plots between his 2 other brothers, Andanakai, had finally left the realm of man. Second Highness Auguslo was finally free of the last chain that bound him. He could now finally mobilize his army and begin the war to unify the empire. Lorist received the letter from Els. The skies are changing. 1. The author woefully overstates the effectiveness of wearing mail underplate here. Don't get me wrong, mail is very good armor, but it is largely superfluous when worn beneath plate. Mail was worn historically mainly to cover the sections between plates and in joints that would periodically be exposed during movements. The sections where the mail is beneath the plate see very little, if any, benefit from the addition of mail. Chapter 255 The Glass War. Here's the first bonus chapter of the week brought to you by Christopher P. from the USA. Liking the constant stream of updates? Winky face. Even though the earlier part of the week was barren, Charade went to the imperial capital to pay his respects. Lorist hadn't gone, so Charade was there as his representative as well. What a joke! Going to the imperial capital at this time. The reason Lorist was so against meeting the Second Highness was that he would definitely be asked to contribute to the kingdom in every which way. Another reason for his resistance to a visit was that he could not afford to take the risk of leaving and having the Chictor Merchant Guild attack during his absence. Lorist felt that it would be best for him to stay put at Silao's island and wait for the enemy to attack. This time around, he had to teach the Chictor Merchant Guild a lesson they could never forget. The preparations for the battle continued smoothly and those who wanted to evacuate left successfully. Pat also visited Lorist secretly and asked him to write a recommendation letter to be sent to Telesty. Actually, he had successfully wooed White Restaurant's Martha. Both she and her mother were willing to head to the Northlands to start a new restaurant by the port city. Business on the island wasn't going particularly well, so it wasn't a hindrance to their decision. However, Martha's mother, Nadia, hoped that their neighbor, Professor Hugo, and his family would be given the same treatment. After asking around, Pat found that Professor Hugo was actually a literature and history professor from the Royal Knight Academy at the imperial capital who had returned to his hometown to escape the Civil War. Pat thought that, since Telesty was building Nico Academy, it would be a good idea for Lorist to write a letter recommending Professor Hugo for a teaching position there. After asking around as he wrote the letter, Lorist realized that he had met Professor Hugo before. He was the puffy, drunk man at Whitebird restaurant when Lorist had first visited. No wonder that old guy didn't fear a Dominion lord like me and even dared to say that all nobles are perverts. He must have seen lots of things in the imperial capital. He probably understands what truly lies beneath the pleasant and mannered visages of most nobles. Not many of Silao's island's residents chose to leave. Most gave their familiarity with island life and the absence of any desire to move as their reason. As long as they were allowed to continue to live as they had been, they didn't care who their Dominion lord was. House Norton hadn't bothered to care for the island for 5 whole years after receiving it as a fief, so they felt little to no loyalty to it. They felt that they could live as usual whether there was a person lording over them or not. In fact, there were quite a number of complaints after Lorist arrived at that island. Many of the residents felt that while the developmental plans their Dominion Lord had in store provided many money-making opportunities for them, it also gave them lots of trouble, affecting their peaceful daily lives. However, the beauty, Martha, and her family managed to convince a bunch of island residents to head to the Northlands with them, roughly 100 people in total. They were families of substantial wealth. They were worried that their houses and belongings would be raided during the battle, so they felt it would be better for them to move to the Northlands. The manager in charge of convincing the Icelanders move promised that they wouldn't have to worry about accommodation or work in the Northlands. The port city's construction was completed, so there would be enough housing as well as some more benefits to make up for their losses. Additionally, the Northlands required all sorts of talents, they needed not worry about finding employment. Anyone with a skill would have no trouble finding employ. In his conversations with Pat, Lorist got to know that Victor, the limping captain of Whitebird Town's garrison, was also one of those who had been vying for Martha's affection. However, compared to the young, handsome, wholesome, and strong Pat, it should be noted that those were Pat's personal opinions of himself that do not in any way represent how Lorist perceives Pat, who also had 2 functioning legs as opposed to Victor's limp. Martha's choice was obvious. It was part of the reason for the garrison of Whitebird Town's objection to the construction of the citadel between the town and the commerce area. Pat was the leader of the 3rd Local Defense Brigade and Victor was the captain of the local garrison, with both of them vying for Martha's favor. Their units naturally experienced some friction between them as well. Pat, however, wore a face full of smiles the whole time. He radiated the aura of superiority belonging only to a victor, no pun intended. Good soul. It was fortunate that Lorist didn't snap in anger. Those 2 bastards are actually treating the house's development plans as a game. To think that I thought the folk of Whitebird Town were actually against the plan. So it was because of these 2's personal grudge. Well, that limp isn't a member of the house. When the house stabilizes here at the island, there would be many chances to deal with him. As for Pat, a family knight, how could not realize the weight of the matter? Naturally, it wasn't that Lorist wanted Pat to have given up on the beauty. But that, at the very least, he should have informed Lorist of the true nature of the situation at the first opportunity. That way, he wouldn't have to move the 3rd Local Defense Brigade to the soon-to-be abandoned Farima village. Relying on the limp Victor and his 500 untrained garrison soldiers to defend Whitebird Town was not the best idea. The days passed one after another, but the enemy had yet to arrive. Each day felt as long as a year for Lorist. He awaited the arrival of the Chictor Merchant Guild for so long that he thought that he was turning into a rock. During this period of time, Freyar had completed the formation of the 2 fleets. One was led by Senbad to the Northlands to both send the evacuees there and to bring food to the island. After 5 days in the Northlands, Senbad returned. He was far more respectful towards Lorist when he did so. "I didn't expect that Milord's family would be so mighty," said Senbad. He finally understood why Lorist had the confidence to fight against the Chictor Merchant Guild. He had his horizons truly expanded during his trip to the Northlands. However, he was still rather confused about Lorist's rank. Despite being peers in title, Count Lorist and Count Salai were worlds apart. The latter was nothing more than a beggar compared to the former. Whether it be in terms of his dominion, or his household forces, Count Salai couldn't compare to Lorist in the slightest. In actuality, House Norton's forces had already exceeded that of a duchy. Senbad was working hard to eventually become a knight of House Norton now, but it wasn't going too smoothly for him. Even though a gold-ranked swordsman would be more than welcome to enter the ranks of the knights of most other noble houses, it wasn't the same for House Norton. It prized achievements and contributions the most, though hard work could also be an acceptable substitute for stellar performance. Without one of those, however, one would not be accepted as a knight of the house. However, after taking a quick stroll around the dominion of the Nortons, Senbad had resolved himself even more. He wouldn't join any other house, even if they came over to invite him, after what he had seen. Based on the 8 manors built for the house's gold-ranked knights at Salis settlement alone, Senbad was already filled with desire. The facilities of the manors were complete and not lacking in the slightest. They even with servants and workers already in place. Each year, the manors would produce at least 500 to 800 gold fords in profit. It had to be noted that Senbad only earned around 100 gold fords annually from toiling away and risking his life as a pirate. But now, even before he was a gold-ranked knight, he was receiving a salary of 10 gold fords a month, which was more than enough for his wife and children to live comfortable, even luxurious lives. I absolutely have to become a gold-ranked knight of the house and get a manor for my wife and children, thought Senbad resolutely. On the 22nd day of the first month, Charade returned from the imperial capital. Even by then, the Chikder Merchant Guild still hadn't shown up to attack. Even Charade was suspicious of the situation. Was the Chikder Merchant Guild intending to wait for winter to pass? Would they only attack in the 4th or 5th month? Charade took a breath of cold air as he spoke of the rumors he heard in the capital. The Second Highness is truly cruel. He actually lopped off Second Prince Iblaya's head and put it in a silver basin in front of the Third Prince's altar as a sacrifice. The poor Second Prince never would have expected to die at the hands of his own nephew. Even in death, the prince's severed head still wears an expression of shock and terror. What a horrible way to die! Also, Second Highness Auguslo gave a rousing speech at the plaza in front of the palace. He claimed that nobody can suppress the desire of the empire's people to reunite and said that anyone who wanted to stop them would be mowed down by his army. Naturally, the tens of thousands of people cheered after the speech ended, shaking up the whole capital. All of the people there, soldier and civilian alike, felt that something was lifted off their shoulders following the death of the third prince. Right now, Second Highness Auguslo's army is making the final preparations for war. I estimate they will engage Red Lisa's forces in the 4th month after the harvest of the winter wheat. Lorist continued to wait on the island until the 11th day of the 2nd month, on which 2 large class, long-distance merchant vessels of the Peterson Merchant Guild arrived at the island. The vice president and several others from the guild were on board, as well as Dulles and the 40 or so talented men he had recruited in Moronti City. "Milord, you should stop waiting here like an idiot. The trade union is already in a bloody battle with the Tarabo kingdom and have no time to bother with taking Silao's island," said Dulles after greeting Lorist. After hearing Dulles and the vice president's explanation, Lorist came to understand that the move he made before leaving Moronti City, that is, the release of the 2 letters, had an unintended effect. The letters actually served as a catalyst for the conflict between the trade union and Tarabo, and the smaller conflicts at their borders eventually developed into an all-out war. Lorist was more than elated when he heard the news. Initially, he only thought of causing some trouble for the trade union by releasing those 2 letters. However, he only thought that this would cause enough tension between Tarabo and the trade union to cause them to dissolve their friendly relations. Never would he have thought that he would be able to cause a war between them. Then again, the letters were only able to play their part thanks to the cooperation of the straight-laced Tarabo 7. After the assault incident on the Mayflower Merchant Guild, a third of the inner city of Moronti City was ruined. As a result, many of the high officials of various merchant guilds and their family members lost their lives. That did not only involve those from the big 7 guilds, but also the smaller ones that were situated at the inner city as well. All the residents in the city were boiling with rage and the big 7 guilds were completely unable to suppress the people. It was especially the case with the smaller merchant guild fanning the flames. One representative of the council after another gave their speeches in the public streets, all carrying the same rhetoric of punishing Tarabo so that the innocents would be avenged. There were even some that chanted the slogan, "Attack Fire's City, and catch Tarabo 7 alive." However, the big 7 guilds were more rational than that. Even the Mayflower Merchant Guild, which suffered the most losses, attempted to suppress the desire of the citizens for revenge. The Big 7 sent an ambassador to the capital of Tarabo, Fire's City, to get an audience with Tarabo 7. The ambassador suggested the kingdom hand the rank 3 Blade Master and rank 2 Blade Master who had managed to escape to the trade union to be punished as murderers so that the citizens of Moronti City could be appeased. Additionally, the ambassador requested Tarabo pay for the damages incurred by the trade union and was even ready to renegotiate the tax-free benefit the kingdom had with the union on the glass trade. The Big Seven guilds felt that their handling of the matter was already really generous, but they didn't expect Tarabo 7 to so stubbornly refuse all of the suggestions of the trade union. He stressing that the attack on the Mayflower Merchant Guild didn't occur on his orders and that he didn't bear any responsibility for the matter whatsoever. He even began to utter nonsense in front of the ambassador of the trade union, saying that he thought the Blade Masters and gold-ranked knights who attacked the Mayflower Merchant Guild must have been incredibly patriotic subjects of the kingdom who acted on their own behalf seeing their kingdom's plight. Tarabo 7 said that those valiant warriors must have been unable to overlook the trade union's sly betrayal and decided to take action against the Mayflower Merchant Guild regardless of their own lives to destroy those letters so that the kingdom's secret could be kept. That was how Tarabo 7 argued that the kingdom bore no responsibility whatsoever for the actions of those patriotic and heroic subjects. They also insisted that the ambassador's demands were nothing but nonsense. Tarabo 7's response infuriated the ambassador of the trade union to the point that he almost spit out blood in anger. Even though the proof was laid in front of him, Tarabo 7 refused to admit to the allegations. The ambassador really couldn't believe a matter between two nations was being handled in such a childish manner. Just when the ambassador was leaving, having said that Tarabo 7 would definitely bear the consequences of his actions, Tarabo 7 lashed out once again. He gladly declared that he would award the brave warriors with the highest honor and hold a ceremony at Fire City in memory of the brave heroes that were willing to give their lives to protect the interests of the kingdom. This time around, the ambassador truly coughed up blood. By the time the Big Seven guilds received Tarabo 7's official reply from the insulted ambassador, they felt as if they had been slapped squarely in the face. So, they made a joint decision. During the 5th day of the 12th month when the auction was held, the Mayflower Merchant Guild made their own bid and purchased the oil and green glass production method letters with 23 million gold fords. In actuality, the academies didn't really receive such a huge amount of money for the letters. A day before the auction, an agreement was made with them. Each academy would receive 1.5 million gold fords apart from the Dawn Academy, which got 2 million gold fords. After that, Academy head Levins would announce that the letters were indeed sold for 23 million gold fords and donate 20 million to the restoration of the inner city. The remaining 3 million gold fords would be used to set up the Manchini Fund to support poorer students in their studies. While that was the cover story, all parties involved made quite a huge profit off the deal. However, Dawn Academy managed to also greatly improve their reputation. Upon receiving the letters for the glass production methods, the trade union announced that they would produce and market their own glass products and refuse to import those produced by Tarabo, thus completely severing any and all benefits afforded to the kingdom in the process. The moment the kingdom received word of that, Tarabo 7 jumped in rage. What? So the 2 letters that were destroyed at the cost of so many blade masters and gold-ranked knights were fakes? The trade union truly is sly. No wonder nobles always get the short end of the stick when dealing with merchants. It was all because of the paranoia of the merchants that caused us to fall for their ploy and suffer so many losses in the process. Tarabo 7, who automatically victimized himself, began to boil in rage. There was no way he could form another group of blade masters and gold-ranked knights to steal the letters back. Thus, he decided to mobilize his army of 50,000 to the border of the trade union. He was prepared to use his military might to force the trade union to cease glass production immediately. However, Tarabo 7 forgot one crucial fact. Even the impressive Christian Empire boasting an army of 300,000 men wasn't able to make the Ford trade union cower, not to say much about the Tarabo kingdom's 50,000. The trade union soldiers often bumped into Tarabo kingdom soldiers and would delve into a round of verbal abuse. It was fortunate that both sides didn't fight with their weapons, but barehanded brawls were not uncommon. In the end, one of the trade union's villages near the border fell victim to a squad of Tarabo soldiers. They barged into the village for some food and rest. In the meantime, some of the soldiers felt the need to show the womenfolk of the village what a true Tarabo man was capable of in bed. Who would have expected the soldiers to encounter a Moronti city mercenary group there? Mercenaries weren't beholden to as many regulations as formal defense soldiers. Normal soldiers would have to first lodge a formal complaint after sending the offending enemy soldiers back to their camp and request the other party to punish the offenders for violating military regulations. However, when the mercenaries realized the village folk were oppressed to no end, they instantly broke into a fight. The Tarabo soldiers that managed to escape reported that they had been ambushed, causing several squads of reinforcements to be sent to the village. As a result, the slaughter of the mercenaries began. That incident attracted the trade union's defense forces, further growing the scale of the border conflict. When Tarabo 7 heard about the battle at the border and the number of deaths among his soldiers, he was elated and thought that he could use that as an excuse to teach the trade union's unruly mercenaries some manners. So, he ordered his 50,000-strong army to launch an attack on Moronti city, intent on encircling the city and forcing the trade union to sign a treaty. The war effort progressed without trouble at first, as the trade union didn't think that Tarabo would actually launch an attack. They had been assaulted in a completely unprepared state, allowing the Tarabo kingdom's army to occupy the two cities at the border of the Falak Plains. The act was akin to prodding a nest full of hornets. The trade union declared war against Tarabo immediately with the pretext of self-defensive retaliation. They wanted to let Tarabo 7 taste the consequences of his own actions, which had started the war. The moment the trade union unleashed their forces, Tarabo came to understand the saying, "A dog that bites doesn't bark." Right before Dulles boarded the ship heading to Silao's island with the others, not only did the trade union take back the two occupied cities, their forces even breached Tarabo's defenses and crossed its borders, conquering 7 of its commanderies, which was about half of the kingdom's whole territory. The Tarabo kingdom only occupied an area roughly equivalent to 4 provinces of the Christian Empire. It didn't use provinces to split up its territory and instead split it up into 15 commanderies. Right now, Tarabo 7 is crying out for the neighboring nations to reinforce him and even mobilized everyone he could in his kingdom. Swearing that he would resist the heartless enemy that forgot all the aid his kingdom had offered. He said that the army of the trade union even broke a taboo by taking over heaps of the kingdom's territory, said Dulles in a snickering voice. Chapter 256: The Haphazard War. The second bonus release of the week was brought to you by an anonymous donor. Enjoy! The glass war that occurred during the first month of the year 1773 between the Ford Union and the Tarabo Kingdom caused much distress among the military historians. There were many arguments regarding the event and no consensus was ever reached. One historian argued that the 30 years of peace enjoyed by the Union had caused their people to forget how to go to war. As for the performance by Tarabo 7, it was even more laughable. During the war, which lasted for 8 months, the confrontations were at most skirmishes over a village or two. There wasn't a single account of either side launching a proper attack, or of a field battle between the two sides. The war was fraught with betrayals, surrenders, trades, and ploys, however. In the end, the war was recorded in the Chronicles of Grindia as one that greatly influenced the political situation of the whole continent. Although the war lasted only 8 months, it resulted in the destruction of the Tarabo Kingdom and 7 other neighboring nations to vanish. In actuality, the conflict was a disorganized, brainless, and messy affair, nothing more than an insane banquet of insidious plots. If you were to read a whole book on the subject, you would be unable to breathe afterward. Death by laughter would be written on your tombstone. Tarabo 7, for instance, ordered Count Edmund, at one point to attack Moronti with his 500,000-strong army. The Count instructed his troops to march on Bluewek, a Union city in the Falak Plains. He even ordered the marching band to perform as they marched. One might argue that the Count intended to use a hitherto unheard-of tactic to confuse his enemy before launching the attack, but the truth was that he simply thought it was standard military procedure. The Count's troops actually did manage to confuse the garrison, if only because of the complete illogicality of their behavior. In fact, the garrison troops even thought the Union had struck some sort of agreement with the kingdom. The garrison didn't bother to stop the advance of the troops, they merely watched the performance. The soldiers even informed their captain to come out and receive them as guests. The captain, upon witnessing the scene, was confused as well. Why on earth had he not received any notice of their impending arrival beforehand? The kingdom's troops, who, at this point, had marched to the gates of the city, hadn't even bothered to send out scouts. The impression they gave was that of a friendly army. The garrison's captain could only curse the messenger he believed to be drunk somewhere for not bringing him the notice due. Despite his misgivings about the situation, he headed outside to prepare the reception. And that was how one of the Union's cities was lost. After the city's successful capture, Count Edmund ordered his troops to continue on to Rit. It, too, fell by the same token. Had Count Edmund known his success was thanks to the confusion his own ignorance had wrought on the enemy, he would have attacked a few more cities before the enemy could react. His fame would have soared overnight had he done so. It was a shame that he didn't. He thought, instead, that the garrisons had surrendered out of fear, that they had been terrified by his army's confidence. He didn't bother to question the two officers, whose names were indicative of their peasantry. He simply locked them up. What Count Edmund did pay attention to was the arrival of tea time. He was already rather satisfied with conquering 2 cities within a day and felt that he should throw a banquet during the night to congratulate himself. There were a number of noble-born widows in Rit. The Count felt that some might just choose to follow him after hearing of his magnificent military exploits. The Count ordered his troops to lock down the city and prevent any entry or exit and prepared his magnificent banquet. As he went about preparing for his feast, his soldiers began harassing the citizens. At the same time, a patrol outside the city realized what had happened, and began to take action. The Union's garrison forces couldn't really be blamed for being so careless. They had been indoctrinated with the idea that the Tarabeau Kingdom was a great ally to the Union. Even after the Mayflower Merchant Guild incident, most of the people felt that it was just some kind of freak accident that the higher UPS would sort out sooner or later. The other reason for the failure was winter. Even though the Folic Plains were far warmer than the Northlands during the winter, there had been no precedent for battles breaking out during the season. Most of the garrison had taken leave to spend time with their families. The patrol troops were left even more confused when they saw the kingdom's army advance with a marching band. Nobody would imagine that an attack would accompany the performance. During the evening, news of the kingdom's attacks and the lost 2 cities spread to Moronti. In stark contrast to the cheers and excitement the city's folk had shown when they had heard about the war, the Big 7 guilds were completely terrified. They didn't know how strong the kingdom's forces actually were for them to be able to take 2 cities in a single night. It should be noted that the Union's garrisons had experienced incredibly gruesome sieges in the past. It's no wonder that Tarabeau 7 dared to threaten to go to war with us, thought the heads of the Big 7 guilds, who were under the impression that losing 2 cities was a testament to the might of the Tarabeau Kingdom's forces. However, they did not cower even though the enemy was already at their doorstep. Quickly, the Union decided to formally declare war. After considering the harshness of a dragged-out conflict, they announced that any citizen would be allowed to participate in the war, and those with contributions would also be awarded titles and land following the implementation of the nobility system. The Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild's president, Coblight William, solemnly took up the role of commander-in-chief. He had undertaken painstakingly careful preparations to combat the might of the kingdom's forces. The plan was to build an army and deploy it at Calidore, the 3rd closest city to the kingdom, and their next logical target, by the 3rd month. President Coblight contacted the Calidore's garrison immediately and forbade them from going into battle, no matter how much they were provoked by the enemy, and make defense their only priority. As long as they could defend Calidore, the Union's army could use the same strategy they had used against the Christian Empire a couple of decades earlier. They would drag the conflict on for as long as possible and bleed the enemy white. When the enemy was pale, they could launch a single, decisive counterattack that would end the war and give them ultimate victory. The Union didn't put much emphasis on military might. Despite being at war with the Christian Empire for more than a century, their standing army had always been quite small. It couldn't even rival the forces of a standard, small duchy. The whole of the Union, across the rich Folic Plains, the Callisto Hills, and Hyde Gold Bay was only defended by 3 armed forces, namely, the garrisons of the respective cities, the patrol regiments, and the Invincible Fleet. Apart from Moronti, 7 other cities were located on the Folic Plains. However, each city was only defended by a 2,000-man garrison. Moronti was slightly better off. Their garrison numbered 4,000. The rest of the Folic Plains and the Callisto Hills were only defended by a small regiment of patrol troops that did monthly rounds. The most well-funded force was the Invincible Fleet, and that was mainly due to them having to deal with raiders and pirates on a regular basis. After all, those parties were what truly threatened the interests of the Union. There had also been suggestions to put the Invincible Fleet under the complete control of the Chictor Merchant Guild since it was already the hegemon of the sea. The Union would no longer need to fund the fleet, it could instead leave it entirely to the Chictor Merchant Guild. However, the Chictor Merchant Guild rejected the suggestion. They argued that its fleets only engaged in ocean combat to protect its monopoly on the various trade routes. They even threatened to keep the fleet anchored at Hyde Gold Bay. It would serve only as a symbolic deterrent, without any actual combat capabilities. The most underfunded segment was the garrison forces. They enjoyed no sympathy from the council members, despite being as severely understaffed as they were. Some within the council felt that, since the Christian Empire was no more and their neighboring nations were all on friendly terms with them, it was time for the garrison forces under the direct command of the Union to be disbanded. The cities would have to rely on their own local militia garrisons to defend themselves. Of course, the reduction in expenditure was a great incentive for this opinion. It was a bad habit of merchants to skimp on any spending that wouldn't bring them profit. Every annual council meeting saw countless arguments concerning military spending. The Big 7 guilds were markedly more rational than the rest, however. They had jointly vetoed the proposal to disband the state-funded garrisons as well as proposals to decrease the Invincible Fleet's funding. As a result, the retaliatory army formed by President Koblight had a regiment of garrison soldiers from Moronti and a regiment of light cavalry patrol troops from the Callisto Hills as its main force. The rest of the army included 7 armed regiments belonging to the Big 7 guilds, which were considerably more capable. The rest of the army consisted of civilian companies from smaller merchant guilds, mercenary bands, as well as some Moronites who wished to answer to the Union's call to arms. Within the span of 3 days, President Koblight managed to gather an army of 500,000 men, though they were not but a ragtag bunch of troops. The president didn't mind that it wasn't a cohesive unit, however. After all, the Union was quite experienced with siege battles. For the past century, it was with these ragtag forces that the Union had resisted the invading Christian Empire. The army would still be of much use in resisting the kingdom's forces. President Koblight found the most comfort and confidence in the fact that his army contained a high number of high-tier fighters despite being not formally trained. For instance, the leaders of the mercenary bands were usually of the gold rank. Other than that, the 7 groups of soldiers sent by the 7 largest merchant guilds had all had their battle force awakened, not to mention the blade master that led them. While a group like that wasn't easy to deal with, it would definitely serve as a real pain defending against the enemy. Should the Tarabo Kingdom wish to take the city, they would have to lose lots of experienced soldiers and high-tier fighters. This was the foundation of the Union which had resisted the Christian Empire's 100-year-long invasion. Naturally, there would be a lot of factors at play on the battlefield that couldn't be accounted for beforehand. As countless military historians have pointed out, while the Union's army was a disorganized bunch, the Tarabo Kingdom's army was nothing but a joke. When President Koblight led the Union's forces towards Calidore to set up a defensive line, he heard some rumors from Rit that sounded like something out of a legend. Count Edmund had already been held up at Rit for 3 days, mainly because he got intimate with 2 beauties there and wasn't ready to part with them yet. So, the Count reported to his king that he was sitting out battle during the winter. He stated that the bad weather made it incredibly hard for troops to travel. He would continue his advance when the snow melted a little bit more. Tarabeau VII was quite convinced with the Count's excuse, given the Count's reputation. He proceeded to wait patiently for news of the Union losing the war to come from the front lines. Never did he consider how long it would take for messengers to travel between him and the front. The night before President Koblite arrived at Calidore, Rit was thrown into utter turmoil. One of the garrison's top officers, gold-ranked swordsman Jespin, had been absent during the original attack. Of the original 2,000 or so soldiers in the garrison, 1,418 had escaped the city during the original assault. Of the remaining forces, 300 had been put to death for their resistance, and another 400 held captive. Brothers, our garrison force has always been neglected. Those council members can't wait to disband us and have forgotten the sacrifice and contributions we made during the Christian Empire's invasion. Even though we are a proud unit, we also have a rather embarrassing record. We lost Rit just like that. I refuse to live with the shame of losing the place we were supposed to defend. So, I will ambush our enemy tonight. Is there anyone here who is willing to die fighting alongside me? Jespin had asked those who accompanied him. All 1,100 plus garrison soldiers responded fervently. They would rather die in battle. So, they secretly snuck into the city under Jespin's lead and began their suicidal assault on the city hall. Over the century-long conflict with the Christian Empire, the Union's garrison forces had gained a lot of experience. For example, they knew that all walled cities had 3 or 4 secret paths to the outside which could be both used to escape in a time of crisis. Even if a city was taken by the enemy and heavily defended, the rightful rulers could use the secret paths to begin their assault and catch the enemy unawares. This assault was no exception. The 1,000-plus garrison soldiers' attack greatly surprised the troops occupying the city. As Count Edmund, who was staying at the city hall, heard the sounds of fighting encroach upon him, he jumped out of his bed naked and stretched out his hand. However, he didn't manage to grasp his clothes and instead caught his hands on a band he wore around his waist in formal attire. Count Edmund thus rushed out of the building naked without batting an eye. Arriving at the stables, he quickly took one of the horses and began riding. At the same time, the soldiers that barged into the Count's room only saw 2 confused beauties. By then, the Count had already managed to rush out of the city hall and went his own way. As for the soldiers who noticed the commotion at the hall, they hurriedly prepared to eliminate the enemy, only to be greeted with the sight of Count Edmund riding towards them butt naked. As he swayed, he called out, "I'm Count Edmund. Quick, let me through the gates." The gates had only been opened slightly when the Count was already through and on his way to the horizon. Seeing that their general had run away, the soldiers who remained didn't bother to fight either and made their escape. So transpired the greatest recapture of a city in the entire history of Grindia. The Union's 1,100-plus garrison soldiers' suicide attack against the 45,000 Tarabeau soldiers stationed at Rit ended with the enemy general, Count Edmund, escaping naked on horseback, and the remaining soldiers crumbling in disarray. There were roughly 10,000 who escaped and 27,000 who surrendered. It was said that the troops that surrendered even obediently stacked their weapons in a corner and lined themselves up by the streets in an orderly fashion. Regiment Captain Jespin, who had become famous because of the battle, cried that night. Where would he find the food needed to feed the 27,000 prisoners? Upon receiving Jespin's message, President Koblite hurried to Rit to take in the prisoners. Count Edmund took 2 cities in a single day and lost them in a single night as well. After he escaped from Rit, he went to Blueck and shouted beyond its gates. There were 5,000 Tarabeau soldiers stationed there. By the time the gates were open, clouds of dust had begun to form behind the Count. Ah, that must be from the soldiers who escaped. Wait, what if they're actually the enemy? Gah, I have no time to differentiate between them. After finishing the thought, Count Edmund quickly fled to the Tarabeau kingdom. The moment the soldiers stationed at Blueck witnessed his retreat, they thought that since the force of 45,000 that went ahead of them had already lost, there wouldn't be much of a point to them remaining. So, they began their retreat as well. Bluek was miraculously recaptured that very night. After 2 days, President Koblight arrived at the border of the two nations with his 500,000 troops. As for the conflict, the Tarabo Kingdom's forces crumbled even before any actual battle began. Given the situation, was the Tarabo Kingdom going to be on the losing side? Even though the big 7 guilds were considering what they should do to wrap up the situation, the smaller merchant guilds, mercenary bands, and volunteer soldiers were unhappy. Since all of them were there because they were promised land and titles for their achievements, if no battle occurred, wouldn't they have wasted their trip? So, the decision was made to breach the kingdom's border. After the big 7 guilds hesitated for 2 days, they received word that 2 of the kingdom's commanderies had already been conquered. The Mayflower Merchant Guild's president said, "Since it has boiled down to this, let's just wipe Tarabo out. We will need land to NFF for those with achievements, after all. Other than that, the simple-minded king will only cause us worry if left to his own devices right next to the Union. And since we already have the secret of glass production, we might as well take the source of their ingredients, Quartz Mountain. That would save us even more capital for venturing into the glass business. Since the Tarabo Kingdom is such a delicious dish, we shouldn't abstain from enjoying it now that it has already been brought to our mouths," thought President Koblight as he grit his teeth. He converted his retaliatory army into an invasion force and sent it marching towards the Tarabo Kingdom. Chapter 257 Clash of the High Tiers. This third bonus chapter of the week was brought to you by an anonymous supporter. See you next week. The Union managed to push the kingdom's army out of their territory in just 10 days? Does that mean that the Tarabo Kingdom will fall in another month? Asked Els. Dulles clicked his lips and said, "The situation is already beyond me. When I arrived, the Union's main force was in a standoff with 4 allied nations' armies. The army they can muster now has to be from Tarabo 7 requesting aid from his neighboring kingdoms. I have no doubt that they are desperate to chase the Union out of the kingdom. According to them, however, they have come to mediate the conflict. The reason they stopped the Union's forces from advancing was to prevent peace from being further disrupted. They all know full well that the Tarabo Kingdom's forces can't withstand the Union's. Had it not been for the huge price offered by Tarabo 7, no nation would dare to offend the trade union." "Was there any conflict during the standoff?" asked Jusk. He had quite a bit of experience in life, so the joke of a war fascinated him. "How could there not be? The Union's ragtag bunch are at least still not completely insane. They wouldn't launch an attack on well-fortified defenses unless there were worthwhile benefits involved. In fact, the reason they invaded the kingdom in the first place was so they could benefit. They want to rack up some contributions and raid the lands of the kingdom's rich nobles. None of them are idiots who would go on a suicidal mission for no gain. President Koblight is having an emergency discussion with the allied nations as we speak. He's hoping to convince them to retreat and refrain from interfering in the two countries' war. My lord, when I departed, the trade union had already taken over 7 of the kingdom's commanderies, almost half its territory. Despite this massive gain, they've never actually fought a proper battle. Most of the time the kingdom's soldier would surrender the moment they noticed the Union approaching. There was even one garrison captain from one of the commanderies who sent somebody to inform President Koblight that he would open the gates without resistance as long as he was given the Dominion Lord's daughter's hand in marriage. Naturally, the president accepted, said Dulles. He gulped down a cup of water to quench his thirst. His throat was not used to being used this much. Charade barged into the room all of a sudden. He had just returned from surveying the construction site. The moment he heard about the war between the Tarabo Kingdom and the trade union, he became anxious. Given that his father was a glass merchant, would the war affect the peace of his family? Without waiting for Charade to say anything, Dulles said, "Don't worry, brother. Your family is fine. Given your father's fox-like cunningness, he had long brought the whole family to hide at the Dawn Academy. He also bought a few warehouses worth of glass with the money he had remaining. After I asked him why he bought so much glass, he said that since glass products wouldn't expire as long as they weren't broken, he could keep them until the Peterson Merchant Guild starts the trade route to our dominion. He will ship all the glass to the Northlands and be satisfied if he can get his capital back 4 times over. Even though Charade felt relieved after hearing of his family's safety, he blushed when he heard about how his father planned to do business at the Dominion. His awkward expression caused all those present to laugh teasingly. Lorist patted on Charade's shoulder and said, "There's no issue. Uncle is quite a fast adapting person. He is always welcome to come to the Dominion to do business. As long as he doesn't violate our regulations and doesn't oppress others with his power, he is free to earn all he wants. If his business runs well, we can even have him take charge of our house's exports." Dulles, tell me more about the war. Yes, milord, Dulles said. He paused for a while to recall what he could before continuing. Over 100,000 Union troops have moved Indiana and occupied the kingdom's territory. They've noticed how weak the kingdom actually is. It's basically a piece of deboned meat. Naturally, everyone wants to take a bite. Almost all of Moronti's mercenaries are over there now. Even Charlando formed a mercenary band with Kindas and the rest. They're intent on making a profit in the kingdom. Louise said they were going to raid some of the rural nobles' manors. Now that Terabo VII is facing the destruction of his kingdom, even he must be starting to realize that things have gotten out of hand. He's ordered Count Edmund to be hung and requested the aid of his neighboring nations. He's also ordered his ambassadors to spread word of the increasing threat the Union poses. Apparently, they are supposed to put emphasis on that the Union has turned its sights on the previously either uninvolved or allied nations now that the Christian Empire has been dissolved. Now that the kingdom has already become the Union's first victim, Terabo VII wants to warn everyone that the neighboring nations will be next. I understand that he's encouraging the nations to unite against the Union. His propaganda has been quite effective. He's been king for 20 years now and is no doubt using every trick he has. I'm sure he can sleep soundly again now that he has 4 other nations helping him out. It seems he isn't satisfied with just sleeping soundly, however. I've heard he's contacted even more nations, asking them to join his campaign against the Union. He wants to fight all the way to Moronti and force the Union to surrender. Aside from the benefits he wants to demand from the Union, he also wants to include the prohibition of glass production in the terms of surrender. Soul, if that isn't excessive, I don't know what is. Terabo VII truly is simple-minded. Even at a time like this, he's still not willing to give up on glass, commented Els. Dulles continued, of course it is. Apparently, it's left his allies dumbstruck. The Union has already flatly rejected his demands. They're only willing to accept a ceasefire if Terabo VII reimburses them for the damages caused during the Mayflower Merchant Guild incident. They've also demanded that he cede the territory the Union currently occupies. Right now, the Allied army is in quite a pinch. They only have 47,000 people. They can't possibly take on 100 Union soldiers. They might have accepted Terabo VII's offer, but that doesn't mean they're willing to clash with the Union in full-on battle. Given that they won't even clash with the Union at all, Terabo VII's dream of having them fight all the way to Moronti is just wishful thinking. It's never going to happen. They just want to end the conflict so they can go their own ways. They don't realize, however, how troubled President Koblight is. He only controls half of the troops. The other 50,000 are acting independently, and thus don't take orders from him. They're merely messing around in the territory already conquered. The trade union's own forces only include those of the Big Seven guilds, the Patrol Regiment, and the Garrison Regiment. However, these people number fewer than 30,000. They have even taken on a defensive stance just in case the Allied army decides to ambush them. So far, the kingdom's forces are also watching the negotiations defensively. There was an article in the Moranti Daily that mocked the war for being a stagnated one with no end in sight. Not one of them expected the war to stay at a stalemate for 3 long months. When Dulles left Moranti, the stalemate had already lasted for little over 10 days. Are you sure the big 7 guilds have their attention fully focused on the Tarabo kingdom? Even the Chictor Merchant Guild? They won't be coming over to fight for Silao's island anytime soon, will they? Asked Lorist. That is correct, my lord, Dulles replied. Just before I boarded the ship to leave, I saw the Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild, Mayflower Merchant Guild, Peterson Merchant Guild, and Chictor Merchant Guild each send another regiment of reinforcements to the Tarabo kingdom. The Ford Merchant Guild, on the other hand, is busy taking in the Lormo Duchy's Puljas province, and the Wald Merchant Guild is trying hard to convince the Mobia Duchy to join the trade union in the same manner. As for the Wesha Merchant Guild, they're hesitant about the whole thing. They've invested a lot in the Red Lees kingdom and aren't willing to give it up just yet. Oh, and President Peterson told me something secretly before I left. He said that the Chictor Merchant Guild was originally going to hire 8 blade masters above rank 2 to assault you. They've been left cowering by your killing spree last time, concluded Dulles with such an important revelation. What did you say? Els, Jusk, and the others all jumped in surprise. You should have brought that up first. Hehe, there's no need to worry about that anymore, Dulles said as he shrugged. The Chictor Merchant Guild's plan can no longer be implemented. All the high-tier fighters have gone to the kingdom, including even the Chictor Merchant Guild's own blade masters. Are you sure about that? Charade asked, furrowing his brow. What does the war there have anything to do with blade masters? Also, didn't President Koblight only bring a few high-tier fighters with him? Don't tell me the Chictor Merchant Guild is trying to mislead us. My lord, you should definitely pay attention to your safety in the future. While you can handle a single blade master with ease, being assaulted by a group of them would definitely be disastrous. I'm sure, Dulles said, nodding. Actually, this was the result of Tarabo 7's antics. With the Allied army standing off against the Union's troops, Tarabo 7 is preparing to reorganize the military layout of the kingdom. However, the kingdom's army has always been incredibly weak, especially for the last 200 years. What's even worse, the majority of the gold-ranked knights the kingdom had were wiped out during their assault on the Mayflower Merchant Guild. Without them, the nobles who wish to win some quick victories, as well as the normal soldiers, no longer have proper leaders. It seems that Tarabo 7 is trying to pull the Union down to his level since he can't match them as they are now. I suspect that's why he's begun to recruit the high-tier fighters of his neighboring nations. I doubt it's so they can join his army. It's far more likely that he wants them to assassinate the Union's gold-ranked knights and their blade masters. He's offered astronomical bounties for the heads of gold-ranked knights and blade masters. A single gold-ranked knight is worth 10,000 gold forts, and a blade master is worth 200,000. The bounties tempted even Lorist. He had half a mind to return to the Union to earn himself a few million gold forts. Has the measure been effective? Asked Els. Yes. Dulles responded almost instantly. In the 8 days between his announcement of the bounties and my departure, 9 gold-ranked knights were already assassinated. They were mostly either mercenary leaders or captains of civilian militias. They were targeted when they were busy raiding manors. Not only were they wiped out, their troops were dragged into the mess as well. Only a lucky few managed to escape alive. Apart from them, one of the Rywald Merchant Guild's blade masters was also assassinated. According to the kingdom's official statement, 2 blade masters from the Tyria Duchy were responsible for that and the bounty has already been given out. President Koblight was no doubt furious. He sent his men to the Tyria Duchy to confront their leader. Unfortunately, he didn't know where the blade masters had gone. He's insisted that Tarabo 7 be blamed, not him. The duchy apparently only pays its blade masters 6,000 gold forts annually. It's no wonder they were swayed by the bounty. Just one day before I left, the Moranti Daily reported that President Koblight himself had been targeted several times. Fortunately, he wasn't injured and the 3 blade masters that came for him were killed. His bounty is far higher than that of an average blade master. Since he's the commander-in-chief of the Union's forces, his head is worth 1.5 million gold fords. The identities of the 3 blade masters have also been revealed. They belonged to the neighboring nations as well. I'm worried for that darned uncle of mine, said Els. Laughing, Dulles said, don't worry. Old Char's still pretty clear-headed and more cunning than most. The moment the bounty was released, he knew something was up and went back to Moronti with me. They managed to raid 2 manors and brought with them quite a huge amount of fine wine and made quite the profit. Right now, he's happily continuing his job as the boss of the inn. Then, did the Union take any measures against Tarabo 7's bounties? Asked Charade. There's not much they can do, Dulles said, shaking his head. I thought about it quite a bit on my way here. I couldn't come up with any possible countermeasure. The Union can't retaliate in kind since they don't have any high-tier fighters left, apart from rank 2 and 3 blade masters. The Union is likely also unwilling to stoop to Tarabo 7's level. It's laughable to even think that they can compete with the king's bounties. I have no doubt that they think Tarabo 7's gone completely mad to be throwing away his money like dirty water. Nobody's willing to pay that kind of money. As for the ones who assassinated the Union's high-tier fighters, they were mostly from other nations. There's no way that the trade union can accuse them and put bounties on their heads without any hard evidence. It would only make them more enemies. Even if they did have the evidence, the nations could simply claim the blade masters acted independently and shift all the blame on them. This move has completely destabilized the Union's position, and apart from securing their high-tier fighters, there's not much they can do about it. There is word that one of the mediators from the neighboring nations criticized Tarabo 7's move for creating more conflict. Right now, the Union has already sworn to wipe the kingdom out. But Tarabo 7 has still declared that he doesn't mind spending 20 million gold fords to wipe out all of the Union's high-tier fighters. He even claimed that it wouldn't take long for the Union to start begging to negotiate peace. Good soul! He's smacking other people's faces with money. Els cried out, it's a shame I'm not a blade master. Otherwise, I would be there earning a quick buck right now. Future military historians criticized the war for being just a series of skirmishes over villages, but what they failed to mention was the absolute massacre of high-tier fighters that happened in the shadows between the skirmishes. About 76 high-tier fighters fell during the Glass War, 10 times the amount expected from a war of similar scope fought on the field of battle. Among the 76, 52 were gold-ranked swordsmen, mostly belonging to the trade union, and 24 were blade masters. However, only 7 of the 24 were members of the union. The manner in which the war was fought was primarily decided by Tarabo 7. The confrontations between the Union's high-tier fighters and those of the Allied nations continued for almost half a year, but the Union stood as the victor in the end. Without their high-tier fighters, the 7 nations bordering the Tarabo kingdom were pillars infested with termites. Though they appeared strong from the outside, their power was hollow. They were crushed by the Union's army easily. While there's nothing weird about you coming back with the talent you recruited, why did the Peterson Merchant Guild send their people here too? Are they up to something? Did you interact with them during the trip? After being briefed on the war, Lorist asked Dulles about the people of the Peterson Merchant Guild. I have no idea, Dulles said. I only know that the Vice President cares the most about the local products and goods we have over here. He's even come along on the trip. They never asked about our military, so instead, we talked about the iron spine crocodiles we have at Black Mud Marsh. I suspect he wants to monopolize trade with our dominion. That's weird. Wasn't the Peterson Merchant Guild going to take the northwestern area of the Red Lees Kingdom as their dominion? That's the main reason they weren't able to deal with our house directly. It seems that they've changed their mind about the embargo on products and trade with the Andanak Kingdom. Oh well, there's no use pondering over it. I'll get to know what's going on after talking to the Vice President during the banquet tonight, said Lorist as he shook his head as if it helped him to toss the matters he couldn't understand out of his head. Chapter 258 President Peterson's Conditions. Here's the first regular chapter of the week. For those interested in some of the terminology and style changes we made in recent chapters, don't forget to read the write-up by Prince once it's posted. Everyone made merry during the extravagant banquet. After the festivities, Lorist invited the Peterson Merchant Guild's vice president to his study for some tea. Charade was the only other individual present. The vice president handed Lorist a personal letter, written by President Peterson. In the letter, he stated frankly that ever since word of the third prince's death had gotten out, voices of dissent had been surfacing among the Union's higher UPS. There was now constant arguments over whether they should continue their plan to take the northwestern area of the Red Lees Kingdom. After all, nobody was willing to stand against the 300,000 troops of Second Highness August Low. Peterson believed that, with the third prince now dead, the Second Highness would launch his attack against the Red Lees Kingdom by the 4th or 5th month of the year. The war would then quickly spread to the northwestern area. If the Peterson Merchant Guild persisted and took a part of that area as their dominion there, they might be wiped out by the Second Highness forces. All their efforts would be for naught. The Peterson Merchant Guild couldn't easily afford to shift their focus elsewhere, however. They couldn't shift to the Lormo Duchy. They had no intention to become its shield. They could, however, move instead to the Tarabo Kingdom. Although the situation there was still tense from the war, and the Mayflower and Twin-Head Dragon merchant guilds had declared their intent to take parts of the kingdom as their dominions, it was still a more viable option than all the alternatives. They, thus, decided that it would be the Tarabo Kingdom from which they would take a bite. Given that 3 of the big 7 merchant guilds had changed their priorities, the Chictor Merchant Guild had no choice but to give up on their plan to conquer Silawas. If they insisted on doing so, not only would they become eternal enemies with House Norden, they would also be a target for the Second Highness. As Silawas was the dominion of the Nordens, it was considered to be part of the Andanak Kingdom. If the guild forcefully occupied it, they would be invading the kingdom. Second Highness August Low, who intended to rebuild the Chrisen Empire, would consider it a slap in the face. Even if the guild could afford to take on a noble house, they could most assuredly not fight against an entire kingdom, especially not one that controlled an incredibly strong military. Lorist almost laughed as he read through the letter. President Peterson had used a few beast skins for his long argument just to tell Lorist that the Union's focus had changed and that his dominion would no longer be a target, implying that he could do business with his guild without worries. However, the president also made 3 conditions. First, his guild would be the sole party allowed access to the maritime trade route from Hidegold Bay to Silawas. After the sea blockade incident, there was no way the Chictor Merchant Guild could seek to benefit from the Nordens anymore. Since the trade route was up for the taking, the Peterson Merchant Guild wasn't going to hold back. Some issues had cropped up as a result of the war, which meant that the guild couldn't gather the 2 million gold fords for their fur deal with the Nordens anymore, thus the second deal. The president hoped to barter for the equivalent of their shortage. The deal was very important to the guild. It would help to relieve their burden and ease their position. The core of the letter was in the president's third condition. Even though the Union had only been at war with the Tarabo Kingdom for little more than a month, President Peterson had already begun to realize his guild was rather lacking. It wasn't that the guild lacked high-tier fighters, but that they lacked an organized force with which to defend themselves or mount attacks. As one of the big 7 guilds, the guild controlled the fur trade and were also the leaders in long-distance land-based convoys. They even had their hands in construction, overseas exports and imports, food, entertainment, and other miscellaneous activities. The guild didn't lack any manpower either. For instance, they could very easily move people around to form a force against the Tarabo Kingdom and reinforce the front lines. Doing so, however, had negative side effects on the guild's operations. While the guild's forces would be more than sufficient for defensive actions, it would be incredibly troublesome to mobilize them to engage offensively. The leadership of the nations neighboring the Tarabo Kingdom shared Peterson's opinion. The nobility system was going to be implemented soon, and with it, the heads of all the merchant guilds would become dukes with their own duchies. It was a logical step for them to possess appropriate standing armies as well. The Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild was the fastest to make the change, and they didn't hold anything back. They had completely absorbed the entire Union's garrison forces as their own. President Koblight had already decided to approve the proposal to disband the garrisons during the 10th month. As a result, the various cities would have to form their own garrisons, thus decreasing the military spending of the Union. On the other hand, he would take all the members of the garrisons to his own dominion and have them join his army. The Mayflower Merchant Guild wasn't about to sit there and watch either. The patrol regiment stationed at the Callisto Hills had already become their target. Since the Callisto Hills would be divided into more than 50 territories and enfeoffed to others following the implementation of the nobility system, the patrol regiment's future was uncertain. The Ford Merchant Guild, on the other hand, was rather calm. When it took over the Lormo Duchy's Puljas province, they also absorbed the duchy's 10,000 troops into their army and were already in the process of reorganizing. The Rywal Merchant Guild wasn't in a hurry either. They were busy convincing the Mobia Duchy to join the Union and had taken an interest in the duchy's forces. Negotiations were already underway. As for the Chictor Merchant Guild, they were already incredibly influential at sea. Given that they were the hegemon of the seas, they were not the least bit interested in forming their own defense force. It might also have something to do with their current sore lack of a dominion or even just a prospective dominion. The Wesha Merchant Guild also lacked their own dominion at present, in spite of that they had already formed their own defense forces. These were used mainly to protect the mines they now possessed in the Red Lees Kingdom. When they finally had a dominion of their own, they need only merge the new forces into a single, integrated army to be a force to be reckoned with. This left the Peterson Merchant Guild in an awkward position, which was why President Peterson was so worried. While dealing with bandits during their convoys' journeys or joining forces with other merchant guilds in the current conflict was no problem, forming their own standing army was an issue. It was not something that could be solved solely with manpower. Forming an army required proper training and strict military regulations. They had to have a reliable force by the time they took over their duchy. This was where Lorist came in. Peterson's third condition was that Lorist had to provide him with a robust plan for forming an army. He also wanted Lorist to let the vice president observe the training routine used by his house's forces so the guild could gain the basic military know-how. In a chaotic time like this, Peterson's request could be considered incredibly excessive. After all, for many military-based noble houses, their training methodology and techniques were top secret, a matter of confidence that could never be shared with, or even just showed to, outsiders. But, given the understanding Peterson had of Lorist's character, he made the request straightforwardly. The guild did not lack talented military officials, but they did lack officials well versed in theoretical strategy. A force without a firm grounding in military theory was no more than a slightly organized rabble. They were an unreliable bunch at best. If the guild formed a standing army like that, they would be nothing more than a punching bag for others. If that were to be the case, there was no point to forming one in the first place and it would be better to abandon the endeavor now. House Norton was a noble house with a long and star-studded military heritage. Their performance over the past 2 years, best exemplified by their defeat of the Duke of the Northlands as well as the extermination of Second Prince Iblia's 100,000-strong force, was more than stellar. They had even conquered the Iblia kingdom's capital and forced Duke Fisibalan's frontier legion to retreat. It would be nothing but a strike of ultimate fortune if the guild could get help from Lorist in this regard. This was also why the president was trying to leverage their past dealings to get Lorist to do just that. He trusted that Lorist would give him a satisfactory answer. President Peterson does know his stuff. It seems that our force's reputation has spread, thought Lorist gleefully. After reading the letter, he passed it on to Charade. Charade's expression as he read through the letter shifted from a hearty smile to a frown. As he finished reading the letter, he could only shake his head. Lorist understood what the gesture meant. Initially, Charade was glad to read President Peterson's breakdown of the situation. Since Silaoz would no longer be under threat, its development could continue as scheduled. He no longer had to leave. His frown was naturally related to the requests the president had made. First was the matter of trade monopoly. Charade knew what the president was actually up to. The president was worried that Lorist would form his own fleet with which to do business. To prevent this from happening, he claimed that he didn't have enough money to do upfront purchases and asked to barter with resources instead. By trading in resources, and not handing over physical money, he could keep Lorist from having the money needed to purchase or commission the construction of ships. If he could indirectly make it too difficult for Lorist to get the ships he needed, he might give up on the idea altogether, in which case the Peterson Merchant Guild would control the trade route heading to the Northlands, and could dictate the flow of resources there. The third request was the bit that brought about the head shaking. Charade had always been convinced that House Norton's forces far exceeded those of other nations. They were much smaller than their competitors, but the quality of their arms and armament, their discipline, and their strategy and tactics were in a different league altogether. There was no way he would agree to reveal how they trained their troops. Besides, just because the guild was on good terms with House Norton, it didn't mean that they couldn't become hostile in the future. They didn't even have to take action against House Norton. House Norton was a vassal of the Andanak kingdom, so if the guild became hostile with the kingdom, the house and its subjects would get dragged into the conflict as well. Helping the Peterson Merchant Guild to form an army was helping a possible future enemy. Lorist wasn't of the same mind, however. He agreed to all the conditions without hesitation. The decision was made so casually that even the vice president was shocked. Treating others with sincerity has always been one of the traditions of House Norton. Since the guild has come as friends, you will be treated to a grand welcome and fine wine, and we will also do our best to help you however we can, said Lorist. After agreeing to show the vice president the training routine for Whitebird Town's defense force the next day, Lorist sent the thankful man away. When he turned around, he saw Charade staring at him angrily. Worried that the vice president was still in earshot, Charade lowered his voice, "Are you crazy? Why did you agree to let them see the defense forces training? That routine is a house secret that must never be revealed." Lorist snickered and patted on Charade's shoulder. "Don't be so tense. There's no way that our training routine will be revealed so easily," said he. "Then are you planning to mess with them?" "It can't really be considered messing with them. Right now the local defense force is still just training, lining up and taking on different formations. This routine is hardly a secret to the other nations, now is it? This routine was developed by Potter Fang using the Whitelian Legion's routine as its basis, so much of it should already be known by others. The routine is really just a hodgepodge of that and bits we added during the convoy days from various sources. Our house's own, unique training routine was only formulated after our engagements with the Magic Beast Wave, and these troops aren't training in that yet. House Norton's forces went through 3 stages during their training. The green recruits would be sent to the training camps where they would be taught military regulations and drilled until they obeyed orders almost as a reflex. Once they were satisfactorily reflexively obedient, they would move on to the second stage. Here they would train to awaken their Batla force. They couldn't officially join the military and march under the Raging Bear until they awakened their Batla force. Once their Batla force was awakened, they had to go through a 3-month course that taught them basic military skills. Only once they completed this final course would they be drafted into standing units and officially be soldiers of the house. The house treated its soldiers very well. They were all provided quality equipment, regardless of their rank, and never wanted for supplies. Lorist understood that good logistical support boosts the morale and loyalty of soldiers. The direct family of soldiers also benefited from having one of their own in military service. The house made sure to take good care of them and even gave them certain special benefits if the soldier died in battle. All of this meant that being a member of the house's forces was just a source of great pride and elevated the soldier and their family's social status, but made the soldiers anticipate battles and even encouraged them to sacrifice themselves when the moment demanded it of them. In other words, Lorist continued, the guild would have to implement all of this exactly in order to create a force capable of competing with ours. This will also require several years' investment on their part. It'll take time to train and temper their forces to an acceptable level. If they do this diligently, they might have a decent force, but, if not, they'll simply be disguising a cat as a tiger. Their forces will be for show only. Actually, I find the battles the northbound convoy were involved in brought lots of benefits to our forces. It was through actual battle that our forces grew to become elites, not normal training. The grueling journey was a grindstone that slowly, if somewhat painfully, polished our forces. By the time it ended, we only needed to organize the fighters into proper units and structure them as a proper force to have a formidable army. They were only lacking equipment at the time, but now that they have it, their performance is unmatched. Lorist had poured each of them a cup of fruit wine as he explained, and the two now drank leisurely as he explained his plans. He planned to use this opportunity to aid the Peterson Merchant Guild and sell the equipment the house produced to the Union. The trade in arms and equipment had always produced staggering profits. The three allied houses in the Northlands had already armed their forces to the teeth, and Duke Fisibalin had already signed the agreement to trade 2 years' livestock for equipment. There wasn't any other business in weaponry and equipment left to do in the area around the Norton's dominion. When Lorist had gone to the Andanak Kingdom's capital, he had originally planned to do 2 things. He wanted to pass on the hot potato known as Second Prince Iblaya to Second Highness Auguslo, but he'd also wanted to strike a deal with the latter for the sale of arms and equipment. He had not expected that the Second Highness had emptied his treasury just so he could feed his army. Once he knew, he didn't even bother to bring the deal up. He knew the Second Highness would try to purchase the equipment with empty promises, and he had no interest in provoking trouble where none was necessary. The Union's arms and equipment need was technically supposed to be filled by the Wesham Merchant Guild, but it was patently obvious that they wouldn't be able to produce the volume the Union needed on short notice. It would be even worse with the implementation of the nobility system. The massive increase in landed nobles who needed to arm and supply their standing forces would create a massive demand for arms and equipment. Just like what had happened with the Kenmays family, the traditional nobles would no doubt view them as nothing but impostors, so they couldn't afford to lose in appearance, or, even worse, appear weak. It was impossible that the guild would be able to satisfy such a demand, and this created a golden opportunity for House Norton to enter the market, through the Peterson Merchant Guild, of course. As long as Lorist could corner a third of the market, he would no longer have to worry about the costs associated with the development of his dominion, nor about the increasing upkeep costs of the dominion's ever-expanding military. Charade's mood changed from anger to elation instantly. He was determined to be put in charge of negotiating the arm and equipment deal, which Lorist gladly gave to him. Lorist had absolute faith that Charade would be able to get the most benefits for the house out of the deal. At noon the next day, Lorist and Charade accompanied the Peterson Merchant Guild's men to check on Whitebird Town's forces as they trained. Despite Captain Victor, Limp and all, and the rest of the force putting on their best performance, their lack of discipline and proper training was obvious. Even the men from the guild could pick up on it. They clicked their tongues in disappointment, some even mumbled that they were even worse than the troops the guild currently had. Lorist didn't pay any mind to the comments. He treated them to a meal and let them take a short rest before they headed off to Farama village to watch the 3rd Local Defense Brigade's training. The low sound of a horn could be heard as the empty wheat fields filled up with guards wearing grayish-white uniforms. The soldiers arranged themselves neatly into 3 rectangular formations following a staccato of horn blasts. The men stood neatly together, not one of them made a sound. They had turned into statues, there weren't any detectable movements, only an intense killing intent radiated out from the groups. This time, the guildsmen were shocked. The manner in which the soldiers got into formation alone was enough to show they were an elite unit. The 3 rectangular formations were right in front of them. While a unit of 3,000 men wasn't considered large, they possessed an incredibly oppressive aura. It was as if the onlookers were standing in front of a huge mountain range. An intense feeling of despair crept into their hearts. The vice president took a deep breath and asked with a smile, "So, this is the elite unit of House Norden?" "Well, I guess they can be considered as such. This is the 3rd Local Defense Brigade. They were formed pretty recently," said Lorist as he nodded. He wasn't satisfied with their performance, however. "I should go teach Pat a lesson later. For his troops to take so long to get into formation. I wonder if he's focusing too much of his attention on Martha?" Lorist had forgotten that Martha and her mother had already moved to the Northlands. The training proceeded normally after that. The guildsmen were incredibly impressed. They felt their horizons had been broadened greatly. Now, they knew how an elite unit trained. It was time for Charade's debut. He made a list of what an elite unit like the House's own needed, what they had to do to make the troops loyal, raise their morale, and ensure their obedience. Had he not stressed the importance of excellent equipment at every one of his points, he would have sounded even more convincing. 10 days passed in a flash. The men from the Peterson Merchant Guild had observed enough of the training of the 3rd Local Defense Brigade and were ready to head back. As Lorist was making his final preparations to return to the Northlands, a shocking piece of information arrived. Second Highness Auguslo had mobilized his troops 7 days earlier and attacked the Red Lees Kingdom's capital. Chapter 259 The Second Highness's Assault. Second regular chapter of the week, coming right up. Enjoy! Lorist looked at the dark skies. Small fine snowflakes that floated to the ground ever so gently. The second month's end had already arrived and it was rather cold, roughly around -70 to -80 degrees centigrade. The 3rd Local Defense Brigade continued to train twice a day despite the cold, which awed of the Peterson Merchant Guild's men. The group sighed. Though the Tarabo Kingdom and the Union claimed their two armies were standing off against one another, they were actually waiting for winter to pass. Apart from the Union's citizens, who had joined in the hope of earning some riches through raiding, not many were willing to leave their camps to work. Even the ones assigned patrol duties were cursing their luck. Only the bounty hunters didn't curse. They had been drawn into the conflict as a result of Tarabo 7's astronomical rewards, as well as those who fought back against them. But it was a conflict among high tiers which did not concern the rest of the soldiers. With the coming of the 3rd month, winter was over. What came next was a month-long rainy season. As a result, wars rarely occurred between the 12th and 3rd month. It was only by the 4th to 5th month that the armies would have enough food, taken from the harvests of winter wheat, and enough free time to begin arming themselves against any potential foe. The war between the Union and the Tarabo Kingdom was already considered an exception to the rule, mainly because of Tarabo 7's simple-minded actions, which had greatly angered the Union. Had it not been for that, nobody would want to fight during the winter season. Wait, the Second Highness picked a season like this to attack the Red Lees Kingdom's capital? Is he insane or did I hear wrong? Wondered Lorist. Charade, on the other hand, looked incredibly agitated. He grabbed the messenger, the same one Charade had brought to the southwestern provinces to recruit vagabonds as labor for the development on Silaoas, by the collar. He had been left there to pay attention to the situation between the two kingdoms that were about to go to war. That's impossible. How was the Second Highness able to breach the defensive line at Kenbana province? The first prince has already fortified it so heavily. How did Auguslo make his way to the kingdom's capital? Roared Charade, spitting lots of saliva in the process. Charade almost choked the poor messenger to death. After struggling to reply for a while, he managed to mutter, "The SE Second Highness didn't he go through Kenbana? He took a huge detour through Great Snow Mountain at the Cloud Snap mountain range and arrived at the Badalger province before attacking the Frederica, the royal capital. He managed to occupy the city B by taking advantage of its lacking defences, but the first prince managed to escape." The messenger hesitated before he continued, I heard that the Second Highness left with more than 30,000 men, but only had around 8,000 remaining when he arrived at the city. Good soul! How ruthless! Lorist felt a sudden chill run down his spine. It seemed the Second Highness had picked an incredibly dangerous route for the sake of attacking the city. "Go fetch me a map in the house," instructed Lorist. 5 years earlier, the Second Highness had exterminated the First Prince's force of 30,000 elite troops at Floater Creek and had continued his assault on the kingdom. After encircling Frederica with his troops, he forced the First Prince to sign an agreement to cede 2 provinces to the Andanak kingdom. The new border was drawn along the northern province and the Kenbana. The northwestern province was the hilly coastal area Lorist and the convoy had passed through all those years ago. Neither the Second Highness nor the First Prince paid any attention to it. To go to the Red Lees Kingdom's capital from there one would have to first cross the wide Morrison River, one would also have to pass through Kenbana. The ideal route for an attack on Frederica was through this very province, which was why the Second Highness had managed to capture it during his previous invasion. He could not do the same thing this town around. By the time the Second Highness had gathered his 300,000 soldiers, the king of the Red Lees Kingdom, First Prince Chrisen Red Lees, hadn't just sat by idly. He had gathered up large sums of money and a lot of resources to reinforce the forces stationed in Kenbana. All over the province, there were well-defended citadels with wide moats and tall walls. If the Second Highness wanted to reach Frederica, he would have to conquer one citadel after another to clear his path to the capital. Auguslo will sustain at least 200,000 losses in Kenbana, and the remaining 100,000 soldiers will be exhausted. They will never be able to conquer the capital. After this battle, I can promise you the punk will not dare to attack our kingdom for at least 20 years, the First Prince had once said to his officials proudly. The prince understood the importance of wearing down the 300,000 strong army well. He had gathered all the family members of military officials above the rank of squad leader in Frederica under the ruse of keeping them safe for that very reason. Everyone knows it was just a ruse, however. If they didn't do enough damage to the Second Highness forces, and the city fell, their families would fall with it. It was the prince's plan that this knowledge would motivate the forces defending Kenbana to fight to the death. The prince felt that, even though his move was incredibly cruel, this was the only way his soldiers would be desperate enough to take down 3 soldiers before falling. In essence, the First Prince was prepared to sacrifice 70,000 soldiers to grind away at the Second Highness's forces as much as possible. Nobody had expected that the Second Highness would be even more savage than the First Prince, savage to himself and his own forces no less. He actually personally led his soldiers through Great Snow Mountain in such horrible weather. Despite losing 3/4 of his troops, he managed to take Frederica in one fell swoop, forcing the First Prince to flee the capital. Lorist looked at the map in awe. It was worth noting that the Second Highness had delivered an impassioned speech just a month earlier at the capital of his own kingdom, pledging to restore the Chrisen Empire to its former state. It was also said that he would be busy with the funeral of the third prince, patrolling the front lines and making preparations for war. It caused others to think that he would only attack the Red Lees Kingdom during the 4th or 5th month, as was military convention. Nobody had dared to imagine that the Second Highness would conquer Friedreich just 1 month later. Such speed shocked and awed many. Charade pointed at the map and exclaimed, "Good heavens! The Second Highness actually made his way across the Cloud Snap mountain range and scaled Great Snow Mountain. It is completely suicidal. It's far too risky." There was a natural barrier in the Badalger province, between the capital and the northwestern area of Kenbana. The barrier was known as the Cloud Snap mountain range. It was a densely packed collection of tall mountains and dense forests. Additionally, Great Snow Mountain, situated in the middle of the mountain range, was easily taller than 10 normal mountains combined. Snow piled up on the mountain and didn't melt easily. The terrain was also incredibly hard to scale. It was difficult, if not outright impossible, to cross over. Despite that, the Second Highness cut through like a dagger flung at a snake. Lorist laughed, pointing at the map. The Second Highness actually did something smart for once. He only managed to cross the Cloud Snap mountain range thanks to his timing. "What do you mean?" Charade asked as everyone wondered. "Look here. The cloud mist swamp stretches for around 50 kilometers along the bottom of the range. It is said that the swamp is formed from the melted snow that gathers up in the area. If the Second Highness attempted to cross during summer or fall, it would take him at least 2 or 3 months. But during winter, most of Cloud Mist Swamp is frozen, allowing the troops to travel into the deeper parts of the mountain range without restraint. After that, they only have to make their way over Great Snow Mountain to arrive at Badalger, explained Lorist. Ah, is that so? No wonder he's hailed as one of the greatest military strategists of the new generation. To think that he actually grasped an opportunity that hidden, his fame is completely deserved, exclaimed the vice president of the Peterson Merchant Guild. Lorist sighed and said, it's a shame that his losses are not small. Only 8,000 of the 30,000 troops survived the journey. It seems that he didn't make sufficient preparations. Lorist could already infer that the Second Highness had only mobilized his so-called elite troops, but didn't have enough knowledge of the troubles of winter. Had he been better prepared, he wouldn't have had to attack the city with so few soldiers. Lorist's guess was actually correct. Only around 4,000 soldiers died from the hike across the mountain range. But more than 20,000 of them perished due to the extreme cold. Less than 8,000, able to resist the cold with battle force, survived. It was still more than enough to defeat the unprepared troops defending the city. Even so, it's still better than attacking Kenbana's citadels one after another. Had he done so, he would have lost more than 100,000 troops easily. Considering this, his choice was the wiser, despite the losses he suffered, argued one of the military officials of the Peterson Merchant Guild. Lorist lightly shook his head. If war was merely mathematics, it would be much simpler. He didn't bother to argue, however. How do you think the war will progress now that the Second Highness has the Red Lees Kingdom's capital, Lord Count? Does First Prince stand a chance to make a victorious comeback? Asked the Vice President, who cleverly changed the subject. The current situation has already mostly stabilized. Unless some sort of miracle happens, the First Prince will not be able to escape defeat, commented Lorist. That's hard to say. The Second Highness only managed to conquer Frederica thanks to the element of surprise. The 8,000 soldiers he has at hand now is far too little. If the First Prince manages to form an army a few 10,000 strong, the Second Highness might just lose, said the very same military official, still taking the other side of Lorist's argument. Ha ha ha. Lorist laughed, before he continued, it would be great if things were that simple. How would the First Prince be able to gather more troops, now that Frederica has already fallen? Who would bother to aid him now that he's on the run, powerless and poor? And who would be willing to fight to their deaths for him just to retake a city that isn't their home? But he's still the king. His righteous cause is reason enough. The military official was still not convinced. This time, it was Charade's turn to speak. Righteous my ass. The First Prince is nothing but a traitor, one of those who raised the flag of rebellion and caused the empire to split. While he was definitely worth reckoning with when he had troops, the loss of Frederica means that he no longer has any riches left with which form an army. Who, then, would bother with a beggar like him? It's already incredibly merciful not to outright kill him on and present his head to the Second Highness. Well, Lorist interjected, I doubt anybody would go so far as to kill him. Kingslayer is not a name any noble wants to have. Traitor or not, he's still a king. But the title will do him no good. The nobles will help him superficially at most. Even if he did get a couple of soldiers, there's no way he'll be able to take the city back, which is his own fault given how heavily he fortified the city's walls. Also, all the valuable resources and equipment are kept within the city. The Second Highness is no idiot. After conquering Frederica, he will definitely use his spoils to recruit more troops. Even though he only has around 8,000 right now, his force will definitely grow 3 to 4 times in less than a fortnight. When the First Prince arrives at the capital, he'll realize that the Second Highness already has tens of thousands of troops waiting for him. Lorist thought deeply for a while before he continued, if the first prince is smart, he will begin gathering as many troops and resources as he can and retreat to the magic province for now. If he does so, he can draw out the conflict at the very least and wait for opportunities to turn the tide. Will the Second Highness actually afford him that kind of time? Asked Charade. He will. Right now, the Second Highness only has 8,000 soldiers with him and can't do much apart from defending the capital. Pursuing the first prince is out of the question. Even if he does manage to gather more troops, he'll deal with the 70,000 soldiers defending Kenbana first. Fortunately for him, the first prince had moved the family members of officers to Frederica as hostages. He can use them as bargaining chips to force surrender. And by the time the 70,000 troops switch allegiances to the Second Highness, the 100,000+ soldiers he stationed at the two southwestern provinces will begin their march towards Frederica. With that, the Second Highness won't need to break a sweat to destroy the Red Lee's kingdom and to eliminate all nobles that refuse to yield. That's why I believe the first prince will have the time he needs to gather troops and resources. Magic's terrain will make sure the Second Highness troops are stalled for a period of time. There is no doubt, however, what will happen after the Second Highness main force arrives in a month or two. The northern province won't be a threat to Second Highness Auguslo. Once he obtains final victory over the prince, he can just send an ambassador there. There's no need to mobilize his troops. As for the 70,000 troops stationed in Kenbana, they're sandwiched between the Second Highness main force and Frederica. Their supply chain is completely cut off. They have no choice but to surrender. The fates of Kenbana and Bodalger were indeed set in stone. What came next were the Anderwolf and Magic provinces. Anderwolf was the main military center for the Red Lee's kingdom's nobles. The joint forces of around 30 noble houses were nothing to scoff at. Together, they had the same standing as the first prince himself. They had always been at odds with him, much to his misfortune. When he asked for aid, he received only mockery. If Anderwolf's nobles thought they could treat the Second Highness the same way, they were in great trouble, however. The Second Highness, with his army of more than 100,000 soldiers, definitely didn't mind letting his men win some military contributions by fighting the soldiers of the noble houses. Magic was close to the Handra and Farkle duchies. It had served as the springboard for the first prince's invasion into the four central duchies. It had been reduced to a collection of ruins by the latter's counterattack. Even after 5 years, it had yet to be repopulated. Lord Count, where do you think the Second Highness will turn his attention to after destroying the Red Lee's kingdom? Asked the Vice President. Well, there are many options. It's most probable for the Second Highness to use the troops he's gathered to attack the four central duchies and force them to relinquish their independence. After that, he will likely bring his troops through the four duchies and gather them the Maline Duchy before starting an invasion of the Iblaya kingdom. After defeating Duke Fisibalan's frontier legion, he could launch a pincer attack on the Madras Duchy, which would end Duke Madras. He'll only turn to the Lormi Duchy after all of this has been achieved. If the Union doesn't want the Lormo Duchy to rejoin the Empire, the 100-year conflict between the Union and the Empire will restart again. However, the Second Highness would have reunited much of the territory of the former Empire. He'll likely declare himself emperor after he takes back the Lormo Duchy. He'll be immortalized as the one who reunited the Chrisan Empire, as Auguslo I, speculated Lorist. The Vice President looked rather pale. Lorist's guesses were well within the realm of possibility. He half bowed to Lorist and said, Lord Count, I thank you for your kind hospitality over the last couple of days, but I believe the time has come for us to leave. We will handle the deal between you and the guild, so please rest assured. Lorist stood up and said, You're welcome to visit any time you like. As our friends, you will receive the warmest welcome House Norton can give. Also, this here is my letter to the President. I'll have to trouble you to hand it to him on my behalf. Chapter 260, the 5th day of the 4th month. Here's the first bonus chapter of the week, also brought to you by an anonymous donor. Looks like the plot is getting rolling again. Drops fell from the sky. With them fell the smell of the sea. "Milord, you should return to the cabin and rest. We know this route well enough to complete the rest of our journey with our eyes closed. We need not travel so slow, nor need we anchor for the night. We'll travel at full sail for as long as the winds allow. It only takes us 11 to 12 days to travel between the island and the Northlands. We'll reach Bullhorn Bay in another 2 days," advised Freyar. Clad in a black raincoat, Lorist stood amidst the raindrops. "I'm fine," he said, "I only came to take a look and breathe some fresh air. You should go back to work. You don't have to worry about me." The ship Lorist was on was a large Class 3-masted merchant vessel. It was the commander of the Oceanic Legion's personal vessel, Freyar's vessel. Freyar had brought 28 merchant vessels and armed middle-class ships with him to the Northlands this time. They would take the stockpiled magic beast first to Saluas to trade with the Peterson Merchant Guild as per their agreement. Lorist was accompanied by Els and Dulles. Jisk and Jim had been left with Charade. Lorist felt it prudent, since Freyar and Senbad were both constantly absent from the island with their fleets, to leave a gold-ranked knight on the island. After Freyar had been sent away, Lorist stood on the frontmost part of the deck. He watched the waves splash against the ship, and the rain fall gently. It was pleasant and relaxing. The news of the War of Glass and the Second Highness ambush on Frederica finally let Lorist be at peace. There was no one left unoccupied to lust after Silao's island. Its development could finally proceed as planned. Lorist hoped the two wars would drag on for as long as possible. Ideally, the Union and the Second Highness would exterminate the Terabo and Red Lees kingdoms respectively. Once done with that, they would hopefully turn on one another and fight over the Lormo Duchy. The longer there was war occupying others elsewhere, the longer Lorist could spend developing his dominion in peace. "When I finish my research on cannons, I'll make sure to install them on my warships. Once my warships are fitted properly, even if a force like the Chictor Merchant Guild once again turns its sights to Silao's, they will pose me no threat. My ships will turn theirs into floating debris, no two logs will still be lashed to one another once I'm done with them. No one will doubt who is the true ruler of the seas ever again." As he finished the thought, a realization dawned on him: he would be incredibly busy once he reached the Northlands. There would be many things requiring his attention. It soured his mood to think of this. Clad in a similar raincoat, Els emerged on the deck and leaned against a mast to Lorist's side. "Locke, I've been feeling rather troubled these past few days. Do you remember sending me to deliver 1,000 gold fords and a bunch of other gifts to Baron Dina's dominion? I just find it a little weird. When did you get to know the sisters from that barony? Not to mention their beautiful aunt. They also seem to be on rather familiar terms with you. The elder sister, Dina, even cursed you for being ruthless. I really can't fathom how that happened. As the leader of your guards, I am by your side almost all the time, yet I can't recall a single moment you were free enough to become intimate with the sisters, and it seems their aunt also has some relationship with you. She seemed quite concerned and interested when we were talking about you. Once they heard of your identity, however, they became quite wistful and sent us away after just the usual pleasantries. What's going on?" Lorist knew by now that when Els addressed him as Locke, he had the intention to converse as friends, not as lord and retainer. He seemed quite curious about the matter they were discussing. Lorist smiled slightly when he heard about their change in behavior. Had he been a mere knight of the house, he would have been in the same social class as the two sisters, and they could marry him without issue, but Lorist was the patriarch of the family and the head of the house. On top of that, he was no longer a minor noble, but a count. The two sisters could not become his wives without being nobility themselves, and they were nothing more than the siblings of a minor noble, a baron. "It's nothing important. Didn't I go out with Dulles and Karatok when we were last in the capital? We attended a party and I met the two sisters and their aunt there. The girl thought me a knight and hoped I would ask her hand in marriage. Tisk tisk tisk, my lord, you have quite a bit of fortune with females. In a single night, you managed to get the elder sister and her aunt to fall head over heels for you, said Els, once more addressing Lorist as his superior. Forget it. Let's not talk about me. What about you? You're not exactly young anymore. Weren't you getting along well with Master Manchini's daughter? Should I bring up marriage on your behalf and have him wed his daughter to you? Ugh! Els had not expected to become the topic of discussion. He was stunned for a few moments. Well, Locke, I think it's better to wait for another year or two. I'll propose to her after I've broken through to the gold rank. Her marriage can be more glorious that way and I'll have my own manor. I can only be certain that she'll live well should misfortune befall me if things are that way. Lorist patted on Elsa's shoulder. He said angrily, don't be ridiculous. What misfortune are you talking about? With me by your side, you're guaranteed to live to your hundreds and experience the joys of family life. Els looked annoyed and troubled. If you put it that way, my lord, I really can't decide who is actually guarding who. On the 11th day of the 3rd month, Lorist arrived at the Northlands. Freyar had been correct, only 11 days had passed since their departure from Silaoz. Howard could be seen with red, swollen eyes, patiently awaiting Lorist's arrival. Lorist had sent Howard to the Northlands forcefully back then. It would have been too dangerous for Howard to be at Lorist's side if the Chictor Merchant Guild attacked. Lorist would be on the front lines, he might even have to face Blade Masters. He felt it would be best for Howard to return to the Northlands. Once on the pier, Lorist ruffled Howard's head. What's this? You're crying even though you're this old already? Sheesh, let's go to see the port city first. Have the carriage take a trip there. The foundations for the city had already been completed in the highlands near Black Mud Marsh. There were already 2 completed sectors, already populated. The people living there were mostly from Senbod's fishing village and those who had moved over from Silaoz. They were the lucky few who had the privilege of settling down in the city early. The one responsible for the city building project was none other than Grand Master Siroba. He had designed the city as grandiosely as he could. After making a few rounds in the area, Lorist realized there were around 10 sectors still under construction. By the time the whole project was completed, the city would be able to sustain up to 60,000 people and still have enough land for further expansion. A massive residence for the Dominion Lord and a large garden square was to be built in the center of the city, as was the convention for most cities on the continent. It would take a few years at least to finish it. Most of the work was still being done on the foundations. Grandmaster Siroba did a pretty good job. I must remember to give him and the other people in charge a reward. Lorist turned to Howard. It the city named yet? Asked he. No, my lord. It's been decided to leave it up to you, said Howard. In that case, tell Grandmaster Siroba he will have the honor of naming the city as a reward for his magnificent work. When the work is done, I'll have someone erect bronze statues of all those involved in the project. Also, remind him that he already has an embankment named after him. I don't want the city named as such as well. Have him think of a better name, instructed Lorist. At the end of the previous year, the 50-kilometer-long embankment, which stretches from Tortoise Hill to the mouth of the Azure River, was finally completed. It had taken 3 long years and 200,000 laborers to build. The embankment would not only prevent the river's flooding from interfering with the harvests from the new farmland at Black Mud Marsh but also served as a protective barrier between the land and the iron spine crocodiles that lurked on the far bank of the river. The house spent over 500,000 gold fords on the 50-kilometer-long embankment. The main labor force had been the 50,000 indentured servants that would finally complete their term of service at the end of the year. The house had also recruited an additional 70,000 vagabonds to supplement the indentured servants. They brought their families with them and settled near the embankment. Black Mud Marsh had thus been turned into yet another center of food production. Besides these two, the house's soldiers and garrison forces had to offer up 3 months of labor annually. The residents of Salus and Felicitas also joined the workforce for some extra money. Together, they managed to complete the embankment in just 3 years. Grandmaster Siroba had asked Lorist in his final report what the embankment should be named, and even offered to name it himself. At the time Lorist couldn't be bothered to come up with a name, so he passed the privilege on to the Grandmaster, who didn't hesitate to name it after himself. He even commissioned a large stone table to be placed on the embankment with its name. Many wished to object to the name, but when the Grandmaster paraded Lorist's letter round, no one could oppose him. Lorist had learned his lesson and forbade the man from naming things after himself. He couldn't afford to set a precedent and have every other narcissist name everything after themselves. As a form of compensation and motivation, Lorist was willing, however, to have a statue of the man erected in commemoration of his efforts. During the remaining 20-odd days of the 3rd month, Lorist checked on the various military camps and the people within his dominion. He spent a day each at the Maplewoods Bastide and Telestes Nico Academy office before rushing to Firm Rock Castle to attend the annual general meeting of the House. On the 5th day of the 4th month, Lorist arrived at Firm Rock Castle and the annual general meeting commenced. The flow of the meeting was not unlike the previous years. The only change was the absence of those who had remained on the island, most notable among whom was charade, and a proposal to commend and entitle those with contributions. After a briefing on the year's outcomes came the discussion of promotions and entitlement. Lorist announced that Potter Fang, Fierce Tiger Lowe's, Jusk, Freyar, Belnik, Malak, Turman, and Yuri would each receive their own hereditary manor. The manor and its surrounding lands were to remain in the family even if their descendants didn't become household knights. Lorist instructed Shadecamp to plan for 8 new farm towns and 8 manors to be built in the Red River Valley. It was the land that had originally belonged to the Kenmays. He named the place Redriver. His proclamation caused many to wonder how House Kenmays would react to the, now official, occupation of their original dominion. Lorist merely laughed it off. House Kenmays is now preoccupied with their dominion in the eastern Northlands. Practically speaking, they've abandoned the Red River Valley for several years now. They won't develop land so close to our dominion. In fact, this move will make them feel more at ease. It will reassure them that we've truly buried the hatchet. The final item on the agenda concerned the expansion of the House's military through the recruitment of the 50,000 captives, those who had previously worked on the embankment and were about to complete their term as indentured servants. Despite comments to the contrary Lorist had made and he passed, the Second Highness' 300,000-strong army had unsettled him. It was anyone's guess whether the Second Highness would leave the north in peace, or return to wipe it clean after he finished with the Iblaya kingdom. It was better to be prepared than not. Potter Fong's heavy armored troops and Loz's pike cavalry troops were expanded to 2 divisions each. Dulles was also put in charge of forming another Karo ballista division. He needn't prepare any horses, however. Lorist wished to try out an idea. If succeeded, Dulles's unit would be able to travel on foot. After the meeting, Lorist had Grandmaster Sid, the person in charge of the refinery at Iron Forge Castle, and Supervisor Kimura, who mainly dealt with the production of military equipment, arms, and armor at Windstorm City, stay back for 2 additional assignments. The first regarded the idea Lorist had. He drew a design similar to a wheelbarrow and wanted Grandmaster Sid to test whether a steel ballista could be fitted to it. That way, there would no longer be a need for carriages and horses for the bally stay. They would still have the same levels of mobility and agility, however. Additionally, the wheelbarrow design allowed for the ballista to be dragged up hilly terrain to higher vantage points, which was much easier than moving a whole carriage uphill. The other assignment was for a set of glamorous armor that was slightly weaker than Wittelian Legion armor in terms of defense. The armor was to be sold to the Union. Given the disposition of merchants, the better the armor looked, the more they would be hooked. That same afternoon, on the front lines of the Tarabo Kingdom, President Koblight, Commander-in-Chief of the Union's army, saw that his force had already grown to the 150,000 mark. With the passing of winter, he could finally stop arguing with other officers in his tent all day. He was finally about to release his ultimatum to the Four Nations Army. Should they not leave within 3 days to allow the Union passage, they would be attacked without mercy. The consequences after that would be borne by the Allied army alone. Given that the Allied army had been able to stop the Union's forces in their tracks for 3 whole months, they could already be considered to have answered Taribo VII's expectations. Additionally, nobody wanted to antagonize the Union. Thus, the Allied army promised they would retreat within 3 days, ending the stalemate that had lasted for 3 whole months. At the same time, in the occupied capital of the Iblaya Kingdom, the first group of soldiers belonging to the main body of the Andanak Kingdom's Royal Local Defense Army appeared outside the city. Second Highness Auguslo, who watched their arrival from the walls, finally breathed a sigh of relief. For the past month, after his ambush on the city, he had not had a single night of good sleep. He seemed to have slimmed greatly and a thick beard could be seen on his face. The negotiations with the 70,000 troops defending Kenbana province had taxed him greatly, but he had managed to make them surrender. Now that his main army had finally arrived, what remained would be the capture of the first prince. Heed my orders, send an ambassador to Anderwolf's nobles. Order them to bend the knee and pledge allegiance to me, or face extermination. Yes, your majesty. Your will is my command. But what should we do if the nobles have other demands? Are they in a position to make demands? It was they who joined the first prince in rebellion and forever disturbed the empire's peace. I'm already being incredibly merciful by sparing their lives and those of their family. Is that not enough? Tell them that if their behavior is to my satisfaction, the most they would face is a decrease in their peerage and relocation. I trust that this will be enough. Yes, Your Majesty. I will leave right away to pass on your decree. Chapter 261 Fury Bear. This is the second bonus release of the week, also by an anonymous donor. These recent chapters are so long. Clang 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 clang. The clashing of swords sliced the air. Lorist returned his sword to its scabbard and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, you've improved quite a bit. Given your current swordsmanship, you should be able to take on a 1-star gold ranked knight. You have to try harder, got it? Reedy held his hand in front of his chest respectfully and said, Yes, master. Lorist noticed that Reedy had improved at an incredible speed of the past year. After he began his training in the hall at the back of Firm Rock Castle's mountain, Reedy did nothing else for a long time. Not only had he broken through the 3rd stage of the Dan Ocean key refining technique, thus reaching the bright stage, his swordsmanship had also improved by leaps and bounds. You should start stabilizing your power at the 3rd stage before traveling to get some experience. Breaking through to the 4th rank in the Dan Ocean key refining technique requires actual insight, not just mindless training. Perhaps, you might even have to experience a few life-threatening situations first. During normal combat situations, you need to be far more clear-headed and maintain a calm demeanor. You must not be enraged easily, understood? I understand. Thank you for your teachings, Master. Lorist was just preparing to return to the central castle with Howard after he left the training grounds when Else showed up. Milord, Knight Tarkle and Supervisor Kimura are both waiting for you in the guest lounge. Nodding, Lorist said, Have them enter my study. You should come along too. Time had really flown by. When they had last met, Lorist was just a person in charge of a convoy heading north to return to the house's dominion. They had even been attacked by Count Cabra's spear cavalry on the way. It had ultimately ended with the defeat of Count Cabra and with Lorist occupying the northwestern province's city, Guldos. Back then Tarkle had merely been a guard for one of the prison camps in the city. He was a 2-star iron rank and cowardly as a mouse. Lorist was convinced that he had his talents and dragged him to the Northlands forcefully. On their arrival, however, Lorist was swamped with urgent matters and forgot to tend to Tarkle. The latter was forced to join Yuri's light cavalry scouts just to make a living and look after his family. The time he had spent with the unit had changed him completely. There wasn't a trace of his previous cowardice left, and in its place was a rare bravery. The many life-threatening battles he had experienced had also pushed him to the peak of the iron rank. He was now courteous and respectful towards others. When Lorist finally got round to Tarkal, he immediately made him his personal attendant. A year later, having broken through to the silver rank, he was taken in as a household knight. Lorist had sent Tarkal all over the place on one task after another over the next 2 years. The tasks themselves were thought eccentric by most. One of the longer trips lasted a full 3 months. Tarkal was required to write a report on every location he visited, including any personal thoughts or opinions he might have on it for that particular trip. Tarkal and Supervisor Kimura both gave a knight's salute as they entered the study on the 2nd floor of the castle. "Good day, my lord," greeted they in unison. "Good day to you too," Lorist answered. His gaze settled on Tarkal first. "You've done rather well for the past 2 years. I see that you've been rather industrious with your Battle Force training as well. You're already at the 2-star silver rank?" asked Lorist surprised. "That's right, my lord. After receiving the Battle Force manual from you, my training progressed even faster than when I was using the manual given to me in the military," replied Tarkal gratefully. "That's because your Battle Force is fitting for the technical manual I gave you," said Lorist as he smiled. His gaze shifted to the silent Kimura. "Kimura, if you want to awaken your Battle Force, I can give you a hand." The supervisor made a bitter smile. "My lord, please stop joking around. I'm already in my mid-40s. I was informed that people over 35 can no longer awaken their Battle Force." "That's a common misconception," Lorist retorted. 10 years ago when I was studying at Moranti, I heard that someone managed to awaken their Battle Force at the age of 48. Naturally, it was also rumored that the man used lots of precious medicinal supplements to help him out. It no doubt cost a fortune, but if you desire to awaken your Battle Force, I can definitely be of help. It'll take a while, however, at least 3 months and possibly even a whole year. It won't be easy. You'll have to change your habits and daily routine according to my instructions if you want to succeed. Do you wish to give it a try?" asked Lorist out of nowhere. Kimura's expression turned glum. He was silent for a time before lowering his head. "Please show me the way." "Very well," Lorist said as he took Kimura's pulse. "You've lived quite a harsh life in your childhood and that has caused the growth of your bone structure to be slightly stunted. In your youth, you toiled hard for most of your life, resulting in a rather weak foundation. However, your life improved markedly when you reached your middle years. Despite that, you did not slip and managed to keep healthy habits resolutely, though you do seem to be experiencing some anxiety and stress that has accelerated the loss of your hair, as well as a lack of good sleep. You wake up in the middle of the night and find it hard to go back to sleep, right?" Kimura looked at Lorist like he was a ghost. "Me, my lord. Why, you were able to diagnose my sleep condition just by taking my pulse," stammered he. "Of course," Lorist said with a smile, "actually, that part was a lie. I got to know about your sleeplessness simply by asking your guards. They saw the lights in your room lit every night as they did their rounds. Despite this, your physical condition is still passable, save for your anxiety that deprives you of good sleep. How about this? Hand most of your tasks to your aide and take half a year off. During that time, attend the training camp with the new recruits so you can receive some military training. Make sure you only do half of each of the exercises, though. I'll also give you a set of prescriptions. Work and rest as the routine of the camp dictates. If you can do that, I am confident that you will have an 80% chance of awakening your Battle Force. Now, go." Kimura spent a while in deep thought before replying. "All right, my lord. I will do as you say." Clapping his hands, Lorist said, "All right. I've called you guys here today because I have something I need your help with. Els, don't just stand in the corner, come over here. Our house is growing more prosperous by the day, but we still have a major shortcoming, our intelligence network. When we stay in the Northlands, we won't be informed about what happens in the outside world. But now that we have the route to Silaos, we have a window to the outside world. We can gather a lot of information now. Just recently we learned of the War of Glass and the Second Highness attack on Frederica. Our news is still too out of date, however. The slow speed at which news travels to us puts the house at a serious disadvantage. I intend to remedy this situation. I'm going to set up a department with the sole purpose of gathering intelligence. I want to speed up the rate at which we receive news about the happening on the continent enough so that we will always have enough time to prepare and react to anything that concerns us. Do you understand what I'm saying? The three of them stayed quiet. Kimura finally broke the silence after a while. "Milord, are you saying you want to send spies to various regions to gather intelligence?" Lorist nodded. Tarkal smiled bitterly. "Milord, that is difficult to do. Putting other things aside, just hiring and training the spies will cost us an incredible amount of money. The old empire had 29 provinces, each had a unit of spies infiltrated into the province's higher tiers of society. It requires a lot of money to do something like this." Els gave it some thought. "Milord, if it's just the house's dominion, I can promise you that nothing will escape our ears, just like how it was at Moranti, but it's a whole different story outside the Dominion. The chaos outside the Dominion makes it hard for us to ensure the safety of our spies. It won't be worth it for them to lose their lives just for some reports." Lorist shook his head and stood up. "You are mistaken. The kind of spies I want is not the kind you're imagining. Currently, almost all spies on Grindia have to infiltrate high society as nobles and attend their parties and functions, hoping that they'll chance upon some valuable intelligence. Or, they would simply be free travelers who spend most of their time in taverns to gather information and report the presence of suspicious persons. That is not what I want. Tarkal, do you know why I was so interested in your skills when I met you that year in Guldos?" asked Lorist. Shaking his head, Tarkal said, "Unfortunately not, milord. That year, I didn't even think that I would ever break through to the silver rank. I was merely working for food and spending my life doing nothing but lazing around. I thought that the rest of my life would be the same. I didn't think that you would fancy me talented. Naturally, I am now very thankful for what you did back then. If you didn't force me to come along, I wouldn't be the knight I am today." Lorist chuckled and said, "Did you know that it was your gossip that convinced me of your resourcefulness? I totally didn't expect that a normal guard like you would know Guldos like the back of your hand and answer any question I had for you. You told me everything. From who had a grudge against whom to what resources had arrived in the past 2 days and where they were stored, you knew it all. You were just a normal guard for a prison camp, not Count Cabra's chief supervisor. It was then that I realized that you're naturally talented as a spy. It was because of that realization that I forced you to follow me to the Dominion. Surely you won't deny that you're naturally more curious than most, right? Tarkal, during the past 2 years, I have assigned you to work on more than 10 different occasions. You had to do something different every time, yet you still adapted flawlessly and integrated into your new working environment without fail. You even built up quite the list of new friends and contacts. You would be swimming like a fish in water in your new environment in less than a month, not to mention your friendly relations with your colleagues. If I didn't know otherwise, I might have thought that you had been working each job for several years. This is the talent of which I speak. You are a natural spy, and you don't have a loose mouth either. Every time you move to a new workplace you start as a blank slate. Not a word of your previous job escapes your mouth. This is a quality I greatly admire. The department I am thinking of forming isn't one that will spy, but one that will simply gather intelligence. You can even call it the investigations department if you want. They will require some form of spies, yes, but they will be designated as intelligence operatives. I believe there will be people at every place that know their base very well, just like you when you were working at Guldos. Tarkal, your mission is to scout them out and hire them. Make them into our intelligence operatives that will send us important information about the area. As for information from the noble circles, we don't have to get a person to mix with them. We can just bribe their servants and attendants. The information we get from them is sure to be more reliable and detailed. It's just like how Kimura paid off one of Count Kenmei's personal attendant that one time. I believe someone who qualifies to be an intelligence operative should have some sort of influence in their area. Look at tailors, inn owners, fishmongers, or even the commanders of garrisons. No one will suspect them of being informants, so they won't take note when they see them contacting our people. They'll be interacting as friends or acquaintances would. If nobody meets those criteria, we can train some ourselves. There are many of our house's soldiers who have retired because of some injury or other. If they are still willing to serve the family, we can train them to gather intelligence. Have them master a trade and move them back to their hometown where they can set up some kind of shop. Just like that, we'll have another source of information. Lorist paused as he opened his drawer and took out a thick stack of beast-skin documents. These are some thoughts I have concerning the Intelligence and Investigation Department. Read this when you get back and tell me your opinions the next time we meet. My wish is for the three of you to be in joint command of this new department. Tarkal, you'll be responsible for the management and placement of our informants. Kimura, you will work on sorting and analyzing the reports, and Els, you'll be heading the operations department. You'll do field work and cooperate with Tarkal and do anything he requires. Operations department. Els questioned, what's that? Lorist made a cutthroat gesture and said, during the selection process for informants, Tarkal might run into some deep trouble. Some local crime syndicates might try to interfere, some local hooligans might get in his way, or people our informants bear grudges against. Tarkal will compile a list of those that are obstacles to our operations and you will eliminate them. You can pick people to fill the positions from your guard brigade. For now, keep it small and have at most 3 squads of men. Understood, my lord, acknowledged Els. I'll be skipping out on the training camp, in that case, my lord. I must first finish the protocols for the organization of the reports for the department, said Kimura. No, your tasks are not that urgent. Just go to the training camp to prepare for your Battle Force awakening. Take note of quick-witted recruits that are potential intelligence operative candidates as well. After you make sure they are of the reliable sort, have them transfer to the new department for training to form its foundations. We will send them out in the future as required. After all, Tarkal alone can't go everywhere to set up our intelligence gathering facilities, can he? Said Lorist. This matter is not that urgent, we should take it step by step. I will be satisfied if we can have a preliminary intelligence network covering the former Empire's territory set up within 3 years. The House will provide all the funds and resources you require. But before that, we still face one huge problem. How will the informants send their reports? Given the chaotic state of the lands, messengers traveling on horseback aren't that reliable, as Els has mentioned, they're relatively slow as well. By the time the news reaches us, it will already be out of date. Tell me, do you have any thoughts or suggestions? Asked Lorist. My lord, can we breed sea swallows on a large scale and use them to pass letters just like how ships at sea communicate? Asked Els. That won't do, Lorist said, shaking his head. I've already asked Senbad about this and according to him, sea swallows have too many limitations. Firstly, a sea swallow will have to be hatched and raised on the ship for it to treat it as its home. If we want it to travel to another ship, we must bring it there in a cage and release it so it can fly back to the ship it was hatched on. Also, the distance can't be too great. They'll be useless for trips greater than 35 kilometers. My lord, I've read in the books that the Magi used owls and crows of some sort to transport letters. Perhaps we could experiment with them. Suggested Tarkal. Rolling his eyes, Lorist said, it's not like you're a magus. Do you know how to train them? Perhaps, there's some relic that contains information about it. Tarkal didn't say anything else. "Milord, perhaps, we can use hen harriers to deliver letters," said Kimura. "Hen harriers?" "Yes, milord. I know an old hunter who happens to know how to train hen harriers. I've seen him tie several types of medicinal ingredients to the claws of the birds and have them deliver it to his son's shop in a city 50-odd kilometers away," explained Kimura. "Very well, have somebody ask around. If hen harriers can indeed be used for communication, we will begin breeding and training them en masse. The house is willing to invest a lot of money in this endeavor. Perhaps when we do have hen harriers that can deliver letters, the forces of the house can react more swiftly to sudden changes on the battlefield." Lorist hoped sincerely that hen harriers proved useful. If they did, he had no qualms investing unlimited amounts of money. "Milord, I have another question," Tarkal said. "What will this intelligence investigation department of ours be called? A name? The KGB? The CIA? The NSA? How about the Stasi or the Gestapo? Maybe MI6? Lorist mumbled the names of the intelligence agencies of Earth that were known to him as they flashed in his mind. None of them felt adequate, however, so he settled on an alternate phrase for Raging Bear as pronounced in English. Fury Bear. "We'll call it Fury Bear then." Chapter 262, The First and Third Young Masters. Hey guys, here's the third bonus chapter of the week, finishing up all the releases for this week. But wait, don't start reading just yet. Prince and I have some important announcements we'd like to make along with the chapter release, so do hold off on the chapter reading for a bit, or promise to come back to read the announcements below after finishing the chapter. First, for those of you who haven't checked the main site announcement, LiberSpark's public Discord server is now live. On it, you'll be able to chat with other readers as well as translators, editors, and other staff from LiberSpark. Also, we have novel-specific chat channels where you can discuss stuff related to the plots with more fluidity and flexibility. Just click on this link here to join our server, Discord invite link. Additionally, I would like to make it known that we are going to raise the sponsored chapter amount by $10, making it $30 each. Please read the main announcement here as the author's note section is too full for any more. Main announcement link. On the third day of the 5th month at the Union camp located at the front line of the Tarabo Kingdom, President Koblight freaked out and went on a rampage. Without caring about the onlookers, he began cursing loudly in his tent. He wasn't cursing at the people in the tent, however, nor the troops that wouldn't listen to his orders, not even the enemy who defended the citadel opposite his camp. Tarabo 7 was not the target of any of his insults. He was actually cursing at his distant uncle, the famed and stubborn rank 3 Blade Master, Duke Urabaha IV. "He's basically slapping me squarely in the face. All I wanted was the use of his forces to conquer the Tarabo Kingdom. I even offered him such a good deal, not only would I pay for the forces, he'd even receive a lot of benefits. But instead, he goes and pulls this." It was no wonder that the president was bathed in such extreme fury. 2 months earlier he had written a letter to the Duke asking to employ the Duchy's army. The Union was willing to pay handsomely for their use. The president considered the benefits and promised business with the Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild offered to the Urabaha Duchy reason enough for the latter to stand on the Union's side, even without the familial ties they shared. In Urabaha IV's reply, he expressed his support for the Union's actions and emphasizes how he loathed Tarabo 7's actions. He noted with regret, however, that one of his armies had already been rented and could, thus, only be given to the Union when they returned. At the time, President Koblight was incredibly happy with the response and even showed the letter off to the masses. The Duchy's support lent further credence to the justice of their cause against the Tarabo Kingdom. After forcing the 4 allied nations' army to leave, the president prepared to attack 2 more of the kingdom's commanderies. Their defenders retreated or surrendered without resistance, so the Union took the 2 commanderies over with ease. However, just as the president was about to strike once more, to capture Tarabo 7 and conquer the rest of the kingdom in one go, his army, a ragtag bunch of nitwits, stopped following his orders and instead went raiding and looting for more riches. Before he even had the chance to punish them for their insubordination, he received several distress calls. Some gold-ranked swordsmen and some mercenaries had been captured or assassinated while they were out raiding. In barely any time at all, 14 more gold-ranked swordsmen and mercenaries became headless corpses. Their heads popped up in the Tarabo kingdom shortly after in exchange for the rewards promised by its king. With no other choice, President Koblight launched another anti-assassination initiative and gathered up all the soldiers in the 2 commanderies. They all moved to the army's camp. It took him a month of hard work to reorganize the troops and implement new regulations. Only thereafter did he set out once more. The army hadn't even marched for 2 days, however, before they came upon a citadel blocking their path. The president could have dealt with them using temptations or threat, had they been the kingdom's troops, but Tarabo VII knew very well how unreliable his forces were and had hired another army to man the citadel. This army was none other than the one promised to the Union by the Urabaha Duchy, the Crimson Legion. The legion was rather small, at just 24,000 men, but it was very well known, especially amongst the neighboring nations. They had been used to suppress many uprisings, had swept entire provinces clean of bandits, and had even helped the successor of a small kingdom regain his throne. They were famous for their loyalty, reliability, hardiness, and determination. President Koblight had wanted to hire one of the duchy's armies exactly because of this reputation. Other than that, they followed orders strictly and didn't charge much to employ. The legion only cost 100,000 gold forts to rent each month. With a rented army that would obey all his orders, the president felt that he could keep the ragtag bunch in check while simultaneously showing them how a real army should behave. Little did he know that the army he had wanted to hire had become his enemy's reinforcements and even stood right in his path. The surprise almost caused the president to spit out blood in anger. 2 days later, the truth of the matter was presented to President Koblight. As he had expected, Tarabo VII had offered Urabaha for over 3 times the normal rate. He had paid 1 million gold forts for just 3 months of service. The offer was so irresistible that Urabaha IV didn't care for his promise to the president and the Union, and gladly took Tarabo VII's side in the conflict. The Crimson Legion had been ordered to defend the citadel to their last breath. Should the citadel fall, their men would perish too. In fact, the Duke even hoped that this would be exactly what happens. His deal with Tarabo VII stated that if he lost the legion, the king would pay an additional 5 million gold forts as reparations and he would replace all the lost military equipment. Human life was the least valuable thing in the duchy to the Duke. It didn't matter how many soldiers he lost, he could always just recruit others to replace them. The president cursed his uncle for being so unfaithful and greedy. If it was for money, the Duke would ignore his family's pleas for help without reservation. The care the Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild had shown to the duchy had also been conveniently forgotten. No one in the tent tried to interfere, they all understood the president's troubles. Even though the Union had around 150,000 troops that also had experience fighting defensive battles, it would be a long stretch to ask them to mount an assault. Asking them to conquer the citadel was akin to asking them to jump off a cliff. It was especially true given the Crimson Legion's reputation for being incredibly tenacious defenders. Perhaps, the saying that the battlefield is the best place to learn made sense. Should he actually force his men to attack the citadel? Even if he succeeded, he would suffer huge casualties. How many of his men would each of the Crimson Legion's soldiers kill before falling? They would definitely not surrender. They followed orders to the letter, and they had been ordered to hold the citadel or fall with it. 3 per soldier? 4? Maybe even more? Would incurring such a huge loss just from attacking a citadel be worth it? The president knew that if he lost half his troops, he would lose the whole army. The rest would have no courage left and scatter. But what would happen if he didn't attack? If he turned back, he would be the laughingstock of the entire continent, the general of 150,000 soldiers defeated by 24,000 in a citadel, and without a fight to boot. Rumors would spread quickly that he had chickened out in front of the legion, his reputation would be ruined. And yet he couldn't attack. The citadel's defenses had almost no flaws. The moment he launched an attack would be the moment the land would be submerged in a sea of blood and a field of corpses. If that happened, some would no doubt criticize the Union's war as nothing more than a millstone used to grind away at the smaller merchant guilds to keep the Big Seven in power. There was no good way to deal with this. President Koblight's hatred for his uncle seeped into his bones. It was as if all past favors and their familial relation didn't matter in the face of money. After a long sigh, he slumped back into his chair. Shortly after he realized there was still someone in the tent. It was the third young master of the Chictor Merchant Guild, Sarihanam. "Oh? Why are you still here?" asked President Koblight curiously. Sarihanam bowed respectfully and said, "President, I have an idea that might not require us to attack this citadel." "Oh, what is it then?" asked the president, reinvigorated. "Well, can we confirm that the only orders the Crimson Legion received were to defend the citadel itself?" asked Sarihanam. President Koblight nodded. "They have no orders to take offensive actions, right?" asked Sarihanam in another effort to confirm the facts. "None whatsoever," replied the president. "Then it'll be simple. President, I would like to be sent to the citadel as an ambassador and meet with the Legion's commander." "Please give me permission to do so," requested Sarihanam. "What are your intentions?" "Perhaps, we can help them reinterpret the definition of defending the place to their deaths," said Sarihanam, before he revealed a sly smile. 2 days later, the Union's 150,000-strong force bypassed the citadel and continued their assault. First young Master Sarihanam and the commander of the Crimson Legion stood at the citadel's gates and observed the Union's forces march westward. "Thank you, Commander Syria. I must tell you once more how grateful the Chictor Merchant Guild is to you. Perhaps, we will be able to have another chance for cooperation," said Sarihanam sincerely. Commander Syria of the Crimson Legion was a rather bulky man in his 40s. He was also a 2-star gold-ranked knight. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "There's no need for you to be that thankful. We're only acting with our own interests in mind. Just like you said, nobody actually wants to die, and neither do I want to see the young lads in my legion sacrificed for no good reason. Also, we didn't disobey any orders by doing this. We did keep the citadel secure and didn't let it fall into your hands. As for your circling around the citadel, that has nothing to do with me. It's not that I received an order that required me to prohibit your troops from doing so." On the 11th day of the 5th month, the Union's forces successfully passed around the citadel defended by the Crimson Legion to continue their invasion. Tarabo 7 lost his cool the moment he received the news. He hurriedly offered more money to the neighboring nations to send reinforcements and sent some men to find out what the heck the Crimson Legion was up to. All Commander Syria did was bring up the orders he had received. He responded proudly that he had managed to keep the citadel from falling into the hands of the enemy, and that he didn't violate any orders he received at all. As for where the troops of the Union had gone, they were none of his concern and not what he was responsible for. Tarabo 7 was infuriated when he received the commander's response. He wrote a letter to Urabaha IV. As a result, Urabaha IV mobilized his other army for Rent, the Tricolor Sword Legion, to the kingdom to stand with the 4 allied nations' army, officially taking the kingdom's side. And so began yet another stalemate that lasted for 3 more months. As for what transpired after that, that's a topic for another time. On the 14th day of the 5th month at the Hanayabarta Kingdom's port city of Nuput, more than 30 vessels belonging to the Chictor Merchant Guild anchored. Countless badly dressed slave youths could be seen busy moving cargo around like trails of ants. One of the aged slaves slipped and fell. The cubic parcel he had been carried smashed into the ground. The crisp sound of something breaking rang out. The slaves around him looked at the scene with terror and quickly left the area, lest they be involved in the trouble that was to come. The slave who'd slipped sat on the ground and revealed a cathartic smile on his face. Quickly, a few angry-looking men rushed over and pinned him to the ground. One of them tugged on his hair while another swung with his sword. Head and body separated. Blood fountained from the slave's bare neck. What a merciful end for an animal like him! What a clean and painless death! The leader of the group said before he spun the parcel around and saw the marking on it. He cursed, "This is something that belongs to Master Wazg. Damn it! We'll be reprimanded for this again. He might even force us to reimburse him, this is going to be expensive. Cursed slave, have a few of them come over and impale the head on a stake. And toss that filthy corpse into the ocean." It was a common sight for the Chikder Merchant Guild's men. This kind of thing happened quite often in this country built on slaves and was nothing to marvel at. Within a luxurious building in Nupet, the third young master of the Chikder Merchant Guild, Morabak, was receiving the local lord's hospitality. He was accompanied by more than 10 other slave owners and traders ranked at the top of the port's hierarchy. The fleet had started their journey on the 12th day of the 4th month. They had first stopped at the Shirsia kingdom to purchase half a year's worth of spice and sell some of their own goods, before heading to Nupet. They had already been traveling for about a month and Morabak felt incredibly worn out. He had no choice but to stay energized the best he could to deal with these influential slave owners and traders. The slave traders, their mouths loosened by the alcohol, complained about the difficulties of their business over the last year and how their stock had been unsatisfactory. Morabak asked curiously, "What's causing such a huge change in the slave trading business?" There were many different responses from the different traders, but they all had one thing in common: the sudden rise to power of Second Highness Auguslo. One of the slave traders began to tell his story of the better days of the past. During the years when the empire was embroiled in civil war, the nobles of the former empire were extremely welcoming to us and treated us like princes. Those nobles were more than happy to sell their captives, disobedient folk, and refugees to us. Back then, a young captive only cost 1 small silver. If we put ourselves through a little trouble, we could even hire mercenaries to capture the refugees to be traded for 1 gold coin after another. That's right. It's a shame that the war ended too soon. It only lasted 7 years. Sigh. Another trader complained, but even so, business was still good back then. There were many nobles who wanted to deal with us. We easily transported the goods from the Red Lees Kingdom to the Lormo Duchy, and each trip would net us a few thousand gold fords. To think that the Red Lees Kingdom's king, the first prince of the former empire, would actually be defeated by his nephew, the second highness of the Andanak Kingdom, and be forced to cede 2 provinces to his nephew. Our trade route through the 2 provinces has been cut off. Do the first prince and the second highness not want to deal with slaves? Asked Morabak. Third young master, you don't understand. The 3 princes have different attitudes towards the slave trade. The second prince, the king of the Iblaya kingdom, for example, doesn't support slavery on the surface but allows it to continue in secret. He's the one that was the easiest with whom to strike a deal. Naturally, we didn't forget to give him some benefits for his cooperation. Back then, we could sell slaves in broad daylight within the borders of his kingdom. The first prince, on the other hand, is different. He would simply play dumb. Occasionally though, he would send his soldiers to demand a generous donation from us. Every time we pass through his territory, it's as if our skins are being scraped clean. Even though we did profit, the margin was very low. The worst one is the second highness. Back then, he was still rather amiable after the third prince became bedridden. There was once an occasion where we docked at Jilin harbor of the Andanak kingdom with the slaves we got from the Iblaya kingdom. We were only fined a small amount of money after we were discovered. But after the second highness came to power, we were in deep trouble the moment we were captured by the kingdom's troops. Offenders would be beheaded without question. The second highness even claimed that his people weren't goods to be traded. I think that there's something wrong with his head. His people are starving and barely surviving. At least they would be able to continue living as slaves. People don't want to deal with Second Highness Auguslo only because of his 300,000 soldiers. He'd rather have the 300,000 to 400,000 refugees at the two provinces near the southwest starve to death than allow them to sell themselves into slavery. If we had gotten our hands on those slaves, we'd have profited greatly. Wasn't Durek going to head to the southwestern provinces and trick the refugees there to come with us? He pretended to be a merchant from Moronti and managed to gather around 1,000 people, only to be exposed as a slave trader and hanged along with his attendants. Oh, third young master, has the Second Highness begun fighting with the first prince? I hope that we'll be able to reap some profit when they enter a stalemate, said another slave trader. Sigh, stop dreaming. When I left Moronti, I heard that the Second Highness had successfully crossed the Cloud Snap mountain range to ambush Frederica. The first prince was forced to escape haggardly. I suspect that by the time I make it back, I will receive word of the Red Lee's kingdom's extermination. With the Second Highness having so much power, it's best if you don't get your slaves there, said Morabak. At the same time, he told the slave traders and owners of his original northern strategy. It's a shame that the plans won't be executed now. My guild's higher UPS are terrified of the count just because of the loss of one rank 2 blade master and 3,000 other soldiers. Now that the whole political climate has shifted, there's no more hope left. Most of what Morabak said flew in one ear of the slave traders and out the other, however. One of them asked, "Third young master, you mentioned that this House Norton is undertaking huge development efforts and even brought more than 50,000 refugees to their island." "That's right. That bastard no longer has to fear my clan's attack on Silaoas. So, he gathered up around 60,000 refugees from the two southwestern provinces and began developing the island," mumbled Morabak before he passed out from the alcohol's influence. Chapter 263 Research and Improvements. Here's the first regular chapter of the week. There's more stuff planned during this week, so stay tuned. It was the 18th day of the 5th month. Lorist was at the house's heavily guarded glass factory at Morgan Hills. He instructed a smith to fit 2 lenses that had just finished being polishing onto 2 separate holders. Even though there was already a detailed blueprint, a lot of effort had to be spent modifying the design before Lorist's requirements were met. 2 shiny telescopes, one larger than the other, were finally in Lorist's hands. The old smith, whose face was incredibly wrinkled, was surprised that Lorist didn't allow him to make detailed engravings on the telescopes. He thought that Lorist didn't want to indulge him in showing off his workmanship. After Lorist messed about with the 2 for a while, he passed the telescopes to Master Mancini and said, "Look, this is the telescope I was talking about." Master Mancini mimicked Lorist's movements and let out gasps from time to time. "Do you see it now? That's what I was talking about when I referred to the real use of glass. The telescope is only one of the many possible applications of glass. We can polish oil glass until it becomes a lens. You'll have to hire some people to be put in charge of the polishing and find ways to standardize the process. Even the smallest variations in the production process can result in massive changes to the final product. The magnifying glass I drew on that blueprint there, for example, can help others see small objects. And this one, what I call glasses, can help old people, like this fine smith here, who have trouble seeing clearly. With these glasses, they'll be able to see just as good as they could during their prime even with their weakening eyes." Mancini bowed respectfully to Lorist and said, "My lord, I am really proud that I can be of service to you. You have expanded my horizons and allowed me to see the greater realm that I could never have to imagined exist." Smiling, Lorist replied, "Flattery will get you nowhere. You just need to do your job well. Your next assignment will be rather important. The production of oil and green class right now is enough and there's no need to increase it since we're not going to use it for trade. We only need enough to meet our demand. The important things you have to focus on are the telescope, glasses, and magnifying glass. These products will allow our house to profit infinitely from their trade. For now, Your most important focus is research into an experimentation with clear glass. You've already seen the glasses I fashioned with clear crystals. Once we finish our research into clear glass, the gold coins will flow to us incessantly. While the transparency of oil glass isn't bad, it's frictionless. It's a bad choice of material for mirrors. That's why I want you to continue experimenting with other combinations of ingredients to come up with the clear glass I mentioned. Also, I want you to try and increase the surface area of each glass sheet you make. If it can be achieved, we can use green glass to make greenhouses so that we can eat fresh vegetables during winter. Other than that, play around with making daily cutlery and other products with glass, teapots and cups as well as bowls and plates. All of those will bring profit to the house. The main reason I'm leaving the glass factory in your care is so that you have somewhere to put your ideas and creativity on full display. Try your best to reveal the mysteries of this magnificent material. Be it funds or manpower, we'll do our best to meet your demands. Don't worry about whether embarking on a path of research is worth it or not. Even if it fails, we'll learn from the mistakes and change our approach. In that sense, a failure is also beneficial to us, understand? Master Mancini bowed thankfully to Lorist again and said, "My lord, please be assured that I will carry out your will. The experiments will be initiated as soon as possible. I will definitely not disappoint you." Nodding, Lorist said, "For the next few days, do make me a few of these telescopes. Make sure to number them properly, I'll be distributing them to the forces of the house, especially the Oceanic Legion. In another 2 days, I'll be going to Ironforge Castle, and I'll have to take a few with me. Do send me those when you're finished making them." "Yes, my lord." Howard came over with a reported just as Lorist exited the room. "My lord, old man Bach has come to meet you." It seemed incredibly urgent. While Bach did look impatient, his face was filled with joy. "My lord, the paper you wanted has finally been made. Take a look and see if this is what you specified." Bach took out a waterproof canister made of beast skin and copper from his back and took out a piece of paper which he promptly unrolled. The paper in Lorist's hands greatly resembled the craft paper in his previous life. It wasn't white, but instead, light brown in color. It also had a smooth surface that felt a little bit oily. After feeling the paper for a bit, he had Howard bring over some ink and a feather pen. He scribbled rows of words on the paper and drew a few lines. "This is rather good. The ink dries fast on it too. The only problem is that this paper isn't white enough. Old man Bach, tell me how you suddenly managed to come up with this," Lorist said satisfied. "It was by accident." "It was purely due to an accident," Bach said with a grin, "my lord, as we weren't making any progress whatsoever during our experiments. Most of the paper produced was used as toilet wipes. The demand for toilet wipes is quite high, so it was the ideal way to make back some of the money we spent on our research. At noon a few days ago, one of the workers bought a huge piece of butter. He left it by the stove we used to make the paper to deal with something urgent. The butter melted from the heat and flowed into the stove without anyone noticing. When we used the mixture to make toilet paper, as usual, we realized that the product was not the soft toilet paper we were used to seeing, but rather, this smooth paper with a harder texture. After some investigation, we found that it was caused by the addition of butter. So, we ran several other tests with other types of oils and this is the result. It's also the cheapest of all our products thus far. We estimate 15 pieces of paper like this will cost around only 1 copper, less than 3 coppers if you include manpower costs." Lorist was jubilant at his streak of luck. They had not only successfully completed the production of the telescope but had also made a magnificent breakthrough in paper making. Despite the breakthrough, he made yet another request of Bach. "Howard, write this down for me. As a reward for developing this new type of paper, Old Man Bach will get 100 gold fords, everyone else with contributions will be awarded 10 gold fords each. Bach, I want you to run several more tests with bleaches, whiteners, and even medicinal herbs to try to whiten the paper. Also, try to make the sheets a little thinner. Only then can it be a staple export. Also, ensure that the method and ingredients used to make paper remain a secret. Howard, help me pass this order to Potter Fang. Have all the soldiers of our dominion who retired due to old age form a new police unit that will be put in charge of the defense of the glass factory and the paper factory. Make sure our secret is kept at all costs. Understood, my lord. I will have the guards pass the order on immediately, replied Howard. On the 21st day of the 5th month, Lorist traveled to the Blood Edge Mountains, to a heavily guarded valley where the gunpowder facility was located. Professor Balba, whom Lorist had kidnapped, was doing his research there. Lord Count, I don't really understand why you regard gunpowder so highly. Perhaps, there are some applications for it in the military, but other than that, I really can't see how it can be useful. Even though the dwarves have already had gunpowder for more than 1,000 years, they haven't found any other application for it apart from its use in guns, questioned the professor the moment they met. He handed the recipe he considered the most effective gunpowder mix to date to Lorist. Lorist laughed but didn't respond to the professor's queries. After taking a look at the recipe, he crossed the egg white off of the list. Without egg white, gunpowder won't be able to harden. It'll be less effective that way, the professor objected. There's no need for egg white, nor is there a need for hardening. Gunpowder is most effective if it can be made into pellets, said Lorist. He proceeded to pinch the gunpowder into pellet form in front of the suspicious professor before leaving them out to dry. After 2 days, Lorist brought with him 2 small metal cylinders and packed them with gunpowder pellets. He installed fuses on the cylinders before placing them in a hole drilled into the wall of a nearby cavern. Finally, he lit the fuses. A few moments later, a loud bang blasted into the air as the surrounding rocky structures shook. One boulder after another was shaken loose and fell off the cliff. When the dust in the distance settled, the facade of the cliff further away had completely changed. Half of it appeared completely shaven off, with much debris to be seen stacked up at its foot like a small hill. Look, Professor, this is the true feat gunpowder is capable of. We can greatly increase our mining efficacy with gunpowder. The building of roads, bridges, and even houses also improve greatly. They will all require far less manpower and time. As for the military application, you'll get to see that for yourself in another 2 days. A brand new powerful long-range weapon will finally appear on the face of Grindia, said Lorist gleefully. What will it be? Mused the professor curiously. Lorist merely smiled and left. A citadel was built at the entrance to the valley where the house's refinery was located. It was meant to secure the area and keep the existence of the refinery a secret and to provide a comfortable environment for Grand Master Sid and his skilled subordinates. Lorist casually named the place Ironforge Castle after its completion. On the 23rd day of the 5th month, Lorist paid it a visit. My lord, the 17 sets of highly decorated armor have been shipped to Sai Laoaz. I have also drawn a few more designs of various armaments, as per your request. All of them are slightly weaker in defense compared to the Wittelian Legion's equipment, but look incredibly grand. The price ranges from around 80 to 120 gold fords, reported Sid the moment he saw Lorist. I never have to worry about the things you're working on, Grand Master. Since you're the most informed person in this field, I trust that all your decisions are made with the benefits of the house in mind, said Lorist as he nodded to show his praise. Grand Master Sid also seemed to be in a good mood as he walked with a slight skip in his step. My lord, I have already come up with some preliminary designs for your wheelbarrow ballista. There are 24 prototypes made so far on the other side of this wall. The 24 different prototypes of wheelbarrow ballistae were arranged neatly in 2 rows. The steel parts of the ballistae shone brightly under the sun's gaze. Lorist got closer to take a look and found that the wheelbarrows were made from steel and wood. The sturdiest part seemed to be their axles. He lifted one up by the handles and pushed it around and found that it not only did not take much energy to move around but that it was also easy to control. Sid began his introduction. My lord, your wheelbarrow design is truly revolutionary. Never has there been a vehicle that could be moved by a single person. Not only can it carry a lot of weight, it's also convenient and easy to use. In the future, we can even use these for treks over mountains. My lord, should we produce these wheelbarrows by themselves for sale in the future? Smiling, Lorist said, of course. But you must remember that the wheelbarrows will only sell if they are cheap and can endure extensive use. Are the capabilities of the ballista affected when installed on the wheelbarrows? Shaking his head, Sid replied, no, there's no effect whatsoever, my lord. Some time ago, Sir Dulles brought a regiment of 500 men to try out the wheelbarrows. They said that firing from the wheelbarrow felt more stable than firing from a carriage, and their movement wasn't restricted by the carriage sides either. In the past, they sometimes had to work together to aim and fire the ballista properly. But that restriction is no more. Then, does Dulles feel that each wheelbarrow ballista requires 5 people to operate? Asked Lorist. He does. One will push from the back and 2 others will pull from the front. The other 2 will be in charge of guarding the unit. They can even switch roles if required. Sir Dulles feels that this arrangement is ideal. The only shortcoming of the wheelbarrow is that it has to be held down when firing because it is far too light to endure the recoil, explained Sid. Very well. Prepare a division's worth of wheelbarrow ballista for Dulles. That fellow is getting impatient to be a division commander. Howard, write this down. Have Malek arrange for half the troops of the Caro Ballista Division to join Dulles's new Wheelbarrow Ballista Division. Have the new recruits fill up the vacancies. Yes, my lord, said Howard. Grandmaster Sid stepped in front of Lorist and interjected, my lord, please wait. Did you not notice anything different about this ballista? Hey? Lorist looked at the ballista and thought, it doesn't look that different. Upon taking a closer look, he suddenly noticed something and said, Grandmaster, this ballista seems smaller than the original ones. It is, isn't it? Chuckling, Sid said, my lord, that's one part, but there's more. Look at this bolt. Even though it's also made of iron, it's half as light as the old ones we used. As a result, the ballista is far stabler when it fires, and thus more accurate. You managed to improve it that much? Then again, would the smaller size affect its firing range? Asked Lorist hesitantly. Sid shrugged. My lord is mistaken to think the effective firing range is 300 meters. The bolt can indeed fire out to 300 meters, but it is completely useless at that range. It can only reach that far if it's fired in an arc, which makes it impossible to aim it accurately. The important range is the range it can reach when fired in a straight line. After countless experiments we determined that range to be about 80 meters. When we first realized this, we were just as surprised. So, we looked to Sir Pete of the Mounted Archers Unit for help. He brought a squad of mounted archers to help us with our experiments. In the end, we also debunked the myth that gold-ranked knights would be threatened by an arrow fired from less than 100 meters away. Naturally, a divine marksman like Jisk is an exception to the rule. All the bowmen would acknowledge that even though they can aim properly up to 60 meters away, targets outside the 100-meter range seem smaller than a thumb. So, the bowmen would raise their sights slightly higher before firing. In essence, the projectiles they fired also travel in arcs. As for the ballista operators, they are unable to even see a target clearly from 300 meters away. The main threat they pose to the enemy is by relying on a dense volley of ballista bolts fired in the enemy's general direction. So, please don't worry, my lord. The reduction in the size of the ballista is due to the better materials we used in its construction. Its power is not affected in the slightest. I see. So, who was the one who made the new bow frames? Asked Lorist. After receiving such a lengthy lecture from the Grand Master, he finally roughly understood how ballistics. I guess he does have a point. A human 100 meters away looks no bigger than a pea. Be it longbows or ballistae, they are only able to pose a threat to the enemy because of the density of their volleys. While accuracy does play a part, luck is the main factor when it comes to hit rate. "Milord, did you forget about old Julian?" After he was appointed as the person in charge of the steel ballista factory, he has been contemplating how he can make better material for the ballista. After a few years of trial and error, he finally succeeded. When Grandmaster Felon and I went to test it out, we found that this new ballista frame is far superior to the ones we were using. So, we submitted a proposal to switch out the old frames for the new ones. "We have yet to receive a reply," said Grandmaster Sid. "Oh, also, you had someone send me a design for a copper barrel called a cannon some time back. I left the task of designing it to old Julian and it's already complete. Do you want to go check it out, milord? I wonder, what could such a heavy barrel be used for? Also, what does the word cannon even refer to?" Chapter 264 Firearms, War News, and the Nightmare. On the 34th day of the 5th month, thunderous roars resounded at the Professor Balba's research facility near the Black Edge Mountains. The roars of the cannons continually echoed throughout the valley. Wearing shocked expressions on their faces, Lorist, the dust-covered Grandmaster Sid, Professor Balba, Grandmaster Felon, as well as old Julian, whose status had been elevated to that of a Grandmaster's, Howard, and 10 other guards who had just emerged from the trenches, approached the cannon that was located about 20 meters away carefully. Lorist realized that he had underestimated the production standards of this alternate world. About 10 days earlier, he had just visited Julian with Grandmaster Sid to check out the cannon barrel designed based on his drawings. He found that Julian had fashioned 12 of the barrels for him in less than a month. Grandmaster Sid said that fashioning those barrels was actually one of the crudest tasks available to their craft. It amounted to nothing more than practice exercises. The truly hard part of smithing lay with the use of stainless steel. Lorist laughed bitterly at the statement. The stainless steel Sid referred to was produced through the hammering of materials non-stop using the water-powered machines. Without a proper heat-resistant furnace, there was no way that those water-powered machines could be used to make those cannon barrels. In his past life, Lorist had been the manager of a small workshop. He wasn't trained in metallurgy, nor did he know anything about cannons. However, one of his workshop's products was a miniature bronze cannon roughly the size of a palm which he used as a glamorous paperweight in his office. The miniature cannon wasn't cast in a mold but made on a lathe instead. Back then, Lorist was quite intrigued by the cannon model in his office. He wondered why old bronze cannons didn't use steel as their material instead. After looking up an article on an online encyclopedia, he realized the ingenuity of the ancients. Their reasoning behind the use of bronze for cannons was simple and ingenious: durability and low cost. Naturally, Lorist couldn't recall the specific figures. The only impression left behind in his mind was that at a time when industrial standards were still not set, using bronze was the ideal choice. Fortunately, given the realism of the cannon model, which had been made to scale, it was rather easy for Lorist to replicate the design. He could even recall the various relative measurements of the little plaything. With the designs Lorist provided him, old Julian had fashioned a total of 12 bronze cannons just like that. Upon closer inspection, however, 5 of the cannons had eliminated from testing. The surface of the barrels inside was uneven. Lorist had some workers sand down the remaining 7 and prepared proper mounts for them before having some of Professor Balba's gunpowder brought over from the valley. That day marked the first firing test. Their target was a cliff roughly 400 meters away. An instant after the guns fired, smoke billowed from the cliffside and rocks, shaken loose from the shockwave in the ground, disappeared into the plumes of smoke. "Good Lord Singway! Aren't these basically magic crystal cannons?" mused Professor Balba, shocked as he observed the devastation. "Magic crystal cannons?" asked Lorist. It was the first time he heard of something like that. "Milord, I've read some records that were made during the time of the magic civilization. In them were mentions of the sky fleets left behind by ancient gnomes that were discovered by the Magi. The Magi re-engineered and improved on a long-range weapon fueled by magic crystals, hence its name. A single shot was enough to demolish a whole mountain. It's said that the strongest magic crystal cannons could even strike down the stars. When the war with the gods began, the cannons were transported to the realm of the gods and were initially able to triumph over them. They killed one god after another. However, given the slow reload speed and the limited reaction of the cannons, the magic crystal cannon troops were wiped out by gods' armies in the end, explained Professor Balba. Oh, is that so? Well, our cannons aren't comparable to those that use magic crystals. The cannons we have rely purely on the explosive force of the gunpowder to propel their projectiles outward. There's no way they can rival those mythical weapons, said Lorist as he thought about how much more impressive those cannons must have been. "Milord, cannons number 1 to 3 have normal temperatures, they are just a little warm to the touch. Their positions haven't changed either. Cannons number 5 to 6 are much hotter. Number 6 has the highest temperature and it's shifted roughly 12 centimeters. A small crack has also appeared on cannon number 7 and it's much hotter. Even the cannon mount has slanted to the left," reported the guard. He recorded his observations on a piece of beast skin. Old Julian's face was slightly flushed with embarrassment. The first test fire had revealed many flaws in the cannons he had fashioned. Lorist said with a smile, "Grandmaster Julian, this is not your fault. We are testing the amount of gunpowder we require. Cannon number 7 used almost double the gunpowder of number 1. The fact that it only got a crack without blowing up entirely is already a testament to the quality of your work." Lorist instructed his guards to clean up the cannons and continue the tests. This time, they tested the cannons one by one to find the optimal amount of gunpowder and record the distance and strength of the shots, as well as the time it took the cannons to cool off and their durability when used continuously. They also attempted to find the most number of times a cannon could be used. After a few more tests, Lorist brought the few grandmasters back to the resting hall and let the guards continue with their tests. The roar of cannon fire didn't disrupt their conversation whatsoever. Lorist paid attention to the others in the hall. Professor Balba seemed to have something on his mind, whilst Julian seemed quite excited. He had no idea that something of his making would be so powerful, so his excitement was understandable. Sid, on the other hand, looked quite shocked and jumpy. Perhaps, he thought the cannons to be his new toy with which he could have lots of fun doing researching. Grandmaster Felon, in contrast to the previous two, had a pale look on his face. "What's wrong, Grandmaster Felon?" asked Lorist concerned. Felon replied in a disheartened tone, "Milord, with the existence of cannons, ballistae will no longer be relevant anymore. Be it range or power, cannons far surpass ballistae. The cannons will only improve as time goes on, whereas the development of ballistae is already nearing its apex. I believe that a Grandmaster Arbalest like me will no longer be needed and cannons replace ballistae entirely. I will no longer be able to contribute to the house." "Oh, so that's why, realist Lorist." Lorist consoled patted his shoulder lightly. "Things aren't that simple, Grandmaster Felon. Ballistae and catapults are cold arms while cannons are firearms. They are fundamentally different weapons. You're a Grandmaster in cold weapons and it is my belief that the ballistae you manufacture are at the apex of ballista technology. There are none who can surpass you. However, when it comes to cannons, everyone here is a beginner. All of us are starting at the same level with the same knowledge. In future research on explosives, we will still require your craftsmanship to make delicate parts. Don't worry, the house is proud to have a Grandmaster like you in our service." "Cold arms? Firearms? Explosives?" With his interest piqued, the Grandmaster asked, "Milord, why do you categorize them as such? And what are explosives? Do they refer to the cannons?" Lorist explained, Weapons like the steel ballistae and catapults mainly rely on the elasticity of metal plates to launch projectiles. As the mechanism works based on the weapon's construction itself, I categorized them as cold arms. On the other hand, we have cannons which use the energy derived from the explosion caused by gunpowder to propel its projectile outward. This bronze cannon directs the energy from the explosion into the projectile within the barrel to shoot it out. The cannon itself doesn't have any firing capability of its own. That's why I consider weapons that use gunpowder explosive weapons, which is a subcategory of firearms. Naturally, that is just a rough grouping I've personally decided to use. Lorist gestured for them to sit down at the table and said, "I'm sure that all of you have gotten a close look at these cannons firing. However, there is still much testing to be done. I would like to set up a research panel on explosives comprised of those present. First, complete the testing and manufacturing standards of these cannons. Make sure each cannon fires in a predictable and reliable manner. For example, you can install some sights on the cannons to aid with aiming and so on. Make sure to finish this as soon as possible. The current situation the house is in is rather dire. Fortunately for us, the Chikder Merchant Guild changed their minds about taking Silaoaz because of the war. For now, focus on developing these cannons. As for Grandmaster Julian, arrange for a batch of these cannons to be manufactured. I am going to install them on my warships. Only then can we ensure that the dominion and the seas of our house won't be infringed upon by others." Lorist clapped his hands to signal Howard to enter. He came into the room with a small box which held a dwarven firearm. This is the renowned gun made by the dwarves. It functions more or less the same as our cannons. It also uses gunpowder to propel its projectile, a lead bullet in this case. According to Professor Balba, the gunpowder the dwarves make is not going to improve anytime soon. The professor's current formula is far better than the dwarves and also costs quite a lot less to make, much to his credit. After giving the professor some lip service, he instructed Howard to hang up a few diagrams on the wall and continued. "These are two gun designs I drew based on the dwarves' gun. This one is a long-barreled rifle and this one a revolving handgun, we'll call it a revolver. I have also detailed the parts and their measurements. However, the measurements are only based on my estimation and may require some testing and fine-tuning." The two guns Lorist designed were hammer-action flintlocks, but their hammers were not as ridiculous as the one made by the dwarves, namely, it didn't have a winged dragon on it. The dwarven guns used a winding mechanism which would jam 3 to 4 out of 10 times. The flintlock design Lorist used was based on using flint and metal to strike on the projectile to make it fire. He wasn't sure whether the Grandmasters could make them, however. The main problem that could arise from the production of the revolver was that of the cartridges, the barrel, and the percussion caps production. While he was confident that his smiths could make the cartridges and barrel with a little more effort, the percussion cap wasn't going to be that easy. So, he left the problem for Professor Balba to solve. Professor Balba was put in charge of researching percussion caps and scattershot ammo for the cannons while he was at it. Grandmasters Sid and Julian would work together to find the ideal material to be used for the construction of the guns as well as think up ways to improve the cannons when they were not focusing on their main task. As for Grandmaster Felon, whose craftsmanship was top-notch, he was placed in charge of making the individual parts for the guns. Having finished assigning his tasks, Lorist left the valley in a relaxed mood. On the second day of the 6th month, Lorist returned to Firm Rock Castle. Supervisor Spiel hurriedly brought over 2 large stacks of documents which Lorist had to be informed of or sign. Lorist had no choice but to start taking care of the piled-up paperwork, despite his hefty size. After knocking on the door, Howard entered and said, "My lord, these are some documents we received from Silaoaz, as well as Knight Lundmord's first correspondence ever since he moved to Moronti. Within is a report on the state of the conflict between as well as the Second Highness's conquests in the Red Lees Kingdom." Energized, Lorist said, "Let me take a look." Lundmord had left for Moronti in the beginning of the 4th month with his 3 wives to open a herbalist clinic which treated women and children. His clinic would double as an information gathering center at Moronti for the house. It seemed that he had gotten used to life there pretty quickly, given that his report was sent within his first 2 months there. In the letter, he described briefly his journey. After the description was an update on the conflict between the two nations, yet another stalemate had begun. This time around, it was between the forces of the 7 neighboring nations, who numbered around 100,000 and were stationed at Fires, and the 150,000-strong Union forces. The Moronti Daily reported that the war might not end until Tarabo VII's treasury was exhausted. As for Second Highness Auguslo, he had encountered a huge problem at the Red Lees Kingdom. The nobles of Anderwolf weren't the least bit intimidated by his 100,000 soldiers. He was forced to deploy for an attack. He marched on the province only to be fended off by the nobles who used the terrain to their advantage. The Second Highness had lost one battle after another. Eventually, the 2 divisions that had surrendered to the Second Highness revolted. In the end, only 40,000 soldiers of the Second Highness' original 100,000 survived. It was even said that the Second Highness vomited blood in rage. Lorist snickered as he read the report. The longer the 2 wars dragged on, the better it would be for House Norton. He wouldn't mind if they kept on going for another 8 or 10 years. Putting Lundmord's letter aside, Lorist began reading one of the letters from Sai Laoaz. The letter of more than 10 pages had been penned by Charade. He reported everything that happened down to the minutest detail. The first shipment of fur had already been delivered to the Peterson Merchant Guild. 500,000 of the gold fords had been sent to the Dominion. The rest was used to pay off the 500,000 kilograms of food from the guild for use during the development of the island. Other than that, Charade and the guild had come to an agreement. He provided the samples for the 17 different sets of glamorous armor that were on sale and a catalogue to the guild so that they could collect orders for them when they got back to Moronti. Naturally, the guild requested a 10% commission on the sales they made and he had agreed. He stressed that it was a win-win for both parties. The added incentive would only encourage the Merchant Guild to collect as many orders as possible, while House Norton could hide behind their backs and not become anybody's targets. The next report was about the foraging for resources at Sai Laoaz. Grandmaster Sid's eldest son Diloqua had brought a group of people to the volcanic areas of Sai Laoaz to survey the land. In the 2 short months they had been conducting their survey, they already had good results to report. They had discovered 7 different mineable resources on the island thus far. Iron and silver deposits were especially prevalent. They also believed that they would discover more resources as their survey progressed. Charade added that he had decided he would use the laborers to extract the resources when the development was complete. Finally, Charade made a few minor complaints and told Lorist about his father who was making his way to the Northlands at the moment. Charade's father was going to buy a house and start a shop at the new port city and Charade hoped that Lorist would look out for him. Lorist penned his reply immediately. He asked Charade to pack up and prepared to return. Coincidentally, Lorist was going to head to the shipyard at Bullhorn Bay to check on the construction of their new sail-powered warship and arrange for cannon operation training for the sailors. Lorist was busy for the rest of the 6th month. One day at the end of the 6th month, Howard barged in and exclaimed, "My lord, it's horrible. Sai Laoaz had been attacked." Chapter 265 Assault from the Hanayabarta Kingdom. On the 33rd day of the 6th month, a damaged ship covered in arrows and ram marks could be seen, at Bullhorn Bay. The battered Flying Fish of Dawn docked at the port and, after the walking plank was lain down, injured people disembarked. Freyar and Pat were carried by a few injured marines off of the ship. Lorist stepped forward. He breathed a sigh of relief after taking a closer look. Although the 2's injuries were serious, they were not in any mortal danger. Perhaps it was because they had received emergency treatment very quickly after being injured. Freyar was injured, a physical shock had caused his internal organs to shift ever so slightly and bleed profusely. According to the Marines by their side, he spat out lots of blood and shouldn't recover in less than 3 months. Pat, on the other hand, had been pierced through his lower abdomen by a sword. It had struck right through him and burst out of his back. Fortunately, his spinal cord wasn't damaged, but he would still be out of commission for half a year. Captain Wilson stepped off the ship and saluted Lorist. He had also been injured during his trip, as was apparent from the turban-like bandage he wore on his head. With a cold voice, Lorist asked, "Is this the work of the Chictor Merchant Guild?" Captain Wilson smiled bitterly and shook his head slowly. "I don't know, my lord. To be honest, I don't have a clear idea who it was that attacked Sai Laoaz. But I'm sure they aren't people from the guild. The enemy seemed like pirates of some sort, but I have no idea what kind of pirate force would be as big as they were. They had around 300 to 400 ships." "That many?" "That's right, my lord. I also initially thought that we were being attacked by the Chictor Merchant Guild, since only they could plausibly mobilize so many ships against us. But when we clashed, something felt weird. Many of the ships flew different flags, and their sailors and crew were not as well trained and calm as those of the guild. The moment our ships approached theirs, the enemy began to lose control and even broke their own formation. That would never happen to the guild's fleet. My lord, you should wait for a few days. Sir Senbod's fleet is right behind us and he might have captured a few of the enemy alive," explained Captain Wilson. Without accepting or rejecting Wilson's suggestion, Lorist said, "Tell me more about the incident. Start at the beginning." "Yes, my lord," Wilson said, before he began his recollection. "At noon on the 21st day of the 6th month, Sir Senbod's fleet left Sai Laoaz on a trip back to the Northlands. I was patrolling around 1 in the afternoon when I discovered ships' silhouettes not far away, so I ordered our men to sail out to see who they were. But halfway there, I realized something odd. More and more ships continued to appear, almost covering the oceans entirely. I was incredibly shocked and thought that the Chictor Merchant Guild had decided to launch their attack. But using the telescope, I discovered that the flags flown by the ships were not uniform, neither was there any sight of the sword and barrel flag of the guild. So, I began to wonder where the fleet had come from and continued forward to intercept and question them. But before we even had a chance to converse, the ships began launching fireballs at us." Wilson pointed at the burn marks on the flying fish of dawn. "Fortunately, our ship was agile and swift, allowing us to evade most of the enemy's attacks and escape. After we determined that they were enemy ships, we quickly returned to Sai Laoaz to alert the troops. Sir Freyar suggested that we mount a naval attack against the enemy. That way, we would be able to give the island more time to prepare. He also ordered his men to inform Sir Charade and Sir Pat and his guard brigade, before ordering me to seek out Sir Senbod, who had just left, and have him come back to reinforce us. By the time I reached Sir Senbod's fleet, it was already midnight. He gave the order to turn back and reinforce Sai Laoaz immediately. But the morning of the next day we ran into 4 ships from Sir Freyar's fleet that managed to break out of the encirclement. According to the troops on the ship, Sir Freyar had commanded 30 ships to receive the attack and managed to destroy more than 50 enemy ships, but the 4 that escaped were the last ones that remained. On one of the ships was Sir Freyar. He had suffered heavy injuries. The Marines said that Sir Freyar had intended to intercept the enemy, but the enemy sent 100 ships to hinder his fleet, allowing the remaining ships to continue sailing to the island. Sir Freyar's fleet used up all their weapons and had to board the enemy ships to fight in close quarters. At first, they were able to take 2 ships, but the enemy sent out a blade master which Sir Freyar went up to receive. After a few bouts, Sir Freyar got struck on his chest by the blade master's sword, causing him to spit out blood and faint. The Marines said it was Sir Carrytoke who had hauled Sir Freyar back. Sir Carrytoke later ordered them to break the encirclement. But right as they were about to leave, Sir Carrytoke was struck down by the enemy blade master. Sir Senbod ordered the 4 ships that escaped to travel with his fleet. We managed to arrive at Sai Laoaz. Wilson paused as his face turned grim. My lord, by the time we got there, flames and smoke filled the skies of the island. Cries of pain or grief could be heard all around. From the telescope, I could even see corpses littering the port. Rivers of blood flowed all over. Though those pirates, they killed, maimed, and did all manner of terrible things on the island. It's hell. Silauas has become hell. The enemy's ships were docked at the southern coasts. Even though we fought with them for the whole afternoon, their numbers just seemed to grow more and more. We managed to burn down more than 20 enemy ships, losing 7 of our own in the process. In the end, Sir Senbad had no choice but to order a retreat. The enemy didn't bother to pursue us either. They were content with us leaving the island. Sir Senbad still had to circle Silauas a few times before we lost the enemy. Only after that could we rest. He said that since Swordfish Ridge still flew our Raging Bear flag, he would sneak into the marine camp near the bay during the night to make his way up to the ridge. When midnight came, Sir Senbad brought us into the small bay and we realized that the fires were still lit at Swordfish Ridge. So, he brought his men up there but left me outside. They returned after a good while and had us hurriedly retreat. According to the Marines who went up there were lots of enemies waiting there. Given that we only had 1,000 or so men with us, we had no choice but to retreat. We could no longer defend Silauas. We didn't bring many boats when we entered the bay, so each one we had was packed to the brim with people. By the time we ferried everyone out of the bay, the sky was already brightening and the enemy discovered us. They sent their ships for us, but we sunk the first 10 or so that arrived and we even managed to take control of 2 middle-class armed merchant vessels in the process. The enemy mobilized another 100 or so ships to attack us, however. We were fully laden, so we weren't able to sail quickly enough and were caught once again in the afternoon. Fortunately, Divine Marksman Jisk was there. He and Sir Senbad picked 10 ships that were still in decent condition and deployed them as our rear guard. They managed to eliminate the 5 ships right on our tail. As a result, the enemies further back became more cautious. They didn't come closer, but they continued to barrage us with ranged attacks all the way into the evening before they retreated. I don't know why that happened, but I was too relieved to be free of pursuers to care at the time. The next morning Sir Senbad ordered me to head back first with the injured. Flying Fish of Dawn is the fastest ship in our arsenal, after all. The rest will catch up and arrive in few more days. Lorist stretched out his hand and patted Wilson's shoulder. You must have had a hard time. Go back and rest for a day or two. Your head injury isn't serious, is it? Said he. Wilson saluted. "Milord, I'm fine. My head only brushed against a passing fireball. All I lost was half my hair. I shudder to imagine how my wife will react when I get home." Lorist nodded in response. "Thank goodness you're all right for the most part. First, rest up at the marine camp. I will have herbalists head over and treat the injured. I hope you'll recover soon. I might have to trouble you to go out to sea in a few days." "Yes, milord. I will be awaiting your orders," said Wilson while standing as straight as a ramrod. "Howard, bring some men with you to check on the injured. Console them and ask them their opinion on our enemies. Also, have someone ask around how the enemy's flags look and have a sketch drawn for me. Other than that, pass this order on to Potter Fang, bring a division of heavy armored troops and stand by for deployment. Also, have Els check on the status of Dullus's new wheelbarrow ballisti division. Don't forget to reach out to Professor Balba as well and give me a detailed summary of his experimental progress," instructed Lorist. "Yes, milord." By the time Potter Fang rushed to the port city, it was already afternoon on the next day. Lorist had already ordered some men to set up camp near the coast. "Milord, our territory, Silauas, was attacked," asked Potter Fang the moment he barged into the room. Given how heavily he panted, he must have rushed there the moment he received the order. "Where are your men?" asked Lorist. "They will only be able to arrive by tomorrow, milord. I left early with a few attendants." "Milord, who is it that dares to attack our dominion?" Is it the Chictor Merchant Guild or the Second Highness's men? Lorist shook his head. It's neither of them. Look at the few sketches of emblems and flags over here on the table. We haven't seen any of them before. I suspect that we've been attacked by pirates of some sort. Potter Fang held up one of the beast skins on the table and revealed a look of shock. "Milord, the enemy are not pirates. I know these emblems and flags. They're the slave traders and slave owners from the Hanayabarta Kingdom." "What did you say? The Hanayabarta Kingdom? The island-based kingdom built on slavery?" exclaimed Lorist. His voice was cold as ice. He had finally found a lead he could follow. "That's right. Milord, since you've never been to the kingdom before, it's no surprise that you don't know their emblems. Actually, these emblems don't even show up often here on the main continent either. Look, these emblems and flags all have black borders. It marks them as the slaver nobles and slave merchant guilds of the Hanayabarta Kingdom. Most of the nations on Grindia don't recognize the legitimacy of the Hanayabarta nobles' claim to peerage. To the royal families and noble houses of Grindia, they are not but a bunch of lowly pirates and slave traders." Potter Fang had been to the Hanayabarta Kingdom twice before. The first was when he went there at the invitation of Lowe's. Lowe's had been a bodyguard for a slave trader back then. Potter Fang couldn't bear the practice of slavery, he left after a month had passed. His second trip was when he went to Nupa to purchase slaves to add to the fighting strength of the northbound convoy, as well as to recruit Lowe's and Malak. After these two experiences, Potter Fang was well acquainted with the flags and emblems of the kingdom. "You're saying that a bunch of slavers and slave traders attacked and raided Sai Laoas? Why, aren't they rather bold? Aren't they afraid of our retribution?" growled Lorist angrily. Shaking his head, Potter Fang said, "Milord, the Hanayabarta Kingdom was, after all, founded by a bunch of slavers and slave traders. To them, raiding is but a common activity. A century ago, they had been residing at the Golden Coast of the mainland. But as the defences in that area gradually strengthened, they attacked the Hanayabarta archipelago and formed their slave nation. Those pirate bosses and slave traders became nobles of the kingdom overnight. That is also one of the reasons for the nation's non-recognition of their sovereignty. After the founding of the kingdom, they even raided Hyde Gold Bay, forcing the Union to send out the Invincible Fleet to deal with them. But after that, the old pirate king passed away and the new king announced he would no longer carry out raids at coastal areas. That allowed them to obtain trading permits with some coastal nations. They've become rich off their slave business in the decades since. Master, at the end of last year, Count Kenmays, Baron Chizan, and Baron Phelim all went to Firm Rock Castle to discuss the profits of the Salt Merchant Committee. It was Supervisor Spiel and me who received them. During that time, I overheard that the Second Highness had suddenly taken a hard stance against the slave traders of the Hanayabarta Kingdom. Quite a few slave traders who were buying slaves all the way from the Iblaya Kingdom to the four central duchies were captured at the borders of the Redleys and Andanak kingdoms. Second Highness Auguslo ordered for them to be sent to the gallows without a second thought. Also, it is said that the Hanayabarta slave traders hate the Second Highness to the bone. The slave trade at the four duchies and the Iblaya Kingdom soon became less than ideal and is basically extinct there now. It was such that many nobles even approached the committee and asked us whether we were interested in dealing with slaves. All of them held grudges against the Second Highness for what they considered personal business, adversely affecting their income in the process. That's why, milord, I think that the Hanayabarta Kingdom slave owners and traders were the ones who attacked Sai Laoas. On the one hand, they intend to capture the tens of thousands of Icelanders as slaves. On the other hand, they want to exact revenge against the Second Highness's policies against them. They are not the least bit afraid of the retribution of our house either. It must be known that they are descendants of pirates. Add to that the fact that their nation spans several islands, they can't even wait for us to go there and try to avenge ourselves. They hold great terrain advantage and superiority at their islands, and it will be tough for us to fight against them on foreign ground. Bam! Lorist thumped heavily on the table before sitting down slowly, not exchanging any words with Potter Fang. After a long pause, he instructed, Pog, make some reorganization with your heavy armored division when your troops arrive tomorrow. After Dulles finishes grouping the 3 wheelbarrow ballistae brigades, place him under your command as well. In another 2 days, the whaling crew will be back and I will have them start preparations to set sail. By the time Senbod's fleet arrives, you will mobilize your troops and reinforce Sai Laoaz. If it really is as you had described, I suspect that the enemy would have long escaped by the time you arrive. Should that be the case, take care of the aftermath left on the island and await further orders. If there are any enemies left on the island, exterminate them immediately. Other than that, watch out for your safety. Wilson mentioned the presence of a blade master among the enemy. Don't carelessly get into a fight alone with him, all right? Just order Dulles's wheelbarrow ballistae brigades to deal with him. Standing up straight, Potter Fang said, Yes, my lord. Come in. Called out Lorist towards the tent's entrance. Howard walked in and said, My lord, what is your will? He nodded slightly to his father as well. Howard, have someone go to Firm Rock Castle and get Supervisor Spiel to bring me every map and piece of information he can find on the Hanayabarta Kingdom archipelago to me, said Lorist. Chapter 266 The Aftermath and the March into Battle. The second bonus chapter of the week is here, brought to you by an anonymous supporter. We just hit our first Patreon goal yesterday, and are already closing in on our second one. I wonder how long it'll take until we reach our third one? By then, we will be able to do away completely with donation chapters and will have 5 regular weekly chapters in total. You have our heartfelt gratitude for your passionate support for what we do. Thank you all so much. Charade, the chief knight of the house, and Jim, the house's silver-ranked knight as well as vice leader of the guards, were missing in action. Kristen, the security officer, accountant Mike, and secretary Hector were nowhere to be found either. Other than that, the house's retired soldiers, who were transferred to work at the 7 villages on Sai Laoaz as garrison captains, had all lost contact with the house. The situation seemed incredibly grim. Talk, one of Marine Assault Guard's squad leaders had been confirmed captured, along with Mayor Hugo. Confirmed dead were Victor, the captain of the Whitebird Town Garrison and tax collection officer, Hart, who had been killed while defending the townsfolk during the evacuation. Silver-ranked knight and regiment leader of the 3rd Local Defense Brigade, Joseph and Anawan, had both sacrificed themselves heroically during the reinforcement of Whitebird Town. Silver-ranked knight and regiment leader of the Guards, Mort, managed to break out of Farima village's encirclement but sacrificed himself voluntarily to protect the regiment of troops on the way to Swordfish Ridge. Silver-ranked knight and vice leader of the Oceanic Legion, Nors, had died in battle on the ocean as well. 17 silver-ranked knights of the 1st and 2nd Fleets of the Oceanic Legion, Captain Roland, Bose, Teloak, Waylight, Moog, and the rest all perished in battle. Apart from those missing or dead, about 3,700 Marines were taken captive and 38 ships lost. The Oceanic Legion forces stationed at Sai Laoaz, which numbered around 6,000 men, had lost more than half of their forces, a staggering loss indeed. Only 4 of the 500 Whitebird Town garrison soldiers managed to escape alive, the unit was utterly demolished as well. The 3rd Local Defense Brigade that numbered 3,000 people only had 400 or so injured soldiers left that boasted little to no battle capability. Only the 2 guard regiments stationed at Seaview Manor fared slightly better. 400 of the 1,000 soldiers managed to retreat safely. Both of Lorist's hands shuddered as he read the summarized report on the losses Supervisor Hansk handed him. The weight of the incident pressured him so much that he found it hard to breathe. Charade and Jim are both missing. Supporting himself in a forced manner, Lorist gradually took his seat and asked, "Tell me, why were our losses so heavy? Was the enemy that powerful?" "My lord, it's all because of my ineptness," said Jisk as he stepped forward. Waving his hand, Lorist said, "No, it has nothing to do with you. There are no subordinates in this world that are better than you guys. What I want to know is the reason for the huge loss sustained by our forces during the attack. Was the enemy's strength that incredible? Jusk shook his head and said, "My lord, the enemy is nothing but a ragtag bunch of ruffians. But they brought a few blade masters with them." "Blade masters? How many were there?" asked Lorist. "I believe there were 7. However, I've only seen 4 to 5 of them personally," recalled Jusk. "After receiving Sir Freeyar's message, I stayed by Sir Charade's side. Back then, we were in Whitebird Town." Sir Charade quickly notified the Whitebird Town garrison to make preparations for battle and instructed the 3rd Local Defence Brigade to come over to the town quickly to reinforce us. The hundreds of foes who arrived on shore on the first few ships were successfully intercepted by the garrison force, but there were many more ships behind them. More and more enemy troops began to swarm us. I managed to kill 2 gold ranks and more than 10 silver ranks, but then a blade master appeared all of a sudden. He cut Victor down right away, lopping his head off and causing it to roll to my feet. By then, I knew that I was being targeted by the blade master. I'm a marksman, there's no way I can handle close combat with a blade master. So, I could only retreat as I continued to fire away. It didn't take long for me to lose contact with Sir Charade and the others. By the time I circled around and managed to lose the blade master, I realized that Whitebird Town had already been occupied by the enemy. Despite my frustration, I could only retreat to Swordfish Ridge to gather up the Marines and set up a defense line. After that, we received the troops of the 3rd Local Defense Brigade that broke out of the encirclement at Farima village. In the end, we were picked up by Sir Senbod's ships. Jusk ended his testimony, allowing Supervisor Hansk to explain the rest. After Knight Jusk drew the blade master away, the Whitebird Town garrison crumbled from the overwhelming force of the enemy. At the critical moment, Knight Pat and his 3rd Local Defense Brigade troops arrived and managed to drive the enemy away. Following that, Knight Jim led his regiment of 500 guards to reinforce them, giving us the upper hand in battle. Sir Charade was commanding the troops during the battle and thought that the reinforcements we just received would be able to drive the enemy out. He was right, the enemy couldn't resist us for long and were quickly beaten. But just as we saw the enemy retreating from the town, more than 100 large-class merchant vessels arrived and started unloading their forces. This new wave of enemy troops was far stronger than those we had just beaten. They had many silver and gold ranks, as well as 2 blade masters. The local defense brigade suffered heavy losses right away, up to 1,000 died. The 1st Regiment leader of the brigade, Joseph, and the 4th Regiment leader Danawan, died during that time. Seeing that the situation was turning bad, Sir Charade ordered us to evacuate the citizens of Whitebird Town to Farima village as soon as possible. Other than that, he gave the order to arm the laborers and send them to fight off those pirates. At that time, we thought that they were merely pirates and didn't think for a second that they were actually the slavers and traders of the Hanayabarta kingdom. Sir Charade brought Knight Jim and more than 20 guards to leave in a hurry. We have no clue what happened to them after that. A few soldiers brought the unconscious and injured Knight Pat back from the front lines soon after. Fortunately, I had a few medicinal concoctions with me, one of which I gave to Pat right away. After that, I prepared a carriage for Knight Pat and us to be brought to Farima village. The troops that escorted us to the village included 300 or more from the 3rd Local Defense Brigade and more than 100 guards, who were all injured in some way. Coupled with the 6th Logistics Regiment stationed at Farima village, we had less than 1,000 men defending the place. Also, we managed to evacuate more than 1,000 of the Whitebird townsfolk, all women and children. It was from them that we heard about Mayor Hugo's capture. The regiment leader of the guards, Knight Mort, who was stationed at Seaview Manor, brought a regiment of troops to Farima village, only for them to encounter the enemy fighters that were making their way to the village for an assault. After driving away the enemy, Knight Mort entered the village and we finally had enough people to defend ourselves. But the enemy fighters that came after brought a blade master along. That blade master attempted to barge into Farama village alone. Fortunately, the 3rd Local Defense Brigade had installed more than 100 steel ballistae on the village walls. The first volley of 40+ bolts instantly turned the blade master into a pincushion. The enemy were staggered by their losses and ceased their attack on us temporarily. "Are you certain that the one shot dead was a blade master?" interjected Lorist with his eyes wide open. Supervisor Hansk scratched his head in recollection before he said, "My lord, I am fairly certain that he was indeed a blade master. Before the fight broke out, the few enemy fighters that came up to us and requested our surrender were mostly silver ranks, with another gold rank as identified by the gold blade glow on his longsword. At that time, the regiment leader of the 6th Logistics Regiment, Knight Olesen, had intended to fire the ballistae right away, only to be stopped by Knight Mort. Knight Mort said that we should use longbows to drive those fellows away to make them think that we don't have other long-range weapons to defend ourselves with so that we can catch them by surprise with our ballistae when they mount a full-scale attack. Only with that can we cause them a huge loss." After that, the blade master arrived on a carriage. Every one of the enemy fighters, including the gold-ranked knight, cheered. The blade master also seemed incredibly proud and overbearing. After conversing with some of his men, he drew his long sword and dashed towards the walls without hesitating. Even the 20 arrows our longbows shot at him when he was about 100 meters away didn't faze him. Seeing him approach, Knight Mort ordered his men to use the 40+ ballistae mounted on the wall to fire in 2 separate volleys when the blade master was less than 60 meters away. While the blade master managed to deflect 4 bolts heading directly for him at first, the second volley pierced through his torso entirely. He was dead on the spot. Knight Mort was afraid that the bolts weren't enough, so he ordered the longbow troops to fire 2 more volleys at the blade master. There was hardly anything left but the bolts and arrows when we were done. The blade master's death shocked the enemy greatly. They all stood there without a word. When Knight Mort determined that the enemy fighters were less than 200 meters from the village, he ordered the ballistae to fire again. They didn't expect our ballistae to have such a range. They lost around 50 of their men before running off, tails between their legs. I finally felt relieved when that happened. I thought we could still use the walls to hold our ground a little longer. But the moment Knight Mort and Knight Olesen heard the report of some guards and soldiers that just came over, they decided that there was no way that they could defend Farama village. According to the men, the enemy had 2 more blade masters with them. While that wasn't that huge a threat during daytime, the night would impact the vision of the ballistae operators greatly. The effective range of our ballistae would be greatly reduced. The moment a single blade master got close, it would be the end of us. Knight Mort believed that we should use the opportunity when the enemy fighters were retreating to make our escape. Only by reaching Swordfish Ridge would we be able to defend ourselves until reinforcements arrived from the mainland, given the advantage the elevated terrain afforded us. As long as we defended the routes up the hill with our ballistae, no number of blade masters would be able to break through our ranks. Knight Olesen thus ordered the 6th Logistics Regiment to mount all the steel ballistae onto carriages to serve as escorts on our flanks. The sky was still somewhat lit during our time of departure, but it didn't take an hour for the darkness to blanket us. When the enemy found our tracks, they followed along and called for more reinforcements. This was when Knight Olesen elected to stay back. He took just over 100 local defense brigade soldiers and guards with him and prepared an ambush for the enemy. Not long after we resumed our escape, sounds of fighting broke out in the distance. However, it only lasted half an hour. By the time it quieted down, we had already arrived at the foot of Swordfish Ridge. The way up was not an easy one. Given that the enemy was going to arrive at any moment, we prioritized getting the women and children up the ridge, all the while forming a semicircular defense line with the Carabalisti to defend the route uphill. We held our position against the enemy for over an hour, but the ballistae became worn and ineffective from the repeated use. Knight Mort quickly ordered 20 of those ballistae to be brought uphill along with half of the bolts we had left. The rest of the bolts were used by our remaining ballistae. We would destroy the ballista when we ran out of bolts for it and retreat to the ones that still had to make sure they didn't fall into enemy hands. By the time I was halfway uphill, I saw Nightmort cutting the last ballista in half, ignoring the sword swung by the enemy behind him. In the end, he was impaled through the chest by a pike. Mort. It was as if Lorist could see two beggar-like people waiting for him, grasping on his legs and crying. They were Mort and Ruhr, messengers of the northbound convoy who had travelled far and hard. Of all the people in the group that had set off to find him, only those two had made it, the rest died along the way. Lorist's eyes began to tear up. Ruhr had already been killed during the night attack he launched on Bread Hills by a ballista bolt. Mort on the other hand had followed him all this time, slowly training and breaking through the silver rank when he was part of Lorist's personal guard squad. Later, he was made a knight of the house and took on the position of the regiment leader of the guard brigade. Now, he was gone. He had died a heroic death and was willing to give his life to protect the secrets of the house's steel ballistae. Supervisor Hansk continued, all the guards and local defense brigade soldiers died after a long and grueling battle. Right at the most crucial moment, Nightjisk rushed down from the ridge and began firing, causing the enemy to flee once again. Only then did the remaining people manage to go up to Swordfish Ridge. With 20 ballistae and Sergisk's marksmanship defending the routes uphill, we felt a lot safer. On the next day, the enemy didn't attack Swordfish Ridge. But flames of chaos still burned bright across the island. From the ridge, we were able to see the enemy force the various villagers to move to Whitebird Town. Cries of pain and despair filled the surroundings, and from time to time, some older villagers were dragged out of the group and beheaded. Angry as we were, there was nothing we could do about it. When midnight came, Sir Senbad brought his fleet and arrived at the small bay. He got up to Swordfish Ridge and met up with us. After understanding the situation, he asked us to board his ships quickly, saying that the enemy was busy with raiding and wouldn't care about Swordfish Ridge. Swordfish Ridge wasn't built to be a citadel, there was no way we could defend that place in the long run. When the enemy sent another group of fighters to attack us from the bay and the foot of the hill, we would not be able to escape. Thus, we began our evacuation immediately, prioritizing the women, children, and the injured soldiers. After that, Nightjisk brought some guards and the 20 ballistae aboard the ships. However, we had delayed for too long, and by the time everyone got on board, the sky was already brightening. The enemy realized where we were and instantly signaled the rest with their horn. It didn't take long for the enemy to send a fleet after us. Luckily they weren't properly prepared. The first batch of 10 or so ships didn't have enough crew members, so they were quickly exterminated. Sir Senbad and Nightjisk even managed to nab 2 large class armed vessels. But 40 more enemy ships were spotted in the distance. Sir Senbad's fleet had also suffered some casualties from the previous battle, and 2 of those ships were full of people, causing their speed to be rather low. So, Sir Senbad and Sergisk decided to pick 10 of the armed ships in the best condition to launch a counterattack by mobilizing all the marines, guards, and local defense brigade soldiers from the rear. They managed to wipe out 5 of the enemy ships closest to our tail and tangled along with the remaining ones until the evening, when the enemy finally retreated. When Sir Senbad and Nightjisk finally returned, they questioned one of the captive sailors and found that the ones who had attacked the island were in fact slavers and slave traders from the Hanayabarta kingdom. Those captives said that the operation involved almost all the slaver nobles and slave traders of the kingdom. Their naval force already included more than 400 ships, 30,000 people, and 7 blade masters. This was nothing short of a full-scale invasion. Supervisor Hansk brought out a thick beast-skin document stack and said, "My lord, here are the records of the captive interrogations." Lorist flipped the records and said, "Heed my orders." Howard stepped inside and said, "My lord. Have the guards erect crucifixes on the coastlines and nail the captives to them," said Lorist in a light voice, sealing the tragic fates of the captive sailors of the Hanayabarta kingdom. "Ugh!" The ones present in the tent gasped with terror. Being hung was a far more pleasant way to die than being nailed to a crucifix. After all, one would only die when all the blood drained from one's body after a long time. "Milord," mused Hansk in an attempt to advise against that. "Stop it, my decision is final," Lorist said as he waved his hand. "They are the accomplices of the slavers and slave traders. They are far worse than the likes of pirates. They treat people as commodities and don't value human life at all. My only regret is that there isn't a crueler method I can use to put them to death." "Howard, what are you doing still standing there?" "Yes, milord, I will pass the order on now," said Howard before he hurriedly left. Standing up once again, Lorist stepped forward to Senbot and said, "You did well, incredibly well. Far beyond my expectations. Senbot, let me ask you. Are you willing to become one of the House of the Raging Bear?" Stunned, Senbot quickly snapped out of it and kneeled down on one knee, saying, "Milord, it is my pleasure." "Senbot, are you willing to heed the tune of the Raging Bear's horn and fight to your death for it?" "I am willing." "Senbot, are you willing to begin your conquest under the banner of the Raging Bear, never to stop, never to falter, until either you are successful, or all life is drained from your body?" "I am willing." "Senbot, are you willing to stand proud bearing the crest of the Raging Bear to the end of your life, even in death?" "I am willing," shouted Senbot loudly. Lorist drew his long sword and patted on both of Senbot's shoulders. "Stand tall, my knight. You have won the trust of House Norton with your courage, bravery, and loyalty. I welcome you, my brother." After Lorist gave Senbot a tight hug, the other knights in the tent came forward to do the same. The last one to do so was Potter Fang. "I welcome you, my brother," said Potter Fang as he pinned the golden badge of the Raging Bear to Senbot's chest. "Senbot, how many ships are left in your fleet?" asked Lorist, having taken his seat after the knighting ceremony. "Milord, we have 11 ships that are still in good condition. 13 others require some repairs. 8 of them are only slightly damaged, but the other 5 will need more time." Senbot's second fleet had 29 ships originally. During the rescue operation, he lost 7 ships but managed to take 2 of the enemies, making the current count 24. "Fix them up as soon as possible. In 3 days, Potter Fang will bring his troops to Sai Laoaz. We will need some transport ships for them. Also, have your marines rest as soon as possible. The uninjured will have to man the ships when we depart," said Lorist, furrowing his brow. The Oceanic Legion had suffered heavy losses, more than half of their forces. Currently, the numbers of the marines were incredibly low. He had no choice but to redeploy them in another 3 days even though they had just survived a grueling battle. "Milord, I will gladly march into battle," exclaimed Senbot as he stood up. "We will march into battle too, milord," cried out the other knights within the tent as they stood in solidarity. Chapter 267 The ship's sails gradually disappeared beyond the horizons. Not even the slightest trace of them was left behind. The reinforcements sent to Sai Laoaz this time numbered only 3 brigades, a total of 9,000 men. There weren't enough functioning ships to send any more. Had it not been for the inclusion of the 8 additional ships from the whaling fleet, Senbot would only have been able to ferry just 4,000 people, even with the use of the 2 new large-class long-distance armed ships completed by the shipyards recently. Lorist had originally intended to lead the reinforcements personally, but Potter Fang and the others convinced him to remain on the mainland. "As your knight, I can't allow you to lead the charge every single time while we, the subjects of the house, sit back and reap the benefits. That would become a mark of shame for we household knights. Other than that, given the demeanor of the slavers and slave traders of the Hanayabarta kingdom, they might not stay on Sai Laoaz for long. They might be gone by the time we arrive. I can't have milord waste your time on a trip for nothing. It's better if you stay here and wait for our report while you tend to other matters of the house. Leaving the Dominion that often will put a lot of delays in our plans." While Potter Fang sounded incredibly troubled when he voiced his concerns, Lorist understood them completely. The Dominion would be far more stable with Lorist present. If he left the Dominion that frequently, the other three allied families might plot something behind his back. At the end of the previous year, in the annual general meeting, Potter Fang and Spiel had taken his place. It would do him no good if he were to miss this year's meeting. As for Lorist's concern about the threat to the island, Potter Fang smiled and said, "There won't be a big deal." The surviving local defense brigade soldiers and guards reported that most of the enemy are but an unruly bunch of fighters. The only thing we have to worry about is their blade masters. We will be bringing 2 heavy armored brigades and 1 wheelbarrow ballista brigade. Even blade masters wouldn't dare to charge head-on into our formation. I think that if not much of the enemy is left on the island, or if all of them have departed, the 3 brigades will only have to deal with cleaning up the aftermath there. If the enemy is still there, I will set up a stronghold and wait for further reinforcements from the house. Given the speed of the flying fish of dawn, it wouldn't take you more than 10 days to travel over here. 5 gold-ranked knights were participating in the reinforcement operation. Apart from Potter Fang, Jusk, and Senbod, the battle-hungry Lows, and Yuri, who had just recently broken through to the gold rank, were joining in. Other than that, Tarkal, who was placed in charge of the formation of Fury Bear, and Els, were sent on a special mission there. The order Lorist gave Els and Tarkal was to head to Moranti if the island was occupied. From there they would disguise themselves as members of the Peterson Merchant Guild and investigate where the captives taken from the island had been taken. Once this was known, they had to find a way to rescue the house's officers and knights. Foremost among the people they had to locate was Charade and his companions. On par with his importance, was the aim of investigating the military might of the kingdom, including the statuses of the slaver nobles and their slave traders. The ocean breeze carried with it a salty smell. Bullhorn Bay had 2 curved cliffs that flanked the bay on both sides. As a result, the waters of the bay were calm regardless of how strong the winds outside of the bay were blowing. A lighthouse was going to be constructed at one of those cliffs so that sailors would be able to make their way to the bay without getting lost. Lorist stood on the cliff to watch over the fleet as they departed. He also wanted to find a suitable spot for the lighthouse's construction. If he could, he wanted to have an artillery emplacement built that could watch over the bay. If this could be achieved, then the city had nothing to fear from the sea, and Bullhorn Bay would be a safe harbor for the Dominion. Once the fleet was out of sight, Lorist walked into the deeper part of the cliff and overlooked the city and the bay. It was getting busier by the day. Laborers scurried like ants all over the place. The house's defeat at Silaoz didn't hamper the city's development. The 700 or so residents of Whitebird Town who had been evacuated were arranged to stay there. For the past 2 months, Lorist could hear the cries, ringing out like cracked bells, of the refugees as they mourned their loved and lost. On the other side of the bay, a shipyard was gradually being constructed. From the top of the cliff, 5 ship keels could be seen laid out on the empty space in the shipyard. Countless laborers swarmed around them like ants around a carcass. In a few more months, those 5 ships would be completed and added to the house's new naval arsenal. At the port near the shipyard was a ship similar to the flying ship of Dawn, save for her larger size. It was the house's new large Class 3-masted warship, the Windstorm. 128 of the house's elitist marines were selected and allowed to familiarize themselves with the ship. By the time Senbod returned from his current voyage, the Windstorm would be mounted with 24 bronze cannons. She would be an invincible warship, raining death and destruction down on her foes much like the disaster she was named after. "Malak," Lorist said, "this time around, I would like to pick out half of the experienced veterans from your Karo Ballista Division and draft them into the Wheelbarrow Ballista Division to hasten its formation. I would like to station the Wheelbarrow Ballista Division at Silaoz for now." Malak though in expressionless silence for a while before answering, "My lord, may I suggest something?" "Go ahead," said Lorist. He didn't expect the renowned iron-faced Malak to have anything to say about his decision. "My lord, I know that you are really close to Dulles, but I feel that you have given him too heavy a burden. He follows you around all the time. It isn't good for his training, Malak said with some hesitance. Dulles has already served as the vice commander of the Karo Ballista Division. He was my subordinate for quite some time and I know him quite well. I've even dueled with him before. He's rather talented. He's been at the 3-star silver rank for too long now. It's been 3 years since he's shown any progress with his training. What he needs is time to focus on his training. He won't be able to break through into the gold rank otherwise. Milord, I understand your reasoning for expanding the Wheelbarrow Ballista Division. There is no way that you will let the slavers and traders of the Hanayabarta Kingdom off. The day the Wheelbarrow Ballista Division is completely formed is the day you set out on an expedition to the kingdom. I hope that you will allow me to take Dulles's place as the division's commander. I believe this will be a win-win for the both of us. The Karaballista Division is primarily responsible for the defense of the Dominion. The Northlands have been firmly under our control and that of our allies for several years now. Everything here is peaceful and the division doesn't have much to do. I seriously doubt we'll see any turmoil or conflict for at least the next decade. Let Dulles become the Karo Ballista Division's commander so he can use this rare time of peace to raise his personal strength. Pfft! Lorist had to use all his might to contain his laughter. Even so, a giggle or two still escaped. Malak, aren't you just impatient for some glory? It is true that the Karo Ballista Division doesn't get involved in any combat anymore. Despite his suspicions, Lorist had to admit that Malak's excuse had some sense to it. Dulles did indeed require a good amount of time to break through to the gold rank. If he managed to further his training, nobody would be able to accuse Lorist of favoritism for prioritizing Dulles so frequently. Why would you think that I had the intention of going on an expedition against the kingdom? Asked Lorist. Milord, we are the roaring raging bear of the Northlands. The house has never had an instance when we stayed quiet and endured a slap in the face by anyone. Given my understanding of your personality, milord, you're not the type to keep quiet and swallow your anger. You would definitely take your vengeance. And given the way you executed the kingdom's captive sailors, I shudder to imagine how much more cruel your vengeance on the rest of the kingdom will be, replied Malak. Ugh! Even if you put it that way, you're basically calling me ruthless and petty, aren't you? Lorist furrowed his brow in thought. He decided to ignore the offhanded remark Malak had just made. He understood Malak's demeanor well. The man was incredibly straightforward and would say whatever was on his mind, regardless of the topic or the company. Well, Malak, actually, I had my reasons for making you the commander of the Karo Ballista Division. The house only has a few gold-ranked knights. Even though recently, Turman, Yuri, and Senbad have joined their ranks, I still feel that it's not enough. Making you the commander of the Karo Ballista Division was my way of using your reputation as a gold-ranked knight to bolster their morale and warn others not to look down on our forces, explained Lorist. Milord, Redriver and Salas are already stationed with Fierce Tiger Loz's 2 spear cavalry divisions. Right behind them is Firm Rock Castle, which is defended at the front and back by a regiment of garrison soldiers. Polibens's 1st Local Defense Brigade is also garrisoned in the castle. We even have the 1st Police Brigade in charge of guarding the warehouses. Coupled with Turman's Night Brigade, I doubt there are any that would look down on our forces. The Karo Ballista Division's existence has also been kept secret from the outside world, only the 3 allied houses of the Northlands know of them. Milord, if you allow me to switch places with Dulles, that would also provide enough stimulation to him. He would come to understand that if he doesn't advance in his training, he wouldn't be able to be of aid to you nearly as much. It will prompt him to train even harder. Very well, Malak, since you want to switch so badly that you'd give me such a far-fetched reason, I guess I have no choice but to yield. Smiling, Lorist said, Fine, Malak. You have thoroughly convinced me. After the incident on Silauaz concludes, I will have Dulles transfer back and you will take his place as the commander of the Wheelbarrow Ballista Division. Make sure to transfer the veterans of the Karo Ballista Division there, but don't make it so that the might of the Karo Ballista Division falls drastically as a result. Yes, I understand, my lord. Thank you, said Malak as he saluted. After getting down from the cliff, Lorist brought Howard and a squad of guards to the valley at the Blade Edge Mountains where Professor Balba's gunpowder research lab was located. Before they even arrived, they could hear booming sounds in the distance. Professor Balbo rushed towards Lorist as he entered the valley. His face flushed, he yelled, "Lord Count, I can't stand this. Either you hold the cannon training somewhere else, or move my lab." Acknowledge. This was one of the things Lorist had overlooked. At first, he thought that testing gunpowder near the lab was a logical arrangement. But the operation training for the cannoneers held there caused the whole valley to be graced with the thunderous sounds all day long. "All right. I'll have them move to another place," yelled Lorist in reply. Nobody would be able to hear what he said if he spoke normally. He gestured to Howard to order the cannoneers to stop their training before doing anything else. After a long while, the booming sounds quelled one after another. All that was left in the air was the pungent smell of gunpowder. Grandmaster Sid brought Grandmaster Julian with him from the training field. The two of them were wearing masks and earmuffs. "My lord, you're here," mumbled Sid as he removed his muff, "it's too quiet in here. I'm already used to hearing the booms non-stop." "The two of you are insane!" yelled Professor Balba loudly. "Ha ha ha ha!" laughed both the Grandmasters. "My lord, the 36 cannons completed in the last batch have just passed the tests. We're already letting the newly recruited cannoneers train with them. Grandmaster Sid has installed sights on the bronze cannons, so the cannoneers are able to learn to use them pretty quickly. They are able to hit 6 times out of 10 now," reported Julian. "Thank you for your hard work, gentlemen," Lorist thanked, before he asked, "Have you finished the recoil-absorbing mounts I've asked you to make? These cannons will be installed on ships, not land, so we will need something stable to mount them on." Sid replied, "My lord, we have tried making something like that, but they're not the ones you designed that used steel springs. We tried to make them using springs at first, only to fail a lot of times. In the end, Grandmaster Felon felt that we could use the Super Ballista's leather suspender and managed to achieve the same effect with the cannons. We were just testing them now, and the preliminary results seem promising. The cannons don't seem to have moved much from their original position." "Very well, have 24 of those cannons fitted with the recoil-absorbing mounts for now and ship them to Bullhorn Bay to be installed on the Windstorm. Our cannoneers can train on board over there. Additionally, the other 12 bronze cannons will have to be moved somewhere else so as to not bother Professor Balba here," said Lorist. "Oh, and, my lord, there's another issue. While the cannoneers can shoot well on land, the ship motions at sea might render their accuracy useless. By then, they might even hit less than once in 10 times. That's why the cannoneers believe that their accuracy training now won't be of any use at sea. Do you have any thoughts on that?" asked Sid. "Oh? That's simple," said Lorist. He had watched a movie in his past life about the Russian Navy during the times of the Tsar. He recalled how the cannoneers were trained in the movie and said, "Choose somewhere near the ocean and set up a few swing-like contraptions near the coast. The platforms of the swings will be where the cannons are mounted, which will also be roughly as large as what a normal cannon station on a ship would be. After that, have a few wooden boxes or small boats drift several hundreds of meters away from the swings on the water. Those will be the targets for the cannons. Before firing the cannons, make sure the swing is swaying so that the ship motions at sea can be more or less simulated. That will solve the uncertainty the cannoneers have and also greatly improve their accuracy." The next fortnight saw Lorist busy with the cannoneers of the Windstorm's training as well as the other duties he had as the lord of the house. After that, he had to wait impatiently for Potter Fong's report on the island. On the other hand, there was good news from the Northlands as well. Old man Bok had buried himself in the paper workshop for a whole month and finally managed to come up with paper that was pure white. Lorist rewarded the ones involved in the research greatly and ordered Bok to streamline the production process. For instance, they could use the waste products of the paper's production to make toilet paper. Additionally, a new paper workshop would be built for the paper to be made into different derivative products, such as folders, notebooks, drawing canvases, and so on, for sale. Apart from the breakthrough in paper-making techniques, Master Mancini of the glass production plant also introduced two new products. The first was a gold-framed magnifying glass with a golden handle that was also engraved with intricate patterns. It gave off an air of magnificent luxury. Needless to say, this was the craftsmanship of the old silversmith. The second product was a transparent tea set made from oil glass. After rewarding the old master greatly, Lorist made it known that while the transparent wares looked incredibly elegant, the rich and powerful might not necessarily fancy them. But should they be adorned with golden engravings, they would definitely be able to sell for much, much more. Looking inspired, Master Mancini dashed off to continue his work immediately. After 1 week, just as Lorist was about to stare a hole through his telescope, the flying fish of dawn appeared on the horizon as it sailed towards Bullhorn Bay. Chapter 268 We're back, my lord, said fierce Tiger Lowe's as he stood in front of Lorist with Yuri. Lorist breathed a sigh of relief and felt his emotions calm down. Lowe's and Yuri's return signified that the enemy had already retreated from Sai Laoaz. While no enemies were there to fight it out with Potter Fong's forces, they had still achieved their goal, the raiding of the island and the capture of the residents. The sight on Sai Laoaz was horrible beyond description. "Tell me, how's the situation of the island now?" asked Lorist after taking a deep breath. Lowe's and Yuri's expressions soured at the mention. Yuri stammered, "My lord, it's horrible. The slavers from the Hanayabarta kingdom are not human, they're nothing but a bunch of lowly animals. The Icelanders aged over 50 were killed. Even children under 10 years old were not spared. I still remember seeing a few infants being impaled on stakes." Lowe's shook his head as if he wanted to forget the scene he had witnessed. Sai Laoaz has become grindy as hell. Whitebird Town itself has turned into a complete slaughtering ground. Those slave traders massacred all the elderly, injured, and sick systematically. The ground is so soaked with that it has turned pitch black. The previously flat ground has turned into rolling hills, built out of corpses. Everyone who saw what happened was maddened beyond belief. Right before we traveled back, the corpse count at the plaza was above 4,000. Among them, Jisk found the corpses of Mayor Hugo and Old Mike, the accountant. Lorist clenched both his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned pale. During the Civil War of the Empire, Sai Laoaz managed to avoid any such catastrophe as it was situated quite far away from shore. So, many thought that it would be safe from the chaotic times and brought their families to the island, hoping that they would be able to spend the coming years in peace. Little did they know that while they did manage to evade the miserable civil war, they couldn't escape the claws of the slave traders that came from the sea. "My lord, we found Whitebird Town's security officer, Kristen, with 50 people in an abandoned waterway. They avoided capture by hiding there. Other than that, when we attacked Seaview Manor, we found Grandmaster Sid's eldest son, Diloqua, and his partners imprisoned. After seeing chaos break out in the midst of foraging, they hurriedly returned only to be captured by the slave-capturing troops," reported Yuri. "Wait," mused Lorist, "attacking Seaview Manor? There were still enemies on the island when you arrived." "That's right, my lord. We even managed to take over 14 ships, 2 of which were large-class armed merchant vessels," Lowe's said. "When we arrived at Sai Laoaz, the sunlight of dawn allowed us to discover that there were 14 ships still anchored at the coasts of the island. Senbad ordered us to approach them only to find they were unmanned, despite being stuffed to the brim with cargo. We managed to capture around 100 sailors at some houses nearby. According to them, there were roughly 1,000 of them left on the island, mostly slavers and sailors from the kingdom who had stayed behind with the intention of taking as much stuff as they could, added Yuri. So there are more who weren't captured? Asked Lorist with joy at the very possibility of Charade and Jim still being safe. However, what Yuri said next shattered Lorist's hopes. Naturally, the security officer and the rest are examples of those. But by the time we rescued them, they had already been starving for a good number of days. Had it not been for a basement near the waterways that still had some old leather skins, they wouldn't have been able to last for almost a month. The ones who escaped were mostly folk from the 7 villages. The garrison leader from the village near the mountain brought half of the village folk with him into the mountains. But the elderly left behind had all been killed by the slavers and the village ended up being burnt down. The pursuit unit that followed also managed to capture more than 100 other villagers who were later locked up at Seaview Manor. The captives said that the ones that led them were a blade master and a gold-ranked knight. They were the subordinates of Duke Gufman. They intended to defend Seaview Manor for 10 more days before they headed back. A blade master, mused Lorist as his heart clenched. While the gold-ranked knight and the Duke called Gufman was of little concern to him, being only the lowly slave owners they were, the presence of a blade master on the island might inflict a lot of damage to the house. Should the blade master choose to use hit-and-run tactics or ambushes, there would be a huge problem. How did Potter Fang deal with the blade master? Did the blade master cause us any damage? Asked Lorist hurriedly. Lo said in an annoyed tone, that cowardly blade master? He's completely useless. The moment Potter Fang heard that around 500 enemy fighters were holed up in Seaview Manor, he sent a regiment of heavy armoured soldiers and another regiment of wheelbarrow ballista troops over there with the intention of luring the blade master out. However, the gold-ranked knight and blade master actually decided against coming out for a fight and would rather stay turtled up in the manor. In the end, we had no choice but to force our way in. With the manor breached, the blade master had no choice but to come out and negotiate, and that he did. He asked to be spared and be given 2 ships with which to leave the island in return for his surrender. We requested that they surrender immediately, but the blade master actually threatened to unleash a killing spree if we didn't release him. In the end, 300 wheelbarrow ballista fired a volley of bolts with but a single wave from Potter Fang. The useless idiot got struck on the right thigh with an iron bolt and was no longer in fighting condition. He even fell to the ground and cried for his parents. The gold-ranked knight, on the other hand, managed to resist for quite a while with his men, but we captured him in the end. The 200 or so enemies that survived surrendered to us as well. Lorist asked in a gleeful tone, were the blade master and gold-ranked knight captured alive? Yes, my lord, Lo said as he nodded, we have successfully recaptured Seaview Manor and rescued the 300 or more captured villagers in the process. They include the guards that accompanied Diloqua. Unfortunately, only 3 of the 10 are still alive. Potter Fang also ordered his troops to conduct a sweep across the entire island to capture the remaining slavers and sailors. They managed to rescue around 200 more villagers in the process as well. According to the survivors, Charade and Jim were captured and taken away by the slavers. Lorist slumped back into his seat powerlessly and thumped weakly on the table with his fist. After a good while, he raised his head and asked, "Did the survivors say how the captives were brought away?" Lowe's thought for a bit before he said, "Those survivors said that Charade and Jim brought more than 20 guards in a hurry to rush to the refugee camp and had the people in charge arm the refugees with whatever weapons they could find. The rest that didn't have any were given farming tools or even wooden sticks. The kingdom's forces arrived just as everyone was running around panicked and confused. The refugee camp was their main target. Charade and Jim thus resisted stubbornly along with their 20 or so guards, half of whom were killed. In the end, a blade master arrived and managed to defeat and capture them. Without anyone to lead them, the refugees lost control and many of them were killed by the slavers, around 1,000 or 2,000. In the end, the ones who surrendered were spared." Sighing, Lorist asked, "How many of Sai Laoza's residents managed to evade capture?" Yuri replied, "We are not certain ourselves, but we estimate around 700 of them." After the situation stabilized on the island, Potter Fang sent us back here to make a report to you, as well as escort the captured Blade Master and gold-ranked knight for your disposal. As for the remaining captives we have, well, the state of the island was so bad that we had to find a way to vent our rage. So, after a short customary trial, we ordered the troops to erect crucifixes on the southern coast and nailed the captives up on them like you did with the others here. The crucifixion of more than 1,000 captives on Potter Fang order, who was normally able to keep his emotions in check, was a testament to the tragic state of Sai Laoaz. It was so bad that even the soldiers of the house obeyed such a cruel order willingly. Also, Milord, Potter Fang, and the rest requested for an urgent resupply of medicinal powders and ointments and preparations to begin immediate disease prevention on Sai Laoaz. Those darn slavers actually didn't even bother to collect the corpses of their own. The island is littered with corpses and the hot weather will only accelerate their decay, reminded Yuri the moment he recalled. Howard. "Milord, please speak your will," said Howard as he stepped forward. Lorist drafted a written order quickly and said, "Send someone to the healthcare department at Firm Rock Castle and order them to prepare large amounts of preventative medication. Send a few herbalists to Sai Laoaz as well. Tell them they only have 3 days to prepare before they leave with the Flying Fish of Dawn. The herbalists and medicines must be ready by then." "Yes, milord. I will have a guard pass your order on immediately," said Howard before he rushed out and left on horseback. "Milord, what do we do next?" asked Yuri. "When's Senbod's fleet returning?" "It should take another 10 or so days. He will be bringing back the survivors and villagers we rescued." "Perhaps, he's already on his way," guessed Yuri. "All right. By the time he gets back, it should already be the end of the 7th month. I hope that his fleet can make a few more trips during the 8th month to bring the Heavy Armored Division and Wheelbarrow Ballista Division forces to Sai Laoaz. After that will be the transportation of Ovidiz's Thunderbolt Brigade. Yuri, have your light cavalry scout brigade prepare to leave for Sai Laoaz with the Thunderbolt Brigade as well," said Lorist. Loz's eyes shone the moment he heard that. "Milord, are we going on an expedition against the Hanayabarta Kingdom? I want to go too." Since Loz had already guessed his intentions, Lorist no longer felt the need to hide them. House Norton has always retaliated when it was slighted. This time's no exception either. We will not stay quiet and swallow our anger. What we will do is exterminate the Hanayabarta Kingdom. But Loz, you cannot go this time and must stay back to defend the Dominion." "But milord, there are lots of people here. Malak, Turman, Belnik. All of them can do that," complained Loz as he brought up his 3 other comrades. "Well, you were just one step slower. Malak had already talked me into letting him join. He will replace Dulles as the commander of the Wheelbarrow Ballista Division," said Lorist with a smile. "Ugh, milord. How about Freyar? By the time you leave, Freyar's injuries will have recovered already. You can have him defend the Dominion. Also, I'm not going to bring the Spear Cavalry Division there. I only need to follow you, as your personal bodyguard. Also, you understand my training style. Only by fighting against high-tier enemies will I be able to improve. Currently, apart from me, what other gold-ranked knight can stand against rank 1 blade masters? I heard that the Hanayabarta Kingdom has more than 10 blade masters, so I'll be much more useful over there." For the sake of going with Lorist on the expedition, Loz was willing to bring up all sorts of ridiculous excuses. Behind him, Yuri secretly cheered at the fact that he had already been appointed by Lorist to mobilize with his light cavalry scout brigade. He interjected, "Brother Loz, don't forget your duties. You're the commander of 2 spear cavalry divisions. How can you leave them behind just like that?" Loz glared at him hatefully and said, "No worries, the vice commander, Knight Waxima, is extremely capable. It makes no difference whether I'm there or not. He turned back to plead with Lorist. "My lord. Gah, what a headache." Lorist waved his hand and said, "Fine. As long as you organize the matters concerning your spear cavalry divisions first, I will consider letting you come along." After hearing what basically amounted to an agreement, Loz hugged Yuri excitedly and spun around in joy. "Yai!" Yuri cursed and gave him 2 kicks, which Loz didn't mind at all. Loz thought of something and said, "Oh, my lord, if we are going to attack the Hanayabarta kingdom, we'll need more ships. If we don't send all our troops in one go, the battle will be a tough one." Lorist nodded and said, "I've already thought of that. This time around, Els and Tarkal will both head to Moranti. One of their missions is borrowing ships from the Peterson Merchant Guild. We'll also ask them to purchase some used ships in our name. Also, when the Flying Fish of Dawn returns, I'll follow along and go to the Sea of Grief to expropriate a few more before we leave. I have no choice but to resort to expropriation again." Loz exclaimed with joy, "My lord, I want to go along with you when you expropriate the ships." Yuri said with dissatisfaction, "My lord, don't bother with Loz, the pervert. He actually hugged a man like me as he would a woman. It's better if I go along with you for the expropriation." "Enough. Expropriating ships is not exactly something we should be proud of. Stop grumbling about trivial matters all day long. It's not like we're in that much of a rush. The Flying Fish of Dawn must first transport the herbalists and medicinal supplies to Silaoaz, and it'll take at least 3 weeks before it returns. I must first go back to Firm Rock Castle as I already have an appointment with our 3 allied houses. Only after dealing with that can we head for the Hanayabarta kingdom. You guys have only just gotten back, so rest for a day or 2 and deal with the other matters you have first. Oh, and, don't tell anybody about the expedition. I don't intend to make it known publicly for now." "Yes, my lord," said Loz and Yuri before they saluted and left. They returned a few moments later, however. "My lord, the gold-ranked knight and the blade master we captured haven't been dealt with yet," said Yuri. "That's right. Also, Yuri, have someone bring the interrogation logs we recorded on the way back," reminded Loz. "You have records of the interrogations?" asked Lorist. "Yes, my lord. We had nothing better to do on the way back, so we went ahead and interrogated them. We were so thorough that we even know about the time when that blade master caught his parents mating in bed," replied Loz. Lorist could imagine how horrible the 2 prisoners had been treated by his subordinates, and he couldn't keep himself from laughing as a result. It was obvious from the fact that even something that personal was dug up that the 2 prisoners didn't bother to hide anything. "Since there are records, there's no point for me to meet them. Treat them like the sailors before. Nail them on the crucifixes," instructed Lorist calmly. Both Yuri and Loz were shocked. "My lord, that's a blade master and a gold-ranked knight. The blade master even says that he'll be willing to serve the house if his life is spared," stammered Yuri. "Hee, thanks, but no thanks. House Norton doesn't need animals like them who don't see humans as their own kind. He's someone who's able to cut down innocents without any hesitation. So what if he's a blade master? All our troops are true and just. Letting an animal like that serve among their ranks is nothing but an insult to our heroic knights and soldiers. Have the 2 nailed on the crucifixes." The scorn which Lorist had for the knight and the blade master made Yuri and Loz's eyes glow with pride. "Yes, my lord!" shouted the 2 of them in unison. Chapter 269 The First Household Blade Master. Here's the second regular chapter of the week. Don't forget to check out our Patreon page. Supporters will get to read up to 3 chapters ahead of public release. A large, polished plate hung amidst the dark blue veils of the night sky. Its silvery light seeped into the realms of man. Despite the time, Lorist stood on the veranda and cast his gaze on the cities in the valley below. The things that troubled him was carried away by the night's gentle breeze and tranquility ruled. It's been 7 years, hey. Time really flies. Back then, when the northbound convoy was first formed at the academy, I never would have imagined that a day like this would come. Thanks to my efforts, and those of my comrades, our little rural dominion has changed, radically so. Even the lands that used to be desolate, devoid of life, and uninhabitable have become havens for our people. Lorist could no longer recall every single setback he experienced during the course of his journey. He only knew that the enemies he faced now were growing in might. The second prince was not but an incompetent king. He had allowed his army, 100,000 men, to crumble into dust. Even his assassination attempt with the Blade Master had failed and, in return, Lorist had conquered his capital, Frederica. He got himself captured by the enemy and executed. Now, however, Lorist was going up against an entire kingdom by himself. Even though it was a kingdom of pirates, it had already spent the last century developing into a strong nation on its slave trade and labor. It had its own armies as well as countless ruthless slavers. Working together, they were not a force to be underestimated. Lorist read the interrogation reports. They revealed that the attack on Silaoas had been launched with the combined forces of the entire kingdom. More than 80 slaver bands, the smaller of which were around 100 men large and the larger over 500. The total force stretched into 24,000. 500 ships had to be used to transport them to the island. The kingdom targeted the island because they had learned about the 60,000 laborers recently moved to it. According to the Blade Master's report, they had even sent agents disguised as smugglers to the island to confirm the information. Despite their preparations, they had still underestimated the power of the island's forces. When they finally conquered the island, they tallied 80 ships and close to 10,000 combatants as losses. Some of the slaver bands regretted taking part in the operation despite the massive haul. Even with the haul being what it was, they had lost more than they would gain. The loot would have to be divided amongst the nobility, and the smaller bands would get only the scraps that remain thereafter. Their masters were bound to be very stingy as well. They had taken severe losses themselves and no doubt felt they ought to be compensated accordingly. For instance, the captive Blade Master's master, Duke Gufman, was a well-known slaver in the kingdom. He had sent 5 slaver bands, around 2,000 men, on the operation. The battles they fought on the ocean, even before reaching the island, had cost him 2 of his ships. The assault on the island and subsequent battles cost them another 2 bands. At the end of it all, they only had 1,000 men left. In return they had only captured 4,000 slaves. It was far from equaling their losses. It was for this reason the Blade Master had decided to remain on the island with his men a little longer. They wanted to see if they could catch any more slaves. Unfortunately for him, Potter Fong's reinforcements came later and not one of them were able to return alive. "Milord," called Howard softly. "Finished with your night classes?" Lorist asked without turning around. "Yes, milord." "Very well, go get some rest and leave me be. Are the 3 families will be visiting tomorrow? I wonder if Baron Phelim will bring his precious daughter along with him this time? If he does, I'll give you 3 days of vacation so you can take your fiancé on a few dates." "Milord!" yelled Howard with a flushed face. "Hee," Lorist chuckled, "oh, do me a favor and get the kitchen staff to cook me something. Also, bring me a bottle of wine from the study. You may head to bed after that." "Understood, milord." Howard carried out the instructions rather quickly, as he returned with 2 servants to the veranda after a few minutes. The servants laid down the table and chairs before serving the dishes. Perhaps in an attempt to get back at Lorist's teasing, Howard had asked the kitchen staff to serve him a huge smoked goose. The night's scenery was awe-inspiring, but Lorist couldn't help but feel that the gigantic smoked goose in front of him ruined the harmony of his small supper. No matter how hard he tried not to, he still found the thought of biting away at oily, smoked goose to be rather ill-fit for such a great night. "You little bastard!" complained Lorist. In the end, he didn't touch the goose at all. He poured himself a cup of fruit wine and continued to admire the sight across the veranda as he went through one piece of information after another concerning Hanayabarta in his mind instead. The Hanayabarta archipelago was located to the southwest of Silaos. A middle-class merchant vessel would take 11 days to make its way from Silaos to the archipelago, but the Flying Fish of Dawn only required around 8. The archipelago looked like an octopus that had its teeth bared and flailed its tentacles about. The name Hanayabarta was, in fact, the name of a demonic octopus deity that loved to cause storms and winds at sea. Legend says that the demonic octopus deity had once stolen a precious ornament belonging to Sufana, goddess of the blood moon. The blood moon gods was enraged by that act and summoned her husband, Singwei, god of the sun, war, and light, and her sister Daphlin, goddess of the silver moon when the demonic octopus surfaced from the depth of the seas. The three heavenly beings turned the thieving octopus deity into the archipelago as punishment. Many on the continent took the moral of the story to be, angered women are unpredictable. That was why angering a woman was not to be done under any circumstances, or the consequences would be dire. For instance, the octopus deity had thought that the worst he would suffer from the theft was a drawn-out battle with the blood moon goddess, but it didn't expect that he would be turned into an archipelago as a result. The Hanayabarta archipelago was perceived as being rural and desolate, being so far from the continent of Grindia without any worthy export to their name. It was only after the formation of the pirate kingdom did trade start to bustle at the archipelago, causing the opinions of the mainlanders about it to gradually change as well. In terms of actual available area, the Hanayabarta archipelago was larger than the Norton Dominion as a whole. However, most of the land available at the archipelago were long and narrow islands which did indeed look like octopus tentacles. The kingdom had been formed more than 80 years earlier and had a population of around 500,000. 400,000 of the population, however, were slaves. Perhaps the declining slaver population was their karma. Even so, there were still geniuses amidst the wilderness. Lorist had learned that the second king had been one such person. Originally, the pirate kingdom was little more than an anarchic state where the strong were the law. The second king successfully turned that system into a hereditary one, firmly securing the position of the hegemon of his family for the coming years. After he had been elected by his fellow pirates, he completely changed the raiding patterns of the pirates and enfeoffed the many islands of the archipelago to the pirate bosses as hereditary dominions. Additionally, he provided them with slave labor to cultivate their lands and recruited other common pirates into the royal family's forces, allowing them to spend their days without worry for food or shelter. Not only that, he also announced that he would no longer raid the coastal nations along the Golden Coast. Instead, he would make peace with them and establish trade. The development and expansion of the slave trade also helped to secure the kingdom's foundations. It was considered fortunate to become a subject of the kingdom, but it was a fortune built on the blood and tears of slaves. The kingdom's subjects would not want for food and shelter. That was the birthright the second king left the pirates' descendants. However, if they wanted better lives, they had to serve as soldiers of the royal family or pick up a trade. Hanayabarta had two standing armies. The first was the royal family's local defense army, which numbered 28,000 people, and the second was the National Patrol Fleet. It had 24 large and middle-class ships to its name. The two units were under the direct control of the royal family. The other nobles of the kingdom were powerful slavers whose personal forces were the descendants of the pirates that had served with their founders. As for the slaver bands under their control, they consisted mostly of desperate deserters, mercenaries, and criminals. Hanayabarta had two cities. The first was the royal capital of Hamidas, which was located on the central island of the archipelago, and the other was known as the largest hub in the world for the slave trade, Nupit. While the nobles of the kingdom had residences at Hamidas, they were more accustomed to living at Nupit. It was, to them, nothing short of absolute paradise. They had their slaves construct luxurious estates and lived exuberant lives at the expense of their slaves. Being a port city, Nupit was also a place where the various products imported from the mainland was available. It was a convenient location for the slaver nobles to instruct their slave traders and slaver bands from. Lorist was rather confident that his forces were almost entirely unrivaled on the whole continent. This time around, he was prepared to deploy 2 of Potter Fong's heavy armored divisions, 1 wheelbarrow Caraballista division, Yuri's light cavalry scout brigade, as well as Ovidis's Thunderbolt brigade. Coupled with the 2 other personal guard regiments, his forces easily numbered 37,000. He believed that as long as his forces could make their way onto the islands, Hanayabarta would be exterminated. It might even be possible for him to single-handedly send all the slavers and slave traders on Grindia to the gallows. Despite that, he was troubled to find a way to move his 37,000 troops onto the central island without raising any alarms. The maps showed the archipelago's coasts to be straight. In other words, Nuput was in the deepest reaches of a bay that was shielded by a few long island stretches that acted as natural barriers. Were the islands uninhabited, there would be no problem. Lorist could easily conquer them, impose a blockade. However, the islands were the hereditary dominions of the slaver nobles, and there was no doubt that they stationed many of their own there. The moment Lorist's ships were in sight, one signal fire after another would be lit and word of their presence would quickly spread to the city. The pirates would have time to form up and set sail, and chaos would no doubt follow. So far, the best course of action was to transport those who would be deployed to Silauas to make preparations for the expedition. When Els and Tarkal sent back more information about the kingdom's defences, the expedition could begin. Once most of the soldiers made it to the shores of the kingdom, they could teach the inhuman scum a lesson they could never forget. Lorist revealed an insidious snicker. He had resolved himself to not let the slavers that attacked the island off, especially the members of the slaver bands. They had committed too much evil, and it was high time they felt the consequences of their actions. Lorist had already reaffirmed his decision to go on an expedition against Hanayabarta. Their time of reckoning would come. Hopefully, Els and Tarkal would be able to discover where Charade and Jim were being held. He hoped nothing unfortunate happened to them. Even if they had to serve as slaves for several months, as long as they survived, Lorist could rescue them. Lorist sighed deeply before chucking down the rest of the yellowish wine. News of Charade's capture was still being kept under wraps. Not even his family knew. Lorist looked at the hill to the left of the castle. 2 rows of 12 large houses stood there. The first house at the top belonged to Charade. Just recently, Charade's father had gone there to check on his beloved grandchild and had yet to leave. Sigh. How would I be willing to be the one to break the bad news to them? All of a sudden, Lorist noticed the flash of a sword in the corner of his eye. He took a closer look. That was a strike only a blade master could make. Why would there be such a strike at Charade's backyard, especially in the middle of the night? Don't tell me the slavers have realized Charade's true identity and intend to take his family hostage to force him to work for them. Feeling a little distressed, Lorist leaped from the veranda onto the castle walls like a monkey and sped to Charade's house immediately. Everything seemed normal, however. All Lorist could hear were some soft murmurs along with the noises made by Charade's infant son. Lorist crept to the backyard like a shadow, silently. He crept under the trees to evade the silver moonlight. The sword light could only have come from one person, the one training in the backyard. As the sword in his hand moved, it radiated an air of controlled and contained sword aura. Even though the blade glow arced through a wide space, not a single flower was disturbed. The control, accuracy, and stability demonstrated by the sword wielder were amazing, to say the least. Those were the things that differentiated a blade master from a gold-ranked swordsman. Lorist stepped out of the shadow of the tree. The man raised his sword and yelled, "Who goes there?" "It's me," said Lorist calmly. "Ugh! My lord," stammered the man before he sheathed his sword. "Follow me," said Lorist, before he turned and left. "Phew," breathed the sword wielder in relief. "The beautiful night inspired me to start training out of nowhere, but I didn't think that my lord would be back already. It's been some time since I became a blade master, and given that Milord has seen me train, he's definitely noticed. It's over. My days of freedom and relaxation are over. I can never spend my time with my beloved granddaughter anymore and will be ordered around by Milord to fight on one battlefield after another. At the same time, Lorist thought, good soul. How ridiculous can this get? I didn't think that cowardly old man, the one willing to sell his daughter and even signed a contract to be my slave for 10 years, would be the one to become a blade master, and without anyone noticing at that. What kind of luck is this? The sword wielder was actually Englich. Back when Lorist was traveling through Armatrin harbor with the northbound convoy, he had gotten into conflict with the Slav slavers. Lorist had killed 2 of their gold-ranked swordsmen all by himself, but Englich, a 3-star gold rank, hadn't dared to fight him at all. Instead, he turned tail and ran, only to be caught anyway. Lorist had confiscated all his money and his Battle Force manual and even had the old man hand in his beloved granddaughter and sign a 10-year slave contract before letting him off. Back then, as Charade had been injured by Englich and was bandaged up like a rice ball, Lorist had no choice but to make the old man's granddaughter Charade's maidservant. He didn't think that the two would be attracted to one another. Lorist had no choice but to go easy on the old man as a result. It would be unseemly for him to treat the father of his chief knight's lover as a slave. When Lorist had returned to the convoy at Nadgaz in the Andanak kingdom to lead them back to the Northlands, he had to reward those who had contributions to the journey. He had intended to take the old man as one of his household gold-ranked knights, only to be refused by the latter, who said that he was satisfied as long as he got to stay by his granddaughter's side. Charade had already impregnated his granddaughter around and even pledged to take her as his wife when he returned to the Dominion. In consideration of the harsh life the old man had led and his wish to spend the remainder of his time in peace with his family, Lorist allowed the matter to be settled and didn't disturb Englich. However, he hadn't expected that the old man would actually come to be the house's first blade master. There was no way Lorist could afford to leave him be. He had to utilize the old man as best he could. After all, he didn't have that good a relationship with Englich, to begin with, given how the old man would tremble every time he met Lorist. Lorist was only troubled by how a man like Englich had managed to reach the rank of blade master. When they were back at the veranda of the castle, Lorist sat in his chair and poured himself some wine, leaving Englich standing before him obediently. "Tell me, since for how long have you been a blade master?" "Am I?" "Milord, it has been a year," stammered the old man in fear. "Why did you not tell me about it?" asked Lorist lazily. "Me, milord, you were not present back then," said the old man. His voice broke at every other word. Lorist could not remember exactly when he was within the Dominion and when he was away, so he couldn't really argue. However, he was still rather troubled. "Why are you trembling like that? Am I really that scary? It's not like I would devour you alive. Also, you're already a blade master now." I don't know why, but I am always afraid when meeting you." "Well, Englich, I guess we should get to the main point. Since you're a blade master, you ought to do your part for the house," said Lorist. "Me, milord. I pray that you let me be, given my age," pleaded the old man. "Bullshit. Don't think that I'm not aware that becoming a blade master means you gain another 30 years of life. Your condition right now is comparable to a strong, healthy youth. I guess I can be honest with you and tell you that the house is not in that great of a position nowadays. In the near, I will go on an expedition to Hanayabarta. Those darn slavers attacked our dominion, Silawas. Even your precious grandson-in-law has been captured by them." "Milord, what did you say?" asked the old man with surprise, no longer looking as fearful as he did previously. "That's one of the reasons why I will be leaving for Hanayabarta soon. I will definitely bring Charade back. Old man, you ought to play your part too. I need you to expropriate ships from the Sea of Grief for now. We still lack enough to transport all our troops there." Now that the matter concerned the blissful life of his precious granddaughter, the old man no longer tried to push away his responsibilities. "All right, my lord. I will definitely make sure that you have the ships you need." "Very well. Go back for now. I hope you can keep the matter about Charade a secret from his wife." "I will notify you when the time comes," said Lorist. "Understood, my lord," Englich said before he turned around and headed to the stairs. He paused at the door, however, and asked, "Oh, how many ships do you need exactly?" "Well, try to get me around 100. "But I'm not sure even that'll be enough," replied Lorist. "What? You need that many?" exclaimed the old man as he stepped forward, only to find that his leg was already beyond the step of the stairs. The sound of a bag of meat rolling down an incline could be heard for a few moments afterward, accompanied by the occasional grunt. Completely dumbfounded and shaking his head, Lorist mused, "For a person with a mindset like that, I wonder how he even managed to break through to become a blade master." Chapter 270 Meeting of the Four Families. Here's the third chapter of the week. Do support us on Patreon if you have the means, and join our Discord server for a chat. "Oh, Englich, I thought hard about it for the whole night but I still don't have an answer." Lorist sighed, "You should know that you're not an ambitious or victory-obsessed person, right? Your own survival is all that matters to you. Frankly, you're the kind that takes the path of least resistance. I find myself wondering how in the world you became a blade master? Did you consume some kind of precious medicine?" Lorist had called for Englich to be brought to him early in the morning, mainly to give him something to do. He didn't feel it was okay to leave a blade master free and unattended in the Dominion. He also wanted an answer to the question he had been pondering the whole night. Englich smiled bitterly. "My lord, I don't really know myself. To be honest, I was already a 3-star gold rank by the time I submitted to you, but I encountered a bottleneck shortly after, and for years I couldn't progress no matter how hard I trained. I thought that I would stay like that for the rest of my life, so I didn't have any hopes of progressing anymore. But after joining the convoy, I felt incredibly relaxed all of a sudden, as if I no longer had any burdens. I later came to understand that it was because my lord had eradicated the sloth slavers. I no longer had to work for others against my better conscience and it allowed me to cast off the burdens I carried with me. I was finally able to improve my circulation of battle force, and it even became easier than before. My lord didn't send me on missions once we arrived at the Dominion either, and instead allowed me to spend my time with my granddaughter and newborn grandchild. The sight of my daughter becoming the mother of another fulfilled the last of my wishes and removed the last of my regrets. I have no more desires or unfulfilled goals in life. As long as I can spend my life in peace with my granddaughter and her child, I will be satisfied. The child grew to be rather rowdy last year, so I got him a wooden sword as a toy. I realized just how blissful my life is when I saw him swing the sword around in the backyard and chase the butterflies. The realization gave me a profound insight. The blue of the sky appeared more striking than ever, and the fragrance of the flowers and plants seemed to be stronger and clearer than before. I could clearly discern every motion that occurred within a sphere that stretched out in all directions for 10 meters. Fortunately, my observant granddaughter noticed that I had gotten some kind of insight and stopped our servants from entering our backyard. Every day, she would serve me my meals personally. I didn't feel anything particularly different about myself. I ate when I was hungry, drank when I was thirsty, and slept when I was bored, but I never left the courtyard. It had become my private universe, a world where I am completely free. I could even say that I was barely conscious of my own condition at the time. Later, my granddaughter told me that it was as if I had lost my soul during those 3 months. I was either tracing in the air or sitting on the ground like a statue. She said that I would not heed anyone's calls and repel her with the battle force around my body when she tried to tug at me. She was so worried that she almost broke out in tears. Charade wasn't home either, so my poor little granddaughter had to deal with it all by herself. On the one hand, she was worried for my sake, and on the other, she had to take care of her child. I only regained my mind after 3 months and realized that I had broken through to become a blade master. That lass was elated and had wanted to write a letter to Charade to inform him, but I stopped her because I didn't want to cause a commotion. Also, I didn't want people to come visit me out of nowhere. Lorist finally understood that the old man had broken through not because of his swordsmanship, but thanks to his mental fortitude. That was why the moves demonstrated by Engelich after he broke through had so much control, precision, and stability, like the still water of a lake that would vibrate in a constant pattern the moment it was disturbed, seeping through every nook and cranny it could find. It was unlike other blade masters who had broken through thanks to their swordsmanship, which was reflected in the attributes of their battle force. For instance, others would feel the chilling aura of a snowstorm when fighting against Lorist. I really didn't think that letting you be with your granddaughter would actually let you break through, Lorist mused, before he shamelessly claimed credit for Angelica's breakthrough, saying, "You should thank me, Engelich. It was I who had exterminated the slaver band and forced you into servitude. Had you not experienced all that, you would have died as a 3-star gold rank." "Yes, yes. It's all thanks to you, my lord." "Thank you so much," said Engelich hurriedly. Even after becoming a blade master, he still felt like he was treading on thin ice when standing in front of Lorist. He found his bone-deep fear of his lord very curious. "That's enough. Come over and take this," said Lorist. He took a small box out of a drawer. Inside was a golden badge. It differed from the ones given to gold-ranked knights, it had a star-shaped diamond embedded in its surface. It gathered and radiated the light from the surroundings in such a way that it looked like a shining, twinkling star. "You see, my grandfather and great-grandfather had always hoped that the household would be guarded by a blade master. Even though they could never afford to hire one, they still had a blade master badge forged and hoped that it would encourage the members of the house to train hard and become a blade master one day. Well, at least they didn't stretch themselves thin by making a ton of these. Otherwise, I would have to dig out the diamond star and sell it." Even though Lorist was uttering nonsense, he still carefully placed the box in Angelica's hands. Naturally, Engelich didn't regard Lorist's words seriously. He understood from Lorist's actions that he was officially the first blade master in the history of House Norden. His fate from that day onward would be forever intertwined with that of the Nordens. Handling the box as carefully as he could, Engelich gingerly retrieved the badge from the box and pinned it on his shirt. After that, he stowed the box in his pocket, retreated 2 steps, and bowed deeply to Lorist. "My lord, I pledge my service to House Norden until the day I breathe my last breath, until the day of my death." Waving his hands, Lorist said, "Sheesh, don't talk about breath this and death that this early in the morning. Your conviction is what that matters. I wonder if an old man like you can continue to scale the ranks and become a rank 2, or even rank 3, blade master. Perhaps, you might even stand a chance to become a sword saint. My lord, you're a far bigger dreamer than I am. I only hope that I can raise my rank one more time, but I don't even have the slightest thought of actually becoming a sword saint." After receiving the blade master badge of the household, Engelich spoke more freely and relaxedly. "Well, things like this are hard to predict. You are a relatively lucky one. Perhaps, one day you might just slip on a pile of dog shit and come to realize some immutable truth of the universe that allows you to break through and become a sword saint." Engelich laughed bitterly. "My lord's messing around again. If there were anyone who actually became a sword saint by doing that, I bet there would be tons of people willingly stepping into dog shit daily. Well, there's that. I'll put an end to messing with you. Since you're a blade master of the household, your salary will 5,000 gold fords annually. You can collect it whenever you please from Supervisor Spiel. If you do manage to break through to the 2nd rank, your pay will be raised to 8,000, whereas the pay for a rank 3 blade master is 10,000. I bet you're already regretting it now. If you had told me about this the moment you made your breakthrough, you would have had an extra 5,000 gold forts already. Shaking his head, Englich said, "No, I don't regret that at all, my lord." "Is that so?" Lorist asked with a look of curiosity on his face. "I recall that you looked as if you were hanged when I confiscated your personal savings earned from working for the slavers, yet you're telling me that 5,000 gold forts means nothing to you? Or are you saying that the amount of money is too low for you to even bother with?" "Well, I can't help you with that. I wasn't the one who set down the regulations for how much blade masters are paid. My lord, you have already offered me countless gold coins. I know that average blade masters only get paid 3,000 gold forts annually. Over the past few years I spent at home, I came to realize that what I truly want is a life of peace. I only need enough money for my own purposes, more doesn't necessarily mean I'll become happier. All I need is my family. It's a shame I don't have much money with me right now. Otherwise, I'd be willing to pay you 5,000 gold forts for a year's leave to spend with my family," said Englich in a regretful tone. "Forget it, Englich. To think that an old guy like you would be as obedient as a mule that requires caning," Lorist said, "but, I like your attitude. It's precisely because of it that you were able to break through to become a blade master. Right now, I'll leave you with an assignment. Before we set sail in another 10 or so days, give Reedy some guidance with his swordsmanship for 2 hours. Actually, make it an hour and a half. Also, help Howard establish his basic stances. When I saw you train yesterday, I noticed that your basic sword stance was incredibly firm and allowed you to manipulate your sword in a very peculiar manner. I hope you will be able to guide them in those respects." "Understood, my lord," said Englich as he nodded. "Also, after training, come here. I will have someone arrange an office for you. You have to understand the battle strategies and the development goals of the house so that I can have you help out when I require it. I'll ask Howard to bring you to the training grounds at the rear hill now. When you come back, make sure to read through the information on Sai Laoaz." "Look, they're all here," said Lorist as he pointed at a thick stack of beast-skin documents in the corner. Englich wore a helpless expression as he was escorted away by Howard. Lorist looked at the silhouette of the old man and mused, "Hey, as if I'd let an old guy like you slack off." Count Kenmay's regiment of attendants and servants only arrived at Firm Rock Castle during the night. When he got off the carriage, he could be seen with 2 new beautifully dressed maidservants. Raising his brows in surprise, Lorist asked, "Have they changed again?" Count Kenmays replied, "Yet. Those 2 got pregnant and had to get married off to others. I had to pay out quite a sizable dowry for them too." Lorist nodded to the maidservants before he said, "Since they are pregnant with your child, why don't you keep them around as your concubines?" "No way," Count Kenmays said, "letting them stay after they have a child will cause them to have unhealthy ambitions. It'll bring me nothing but unrest. For their own sake as well, marrying them off is still the best course of action. I give them a yearly allowance as well. When the child is older, I'll adopt them and begin cultivating their talents. It's the best arrangement for everyone involved. Good soul, this guy is as calculating as people get." As expected of the descendant of a merchant family, thought Lorist as he smiled and invited the group into the castle. When the 2 of them entered the study, Count Kenmays walked to the familiar wine rack and opened a bottle of fine wine. Taking on the role of host, Count Kenmays said, "Come, this wine is pretty good. Let's have a drink." "Soul!" Lorist cursed, "I noticed that half of my wine disappeared after I returned from a trip at the end of last year. So, the culprit was you. Old friend, good wine is to be enjoyed with good company. How would we enjoy the luxurious taste they provide otherwise?" Count Kenmays said before he asked curiously, "Oh, where were you?" That supervisor and Potter Fang were so tight-lipped. They wouldn't even reveal the slightest hint as to where you were and only said you weren't in the Northlands. Troubled, I dug around and found no record of you leaving through the suspension bridge of my family nor the one at the Phelim house. Also, Duke Madras has sealed off the crossing point at Metropolis River. How in the world did you leave the Northlands? Did you fly away using your wings? Laughing out loud, Lorist said, I went to the Andanak kingdom and delivered the second prince there. During the 29th day of the 12th month, the third prince passed away and Second Highness Auguslo beheaded the second prince and used his head as a sacrifice during his father's funeral. Count Kenmaze exclaimed, What did you say? The second prince is dead. I only heard that the third prince was dead, but nothing about the second prince being buried with him. Lorist nodded and said, Charade went to the imperial capital on my behalf and he personally witnessed the second prince's head displayed beside the third prince's coffin. It was in a silver basin and his expression was anything but dignified. Good Lord Singwei. So the second prince is no more, just like that. Mused Count Kenmaze in terror. Lorist merely nodded. Count Kenmaze downed the wine in his cup in one go, shook his head in thought, and asked, as per the usual protocol, given that the second prince is my senior noble, I should be mad at you for being the main cause of his death. Given that you acted out of your authority against a senior noble, I should declare war against House Norton to avenge the second prince. But I wonder why I feel some kind of hidden joy and relief right now. Lorist smiled and said, You little bastard. You should be thanking me for relieving House Kenmaze of such a troublesome character. Now that you no longer have a senior noble, you can do as you please. Isn't that better? If you still had the second prince lording over you, there would come a day that you would have no choice but to revolt. After all, the second prince's greed was such that he wouldn't even leave the bones behind when he eats. As for acting out of my authority, that's just bullshit. It's not like the second prince is my senior noble or anything. Since he dared to attempt to take advantage of us, he should have been ready for the consequences. Also, we did not kill him. That was the second highness. Since he represents the Chrisen imperial family, it's well within his right to do so and that has nothing to do with House Norton. The count made a thumbs up and said, Since when did you get so sly? Isn't sending the second prince to the imperial capital basically sending him to his death? Also, I almost let you change the subject. The death of the second prince is no big deal. What I want you to tell me is how you traveled to the Andanak kingdom. Lorist pointed at the map of the Norton Dominion on the wall and said, Look at it yourself. Didn't I tell you this already? Second Highness Auguslo represented the Chrisen imperial family and made me a count. He also enfeffed Sai Laoaz to my house. A few years back, my household finally managed to build a port at our northern coast. Later, I had someone make me a ship and I departed from there. I even went all the way to Moranti. Good soul. This time around, Count Kenmaze mimicked Lorist's catchphrase before he hurried to stare at the map for a good long while. Locke, your house is going to be rich. With a naval trade route, gold coins will flow towards you incessantly. Merely the transportation fee will be more than enough for your house to live in opulence. Good Lord Singwei, shipping products by sea would save so much money when compared to transporting them by land. Brother Locke, no, Master Locke, let this one buy some shares. Please let me benefit a little bit from this. Scram! Lorist scolded half-jokingly, do you think making money is that easy? You didn't even consider the cost of the ships, hiring and training sailors, as well as the risks of setting sail. To be honest with you, I just received word that Sai Laoaz has been attacked by pirates and suffered heavy losses. I have to make another trip in 10 days' time. So, I'm not sure if I will be able to make it back before the new year. That's why I asked you to come for this short gathering of ours. Naturally, I also have some good news to announce to you guys. Ah, I see. The risks of setting sail are pretty high, especially with new trade routes. Winds, storms, pirates, navigation errors, there's just so many things that can cause heavy losses, the Count agreed, but I still want to use your trade route to travel to Moranti. I haven't been there even once despite how famous it is. Now that I mention it, it's kind of embarrassing. Maybe next year. Let me deal with the security issues for now. I'll bring you to Moranti after that. Very well, then it's decided. So, Locke, what was it you said you wanted to announce? Asked Count Kenmaze. Lorist said, I'll tell you all when the other two arrive. I don't want to repeat myself for no reason. TCH, it's one of your weird quirks again. Baron Chazin and Baron Felim arrived the next day. As expected, Baron Felim brought his precious daughter over, so Lorist let Howard take a 3-day leave to spend some time with his fiancée and improve their relationship. In the study, Lorist had his servants bring out the golden-laced glass tea set, the magnifying glass, and the white writing paper and gifted each of the representatives of the 3 houses with one of each. He announced that those were the products of his household and that he would let the Salt Merchant Committee have the distribution rights for them. Additionally, he told the Count that the Norton House was already able to produce glass and that he no longer required the Kenmaze house to resell glass to them. While Baron Chazin and Baron Felim were overjoyed by the announcements, Count Kenmaze looked rather down. He had grasped the opportunity to stock up on glass as the war between the Tarabo Kingdom and the Union had stopped glass production almost completely. The Count had intended to sell the glass he managed to stockpile for a higher price to House Norton, but it appeared that the plan was no longer workable. Lorist told Baron Chazin and Baron Felim that it was time to raise their military strength. He announced to the 3 the Second Highness's conquests at the Red Lees Kingdom and expressed his concern regarding the Second Highness' possible intention to come to the Iblaya Kingdom. By then, 300,000 soldiers would set foot in the Northlands. Lorist said that while he was a noble of the Andanak Kingdom, he wasn't sure if he could stop the Second Highness from taking action against the other 3 houses. They were vassals of the Second Prince and nobles of the Iblaya Kingdom, after all. I advise you all to be prepared just in case. Without a strong military force to fall back on, things might not go as well as you might think, said Lorist. Chapter 271 Battle Report. Here's the 4th release of the week. Enjoy the read. Not a patron yet? Come support us at www.patreon.com/talesoflord if you feel so inclined. You'll be given a cool Discord role on our Discord server too. Pop in for a chat. Milord, why do you want the 3 other houses to expand their military? Not only would you have to provide them loans, you would also have to sell them weapons and equipment at a low price. Currently, our house's treasury has less than 1 million gold fords. Supervisor Hansk said that if you continue to spend so much money, we will no longer have enough for future developments, said Howard as the 2 were en route to Professor Balba's gunpowder research lab. Lorist stretched out his hand to ruffle Howard's hair as he chuckled. And here I thought spending time with your fiancé had taken your focus away. I didn't think that you would be pondering a matter such as this. My lord! Exclaimed Howard with dissatisfaction, I was just puzzled at why you did that. Haha, come on, Howard, I was just joking around. Don't mind me, Lorist said, there's a saying that goes like this, prepare an umbrella when the sky looks dark, or risk being showered like a roadside dog. The situation our house is facing right now is a little similar to that. If we don't make ample preparations, we will be soaked in the rain when the time comes. I'm not that worried about the Chikder Merchant Guild. Even if they're the so-called hegemon of the sea, they are, in the end, just merchants. I'm not worried about our expedition to the Hanayabarta Kingdom either since they're not but a bunch of pirates, slavers, and slave traders. They won't be able to resist our house's elite soldiers for long. The one person I'm most worried about is Second Highness Auguslo. Given his long-held ambition of becoming the Emperor of the reunited Christian Empire and his recent success in conquering Frederica despite the odds that were stacked against him, there's little doubt that he'll be on the winning side of the conflict at the Red Lees Kingdom. From the ambush, we can see that the Second Highness is indeed a brilliant strategist and not just an inept king. He really hopes that he can realize his ambitions one day. After exterminating the Red Lees Kingdom, his armies will most likely turn to the Iblaya Kingdom next. So far, given the status of the Iblaya Kingdom, there's no way they'll be able to resist the Second Highness's attack. Given that the Northlands is already under our full control, we don't really have anything to worry about. But, when the Second Highness completes his extermination of the Iblaya kingdom and turns his troops to the Northlands, given how much of a control freak he is, do you think that he will allow the three houses, the Shizans, Kenmazes, and Philims, to control part of the Northlands? After all, they are nobles entitled by the Second Prince. Even if those three pledge allegiance to the Second Highness, the Second Highness's next move would be to try and split our alliance apart. He would either decrease their noble rank and take part of their territory away or move their territory to another place entirely. That way, the Second Highness will be able to stretch his claws into the Northlands. Salus and Redriver are both outside of the formal dominion of the house. The Second Highness would easily be able to come up with an excuse to enfeoff those lands to other nobles intentionally and cause conflict between us and them. But my lord, didn't the Second Highness say that he would make you the Duke of the Northlands? As long as the whole of the Northlands become yours. Howard said before he paused after seemingly realizing something. Hee, Loris chuckled, when the Second Highness said that back then, he was in a weak position, given that he had only just gained control of the Andanak kingdom. He still required us to do the heavy lifting, so he made all sorts of promises. But right now, he has control over 300,000 soldiers. By the time he exterminates the Iblaya kingdom, his power will be set in stone. The other nobles will flock to him in droves and his army might become even bigger. It's not impossible for him to end up with 500,000 troops. Do you think he will keep the promises if this were to become the case? Our house focuses on raising elite soldiers. While we seem to have quite a huge number of troops right now, the actual land forces we have capable of participating in open field battles number only around 80,000. We're also going to war with Hanayabarta soon. Only 2 divisions of spear cavalry and 1 Karo ballista division, along with our Knight Brigade, will be left behind to protect the Dominion once the expedition departs. Other than that, the mounted archers stationed at Hyde Bull Mound are there to resist any barbarian invasions. The other 2 local defense brigades are stationed at Tortoise Hill and Firm Rock Castle respectively. As for our 3 police brigades, they're in charge of guarding our warehouses, prisons, labor camps, factories, and much more. The only ones remaining are the garrison squads of the various towns which are also responsible for the people's safety. If you look closely at this map, you'll come to understand that the western area of the Northlands has already been made into grazing plains for the livestock of our house. Roughly 300,000 cows and lambs are currently being raised there. In the next 3 years, the Fizibalans will be providing us with another 600,000 of them to fulfill their agreement with us to trade livestock for military equipment. The other 3 houses allied to us don't really mind that we're using the area to raise livestock since they will also benefit from purchasing some for themselves at a lower price. But if the Second Highness starts expanding his influence in the Northlands, the western livestock area is where he'll strike first. After all, it is not part of our dominion. There are many excuses he can use to take the livestock away and we'll be unable to do anything about it. Unless we want to fight against the forces of the Second Highness when they're in their prime, we will have no choice but to swallow the losses without complaint. Given the might of our house, we are able to recruit up to 300,000 soldiers and are not afraid of the Second Highness's forces. In fact, we can even defeat him. But what good would that do us? Not only would it affect the lives of our subjects, we would also suffer great losses even if we defeat the Second Highness. And given that the Second Highness is our senior noble, going against him is treason. The ideal course of action is to strengthen the 3 houses allied to us and let them take the brunt of the Second Highness's assault in our stead. Our house will only have to provide reinforcement without actually being involved in direct confrontation. With a natural barrier like the Metropolis River, I'd like to see if the Second Highness will be willing to send his troops to the grinder just to conquer the 2 suspension bridges. Either the Second Highness agrees to our conditions and leaves the Northlands under our control and that of the other houses, or he grinds against our allies until they give way. My lord, what if the Second Highness orders us to take out our allies? He's our senior noble after all, asked Howard. There would be no issue with that. Unreasonable orders from senior nobles can be refused with no repercussions. He has no right to ask us to betray an alliance we have formed, replied Lorist. It had been 2 months since Lorist supplied some firearms to Professor Balba to experiment on, and, just recently, the professor reported that he had made great progress. After sending off Baron Chizan, Baron Felim, and Count Kenmaze, Lorist made his way to the laboratory as soon as he could. Professor Balba, Grandmaster Sid, Grandmaster Julian, and Grandmaster Felon were all present. Upon getting into their seats, they began reporting their progress to Lorist. While Professor Balba had yet to find any success making the canister shot ammunition that Lorist described to him, he did have a surprise in store. The professor took out a few bullets encased in a bronze shell. "How did you make the primer for these rounds?" asked Lorist. "Milord, I simply had some fire crystal grains placed at the bottom of the shell with a piece of flint. When the hammer knocks against the flint, the smallest spark will ignite the fire crystals and set off the gunpowder in it as well. The gunpowder will then explode and propel the projectile outward," explained the professor. Grandmaster Felon opened a red wooden box on the table and revealed 2 revolvers' intricate golden patterns on their barrels and ivory grips. The ivory grip on one side had a carving of a beautiful woman and the other was carved with detailed patterns. Lorist thought they looked completely like the antique revolvers he had seen online in his past life. "Oh? You guys actually managed to make the revolvers," mused Lorist with surprise. "Yes, milord," Grandmaster Felon said, "we spent 2 months making the 2 according to the designs you provided. I also handcrafted the bullets personally." Ugh! Lorist was speechless the moment he found that the parts of the 2 revolvers were all handcrafted by Grandmaster Felon. His craftsmanship was at such a high level that even Grandmaster Sid wouldn't be able to compare. However, the problem was that Lorist had hoped that they would be able to find a way to mass-produce the guns instead of having Grandmaster Felon craft them himself. That way, the Grandmaster probably wouldn't be able to finish more than 100 guns even if he worked until he dies of old age. "Do these guns work?" asked Lorist worriedly. "Of course they do," Grandmaster Felon hurriedly replied, "we tried firing them a couple of times. However, the firing range is quite short. A lead bullet fired from roughly 30 meters away can only punch through a wooden board as thick as a finger. If the gun is fired from 50 meters away, it wouldn't hit its target at all." So it has an effective firing range of roughly 30 meters. Any further than that, the bullet would go off course. "Also, milord, we weren't able to make the automatically rotating cartridge that's connected to the trigger mechanism. So, we had no choice but to borrow the Dwarven gun's design. The hammer has to be cocked back for the next bullet to be loaded," said Grandmaster Felon. "Ah, no wonder the hammer looks a little large. It's so that it can be cocked by the hand more easily. Milord, you should also take note that the barrel will overheat after 5 quick shots. It must cool before it can be reloaded and fired again," reminded Grandmaster Julian. "Well, I guess the material for the construction of the barrel isn't ideal either, for it to overheat after only 5 shots. Are there any other flaws?" asked Lorist. "Well, milord, even though the bullet primers are made by me with each one containing the same amount, sometimes 1 or 2 out of 5 bullets would fail to ignite. I suspect that's because the flint piece didn't produce any spark," added Professor Balba. Lorist was already completely speechless. In the end, the 2 revolvers are nothing but intricately carved decoration pieces. It's no wonder that the engravings were so detailed. The product was meant only for admiring its craftsmanship. But no matter what, they were still the first 2 revolvers the house produced and they still had some historical value to them. "Were the bullet shells all made by you guys personally too?" "No, we hired over 20 smiths and had each of them make 10 shells. After that, we picked those that were roughly of the same size and gave them to Grandmaster Felon for some polishing. We picked 73 of them and filled them up with the chemicals so they can be used with the guns. You can reuse these shells simply by filling them up with more gunpowder. We also have some molds for making lead bullets and a tool to fit the lead bullet into the shell, said the professor. As long as the shell was kept, one could refill it with gunpowder. That was a rather decent solution for limited ammunition. All right, I'll take these 2 guns, the bullets, and the molds. You will no longer have to work on these anymore. Having grandmasters like you spend 2 months on these is a little too wasteful. You're no regular smiths, your talents can be put to far better use, said Lorist, much to the grandmaster's joy. Were there any difficulties you faced during testing? Asked Lorist. My lord, we found that the main problem was that there was no suitable material available to us for the construction of the gun barrels. The ones on the guns we have now are made of steel. It's far from ideal, they overheat too easily. Also, making the barrels takes quite some time and effort. We also had to test different heat-resistant bricks to see if we could modify our furnace to see if we can directly cast molten steel into barrels, expressed Grandmaster Sid. Nodding in agreement, Lorist thought that he had been far too ambitious. Without establishing the more fundamental technological foundations, he had intended to leap straight into producing such advanced contraptions. Even though the Grandmasters were able to make those 2 revolvers with much effort and time, the revolvers had too many flaws and were incredibly impractical to make. Grandmaster Sid was correct in that they had to discover a new material to make the barrel with before they could progress. Very well, Grandmaster Sid's statement holds true. It won't be good for us to rush this. The house will fund you for testing different materials. Also, right now, we're only using our water-powered machines to hammer and press metals. I wonder if you can try to make similar machines for hole boring, cutting, and drilling? That would save us lots of manpower and time, said Lorist as he casually tossed a few rough blueprints of the machines he just named, which Grandmaster Sid took in a hurry as if they were heavenly treasures. My lord, right now our consumption of saltpeter is far too high because we are using 40 cannons to train our cannoneers. The production of saltpeter will no longer be able to keep up with the consumption in 10 days, reported the professor. This is a new issue. After giving it some thought, Lorist replied, how about this? Decrease the amount of gunpowder used for the training sessions. It'll be enough as long as they can fire the cannons. Ration the gunpowder we give to the cannoneers and caution them to use them sparingly. Other than that, I will invest more funds into making a few more mining valleys near the Black Edge Mountains to increase its production. After leaving the gunpowder research lab, Lorist rushed to the port city. Senbad's fleet had returned the day before and they would be leaving after a day of rest to transport soldiers to Silawas. Englich and Lowe's would also be sailing aboard the Flying Fish of Dawn to the Sea of Grief to expropriate more ships while Lorist had to stay at the Dominion. Within the main camp at the port, Senbad and the rest welcomed Lorist's arrival. Senbad, you shall stay here the day after tomorrow and leave the fleet to Uncle Torin. Let them depart first, said Lorist. Understood, my lord, replied Senbad, even though he didn't understand why Lorist instructed him to do so. Do you see the windstorm over there? That's your new flagship. You have to familiarize yourself with it before you set sail, said Lorist as he pointed to the new ship that was docked at the bay nearby. With his eyes gleaming, Senbad praised, what a beautiful ship, my lord. But can't I just get used to sailing it during the journey itself? No, Senbad. This ship is not anything like the regular ones you have sailed. This is the only invincible warship on the whole of Grindius so far. You'll understand what I mean when you get on board, teased Lorist. Very well, my lord. I shall carry out your will. Also, this is the battle report submitted to us from Nightlund Mord at Moranti, said Senbad as he handed over a thick back of documents. Lorist took one out and realized that it detailed the war effort of the Second Highness at the Red Lees Kingdom. Hey? This doesn't look right. Why hasn't the Second Highness wiped out the Red Lees Kingdom's resistance yet? Not counting the force stationed at the border of the Madras Duchy as well as the garrison forces within the Andanak Kingdom, the Second Highness should have around 240,000 soldiers. With the occupation of Friedreich and the surrender of the 70,000 troops defending Kenbana province, the Second Highness should have more than 300,000 men at his disposal. But after the nobles at Anderwolf refused to surrender to the Second Highness, and the first failed attempt at wiping them all out, the Second Highness turned to a more gradual strategy and managed to obtain a victory by conquering Anderwolf. However, the remaining nobles banded together and were still resisting in magic. It also seemed that they had received large numbers of reinforcements as well, further strengthening their forces. Weird, why is there no news of the first prince? It's only mentioned that he's missing after escaping from Frederica, thought Lorist as he continued flipping through the pages. The Second Highness had split his 300,000 strong force into 3 units. One unit was stationed at the Lormo Duchy's border as a threat for them to relinquish their autonomy and fall under the banner of the Empire once more. Another unit was busy sweeping clean the riches of the nobles within the territory of the Red Lees Kingdom while pillaging their resources and food so that the main force would have enough sustenance. The last unit was marching towards the Red Lees Kingdom's final province, Magic, and would be engaging the traitorous nobles there. The Second Highness seems a little too rushed, commented Lorist. He took out a report concerning the war between the Tarabo Kingdom and the Union. The moment he read it, he was dumbstruck. What the hell is going on? Why are the Urabaha and Tiria duchies wiped out from a conflict that's supposed to involve only the Union and the Tarabo Kingdom? Add to the fact that the Urabaha duchy is thousands of kilometers away from the Tarabo Kingdom, and is separated by the Didanini Mountains and 2 other smaller nations. How in the world was it wiped out? Chapter 272 The Death of Duke Urabaha. Apologies for the long delay, but here's the 5th regular chapter of the week. See you guys next week for more. Duke Urabaha had it coming. Never before had a rank 3 blade master died as unsightly a death as the Duke. He had only his greed to blame, well, that and his lack of self-awareness, which had made it so that the president of the Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild couldn't stand him. The president had disregarded their family ties and fed the Duke a force-dispersing toxin. In the end, the Duke was beheaded by an attendant, cleft from shoulder to shoulder from the rear. He died just like any normal old man. It was an inglorious and unceremonious death. One to be remembered throughout the ages for all the wrong reasons. In the middle of the 7th month of the year 1773 at the capital of the Tarabo Kingdom, the army of the 11 allied nations, which numbered around 140,000 men, and the Union's army, which numbered around 180,000, had been in a stalemate for more than 2 months. Neither side attacked nor defended, not even night duels were carried out. The main reason for that was that the knights of the allied nations' army did not think that the Union had knights among them. Most of the gold-ranked fighters were mercenaries and the allied nations' knights felt it beneath them and their honor to challenge such lordless, masterless vagrants. Even though the 2 armies didn't clash, messengers were sent to and fro between the sides. It was becoming apparent that the report on the Moranti Daily was true. The War of Glass wouldn't end until the treasury of the Tarabo Kingdom was squeezed dry. It was a good thing for the Allies, given how foolish Tarabo VII was being with his money. The Allies' 140,000 soldiers would most certainly not take the initiative to launch an attack. They only had to stay on guard within their camps month after month, feeding off the provisions from the Tarabo royal family. Not only were they well fed, they were also paid well and on a monthly basis. Oftentimes, some noble ladies would even come to the camps to make merry. The soldiers of the Allied army enjoyed their days greatly and wished that they could last a couple more years. The Union, however, found it hard to distance themselves from the conflict. From the moment they retaliated and conquered half of the territory of the kingdom, the war had only escalated and there was no end in sight. While the Allies' army was funded by the Tarabo Kingdom, and the nations thus bore no burden or expense in fielding their forces, the Union's 180,000 soldiers placed a great burden on their finances. Despite that, the Union had no choice but to persevere. The war had already had a far-reaching effect, having been dragged on for so long. For instance, the 11 nations had joined up at the Tarabo Kingdom's request to stand off against the army of the Union for money. But should the Union show any sign of weakness or inability to hold their ground, the Allied army would hold nothing back and bite on the Union for some additional benefits. It was the main reason the forces of the Union didn't mount an assault. While they were confident in their ability to maintain their position, taking the initiative to attack might come with an incredibly heavy price. The 180,000 soldiers already on the field were all the Union could afford to muster. No one could predict how much morale would drop from the failure of such an attack. Despite being the instigator of the whole conflict, Tarabo VII was only now becoming aware of the predicament he was in. He sent another demand for peace to the Union, phrased in a far humbler manner than the first. He was willing to accept the initial conditions put forward by the Union, namely, the secession of half of the kingdom's territory as reimbursement for their losses. Tarabo VII had forgotten, however, that he no longer had the greatest say on the issue, that honor belonged to the Allied nations. The generals of the army had realized how fat of a cow Tarabo VII was and intended to milk him for all he was worth. There was no way they would allow such a juicy cash cow to call off the conflict when they were at the height of their profits. Thus, they confidently assured Tarabo VII that they would be able to drive the Union's forces out of the territory. At the same time, they cut off the royal family's access to the outside world. All Tarabo VII had to do and could do, was to continue paying for their military expenditure. By the time Tarabo VII realized the gravity of the situation, the Tarabo kingdom had already been ruined. So, he decided that he might as well cause as much grief as he could for his sworn enemies. He doubled the bounty for the Union's high-tier fighters. With that, the gold-ranked knights of the Allied army were moved, further escalating the assassinations and counter-assassinations. Among the many conflicts there were, the most eye-catching one was the death of the Urabaha Duchy's Blade Master Duke. As the highest authority of the duchy, as well as a rank 3 Blade Master, Duke Urabaha could be considered one of the people with the highest status in the Allied army. However, he had one fatal flaw: his endless greed for money. Even though the Urabaha Duchy was a poor nation, the Duke still profited much from renting his armies out to other nations. He easily earned more than 1 million gold forts annually from these transactions. The Duke pocketed all the money, however, without investing anything to improve the living standards of his subjects. Anyone who visited the duchy knew that everything, whether it be the capital or the palace the Duke resided in, was in rather bad shape. The fountain at the plaza located opposite the Duke's palace was the only public facility in the whole duchy that was built in the days of the current Duke's grandfather. It was only good for providing clean water to passers-by to relieve their thirst. However, the current Duke had even thought of profiting off the fountain by charging a fee for every drink. However, the Duke gave up on the idea when he found that the pay for the guards would be higher than the profit it would generate. The Urabaha Duchy's subjects all thought of their current Duke as a hateful dragon that only knew how to hoard all the riches. The Duke's palace was even colloquially known as the Dragon's Lair. The most popular rumors were about how much the Duke loved to sleep in a bed of gold coins. It was pretty apparent how bad an impression the subjects of the duchy had on their Duke. They even complained of the Duke's stinginess when it came to the profits his 2 armies earned him. For instance, each army rented for 100,000 gold forts monthly, but 60,000 of those entered the personal wallet of the Duke, with the rest being the pay for the soldiers, the food they consumed, and equipment maintenance. An army numbering 24,000 men couldn't do much with 40,000 gold forts a month apart from paying off the salary of the soldiers. With so little left behind for them, the soldiers were fed the worst kind of food, and just barely enough to keep them going. Even their equipment was among the lowest in quality available. In fact, the soldiers were usually glad to be rented out, as it meant they would be better fed since the renter was responsible for their sustenance. The rent of the Urabaha Duchy's armies to the Tarabo kingdom, however, was thrice the normal price. Each army of his would be paid 300,000 gold forts. That was the reason the Duke was willing to rent out both his armies at once. He figured that since his own duchy was not particularly developed or prosperous, nobody would bother to conquer it. When Taribo VII raised the bounty for high tiers another time, Duke Urabaha figured that he could earn himself a couple million gold fords given his prowess as a rank 3 blade master. Thus, he often found himself participating in the chaotic assassinations. However, the Union had long had their preventive measures in place and managed to successfully counter-kill those who came bounty hunting. Some traps they set to bait in the high-tier fighters even cost the Allied army a good number of blade masters. As such, Duke Urabaha couldn't find many opportunities to strike. In desperation, he changed his tactics. He was the relative of President Koblight, so he had gone to Moronti a number of times. His beloved grandson was studying at an academy in Moronti. Being the grandson of an influential duke and a relative of the president of one of the big 7 guilds of the Union, that youth spent his days in the city in absolute bliss. He lorded over his peers day in and day out. The Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild frequently had to clean up after him. During his visits to Moronti, Duke Urabaha would also often visit the Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild, so it was natural for him to be acquainted with quite a few of the guild's blade masters. From time to time, he would even spar with them to temper his swordsmanship. So, the Duke turned his sights on the guild's blade masters. First, he sent letters to inform the blade masters of the Union of the location of the Allied army's high-tier fighters with the intent to ambush them when they came after the blade masters. After some investigation, the blade masters concluded that his warnings were true, so they let their guard down. They thought that he was trying to keep them safe on account of the relationship they had with him, despite now standing against them in the war. In those moments of lapsed guard, the Duke Urabaha struck. He intentionally made a false report that there would only be 1 blade master waiting in ambush instead of 3, causing the Union to send out only 3 blade masters to deal with the threat. It ended up with a 3-on-3 battle where both sides were evenly matched. In the end, they settled on considering the matter a draw and left it at that. The Duke rushed over at that moment and claimed that there was an unexpected incident in which the other 2 blade masters insisted on following the lone blade master at the very last minute, causing him to have to rush over to prevent any unfortunate accidents. The 3 blade masters of the Union didn't suspect the Duke in the slightest and even treated him as one of them, thanking him gratefully for all he had done for them so far. The Duke struck them down as they thanked him. The result of a rank 3 blade master taking on 1 unprepared rank 2 blade master and 2 other rank 1 blade masters was obvious. The 3 blade masters were slain by the Duke in quick succession. Their heads were brought back to Taribo VII and exchanged for the reward. Unfortunately for the Duke, a scout had witnessed the whole affair and quickly went back to inform the Union's main force. A huge commotion broke out in the camp, with many angry folks marching right up to President Koblight's tent to complain about the matter. It was no small issue, given that the deceased rank 2 blade master was provided by the Peterson Merchant Guild, and the 2 rank 1 blade masters belonged to the Mayflower and Chichester Merchant Guilds respectively. All 3 guild presidents were fuming and were just short on enough rage to scream directly at President Koblight. The matter dragged on for almost the whole night. When it concluded, President Koblight laid back tiredly on his chair, loathing his relative to the bone. The Duke had used the contacts the president had given him to carry out such a despicable plot for money, without regard for any previous relations. He realized, then, that the first young master of the Chichester Merchant Guild was still in the tent. "I have an idea to deal with this issue," he told the president. The Duke's fate was sealed in stone that very night. President Koblight agreed to cooperate with Sarihanum. It was even said that the president expressed with a sigh that even his many grandchildren were not nearly as capable as the first young master of the Chichester Merchant Guild, who was a true merchant through and through. The president brought the Duke's grandson to the front lines forcefully and wrote the Duke a letter. He said that his grandson wished to meet him. They erected a small camp not far away from the main one where they would meet. While the Duke was quite money-minded, he was far from naive, to say the least. While he did not believe that President Koblight would dare to act against him directly, given how he had just killed 3 of the Union's blade masters for the sake of the bounty, he was quite wary of the invitation being a potential trap. However, he still had to meet his grandson. He was one of his heirs, after all. So, the Duke responded that he would agree to a meeting with the condition that he got to decide the venue, which President Koblight agreed to. Thus, Duke Urabaha ordered his Crimson Legion to move their camp closer to the left side of the area where the two armies faced each other and had President Koblight bring his grandson there. The Duke was not worried in the slightest about being attacked by a few blade masters at once. He could easily escape unscathed with his abilities. As for the Crimson Legion, he didn't mind if they got wiped out. After all, if the duchy was rich in only one thing, then it was people. And they were more than willing to serve in the military to earn their keep. President Koblight headed to the camp of the Crimson Legion with a whole troop that transported mainly some supplies to host a banquet. Since the president was the one to invite the Duke to a banquet, he had to pay for all the costs involved. Additionally, the Duke was someone that wouldn't treat anybody to a meal even if his life depended on it. Even if he had no choice but to show an important guest his hospitality, he would serve nothing but the cheapest and most basic dishes. Naturally, the Duke didn't fail to check the kitchen staff and the ingredients they brought for the banquet. After verifying that nothing was amiss, he proceeded to ponder the true aim. President Koblight decided to host a banquet for him at a time like this. President Koblight came over without even a single gold-ranked knight. His entourage only included 10 odd silver-ranked attendants and the Duke's precious grandson. The Duke finally relaxed his guard when the banquet began. President Koblight said, "The reason I called you out here to meet is to advise you stop involving your army in this conflict. The war between the Union and the Tarabo Kingdom has already lasted far longer than it needs to." In other words, he was acknowledging the fact that the Union's forces were suffering as a result of the Duke. As for the death of the 3 blade masters, let's just say that my luck was bad. I earnestly implore you, please don't cause any more trouble on account of our familial relations. The Duke refused President Koblight's advice outright. "Koblight, if I were the kind of person that didn't care about family, you wouldn't leave alive after this blanket. As the commander of the 180,000 soldiers of the Union, your bounty is a staggering 3 million gold fords. The fact that I'm willing to let you come at the cost of 3 million gold fords not entering my pocket. In fact, I might have to ask you to reimburse me somehow in that regard." Never had the president dared to imagine that this relative of his would even consider killing him for the bounty. This realization finally resolved the residual hesitation he had. The Duke snickered and said, "Well, I won't really ask you to give me 3 million gold fords. As long as you are able to trick the presidents of the other merchant guilds into coming here with a joint bounty of 3 million gold fords, I am very much willing to let you go." It was after the Duke's statement that the atmosphere of the whole banquet turned stale and awkward. The few gold-ranked knights of the Crimson Legion were incredibly embarrassed at the behavior of their lord. It was at that moment when the Duke's grandson came over and said, "Grandpa, have a taste of this bottle of fine wine which I bought at the city. It's been some time since we met, and this time I finally found a way I can repay the kindness you've shown me." While Duke Urabaha was suspicious of everyone else, he loved his grandson from the depths of his heart. His grandson's gesture brought him great joy, so he opened the bottle of wine and poured himself and President Koblight a cup. President Koblight didn't mind drinking it since he was far too stressed to bother with anything else. After taking a gulp, he found that the taste of the wine was rather pleasant and even asked for a refill. The Duke was relieved that the president had drunk the wine and even asked for another cup. He had held back to verify if the wine was poisoned in some way, but seeing the president's eagerness for one more serving, he felt no need to doubt his grandson's sincerity and gulped down the cup of wine without hesitation. The moment the wine slid down his throat, however, the Duke heard the sound of swords being drawn behind him. He turned around. The silver-ranked attendants the president had brought along was walking towards him slowly, sword in hand. He had the gaze of a butcher preparing to slaughter a sheep. "What are you doing?" cried the Duke. He activated the Batla force in his body and prepared to leap into the air, only to find that he had no Batla force to activate. He was so weak that he wasn't able to even muster the energy to stand up. Finally, he realized, he had been played. He turned to the gold-ranked knights that were responsible for guarding him. "Quick, come save me!" yelled he. The guards, however, only stared at him with scorn. They remained standing as statues. Nothing untoward was happening as far as they were concerned. Their duke was simply having a feast with family. A blade flashed, and the duke's head tumbled from his shoulders. Duke Urabaha, a rank 3 blade master, was killed by a mere silver-ranked attendant. The duke's grandson stared with a stupefied look as his beloved grandfather was beheaded right before his eyes. The tent's flaps were pushed open as Sarihanam walked inside with a smile on his face. Before the head of the duke, he had the grandson sign an agreement to lease the Urabaha duchy to the Chikder Merchant Guild for 1,000,000 gold fords and an annual fee of 100,000 gold fords. From that moment on, the grandson of the duke would spend the rest of his life at Moranti as a political hostage. When the agreement was properly signed, the Crimson Legion soldiers cheered. They joined the side of the Union along with the duke's other army, the Tricolor Sword Legion. With the aid of the Crimson Legion, the Peterson Merchant Guild managed to swallow the Tyria Duchy whole without any trouble. It was a given since the 2 blade masters of the Tyria Duchy had already fallen in the bounty hunt, and 80% of their military force had been sent to join the Allied army. The Crimson Legion was able to take over the Tyria Duchy's capital with a surprise attack that couldn't even be called a full-scale battle. Duke Tyria's whole family was ordered hanged by President Peterson for resisting the Union, and the Union annexed the territory. At the same time, the Chikder Merchant Guild announced that they would make the Urabaha Duchy part of their dominion, effectively putting it under the control of the Union as well. With that, the smaller merchant guilds saw the same opportunity and turned their sights on the nations that had sent their armies out to reinforce the Tarabo kingdom and had lost their blade masters. Chapter 273 Before the Expedition. Here's the first chapter of the week. Some patrons may have noted that they aren't able to access the patron posts. We believe that it's because Patreon is taking a little long in processing the payments for the month, and it's said that it may require a number of days to process properly. As such, we will be sending our patrons a link where they can read the early access chapters as usual until the issue is resolved. Many thanks for your patience and understanding. The thunderous roar of the cannons rang out once more. The roughly 60-meter-long windstorm looked like a fire-breathing beast. Smoke burst out of the ship like large white thorns each time the cannons roared. Small blurry black shadows flew away over the ocean as well. A cliff several hundred meters away shuddered as the shadows vanished into its face. Shortly after, a single, massive piece broke loose and slipped into the ocean. Shwoob! Senbad popped open his telescope for a look, only to be flabbergasted at what he saw, mouth wide open. The sight before him had greatly exceeded what he imagined to be possible. He'd never dreamt that Lorist's bronze cannons would actually be that mighty, so surprised was, in fact, that he was completely speechless. After a good while, Senbad snapped out of the stupor and said with an excited expression, "Me, my lord. With a warship like that, I can guarantee you there isn't a single fleet on Grindia's oceans able to rival us." "Good," said Lorist absent-mindedly as he nodded, still pondering the 2 reports he had read the day before. The report that Lundmord had sent made Lorist come to a frightening conclusion. Other than the eventual extermination of the Tarabo kingdom, which was already long set in stone, of the 11 nations that reinforced the Allied army, at least 4 or 5 of them, apart from the Urabaha and Tyria duchies, would also be wiped out. That was to say, after the War of Glass, the territory of the Union would grow up to 5-fold and become one of the 3 top superpowers on the continent. That assessment was made only based on the territory they conquered, and not their military or economic influence. The area they would control would eclipse that of the now-defunct Christian Empire, and they would be the 3rd largest nation on the whole continent. As long as the Union was given a few more years to digest and put the territory they conquered in check, even if the Second Highness successfully reunited the Empire, the situation would no longer be the same as it was a century ago when the Empire was at its prime and used its military might to suppress the development and growth of the Union. In fact, The Union might return the long-owed favor. What surprised Lorist the most was the fact that the Chictor Merchant Guild actually made the Urabaha Duchy their own dominion. It was good news for him, since that meant that the guild had truly given up on the notion of conquering Sai Laoaz. Lorist realized after checking the map that the guild's decision was a rather well-informed one. With the territory of the Urabaha Duchy, the guild would be better able to exert control on the trade routes at the south of Grindia near the Golden Coast without having to waste resources going to war with House Norden. "Milord, milord," called Senbad for a good while before getting Lorist's attention. "What's wrong?" asked Lorist. A little embarrassed, Senbad said, "Milord, I was thinking of going there directly to see the cannons fire. Is that okay with you?" Lorist laughed and said, "Senbad, you're now the captain of the Windstorm. You can do whatever you want, as long as you don't sink the ship. Go ahead and check the ship all you want and familiarize yourself with its handling. It's your responsibility as a captain and you don't need my permission to do so." When the 24 bronze cannons mounted on the Windstorm first fired, the recoil from the shots caused quite a few cracks on the ship, allowing seawater to start filling up the ship. It took quite a while before the ship was brought back to the shipyard at Bullhorn Bay and the flaw corrected. By the time Senbad familiarized himself with the ship's handling, Lorist was already ready to depart for Sai Laoaz. After another 2 volleys of test cannon fire, Senbad returned to the deck of the ship with a look of joy and excitement. "Milord, this ship is fantastic. It's just as agile as it is swift. Apart from the Flying Fish of Dawn, I doubt there's another ship that can catch up to the Windstorm. Coupled with these godly bronze cannons, this ship will be completely invincible. I don't think any ship will be able to even get close to the Windstorm." Windstorm was based on the Flying Fish of Dawn. She was around 60 meters in length and roughly 8 to 10 meters in width, with a height of roughly 11.7 meters. The ship had 4 decks. The bottom deck contained the ballast, the one above it was for storage, followed by the gun deck, which was fitted with 24 bronze cannons in total. The uppermost deck was the main deck and contained the captain's cabin and crew living quarters. Apart from the 24 cannon operator teams, numbering 120 men, the Windstorm's full complement held another 128 sailors. It needed 52 men to form a skeleton crew, any less and the ship couldn't be sailed. Not only that, the ship could ferry another 200 marines. Whether it be ranged or close combat, the Windstorm had them covered. It was no wonder Senbad thought that no ship could possibly take their own out. Lorist laughed and said, "There are 5 other similar ships being constructed at the shipyard now. I believe that by next year, you'll have 6 Windstorms at your disposal. Once that happens, our cannon fleet will truly be known as invincible. Even the Union's invincible fleet won't be able to match our own." Senbad scoffed, "Humph, milord, the so-called invincible fleet at Hidegold Bay only relies on their numbers to oppress other fleets. They won't be able to keep up with Windstorm, even if we only considered speed, in actual combat circumstances. We'll be able to sink those modified merchant vessels easily with the cannons on board." Senbad was correct. The Union's warships were like floating castles. They had sacrificed any semblance of mobility for defense. While they wouldn't have a problem at the calm seas of Hidegold Bay, the ships were liable to be toppled by strong winds in other places like the Sea of Greed. "It's good that you're that confident, Senbad. When you test the ship out at sea, make sure to note down any weaknesses or shortcomings you notice so we can adjust accordingly for the 5 ships still under construction. Once they are complete, the construction crew will move on to their next project. They are to build a 120-meter-long 5-masted warship and arm it with 60 cannons," said Lorist. "What? There can actually be a ship that big?" asked Senbad as he swallowed a nervous gulp. "Milord, I will definitely work really hard for you, so please let me command that ship when it's complete." Editor's note: Puppy Dog Eyes. A week had quickly passed and Lorist was about to depart for Sai Laoaz on the Windstorm. Right before he left, he held a meeting with the high officials of the house in the main camp at the bay. Termin, I will leave the security of Firm Rock, Salis, Redriver, and the grazing plains at the western Northlands to you, understood? Yes, my lord, said Termin as he saluted respectfully. Waxima, Lowe's has irresponsibly tossed his 2 spear cavalry divisions to you, so I have no choice but to trouble you to manage them. My lord, I don't really mind it. It's not the first time this happened anyway, replied Waxima. Everyone present burst into uncontrollable laughter. Pete, Lorist said, trying to bring the situation back on track, have your mounted archer brigade defend Hyde Bull. Even though the mountain barbarians haven't caused any trouble in recent years, it's best if we remain vigilant. Understood, my lord, said Pete with a bitter smile. His superior, Jusk, was just like fierce Tiger Lowe's. He also loved to follow his lord along on one adventure after another, frequently leaving the mounted archer brigade under Pete's care. Pajik. My lord, please give me your instructions, said Pajik as he came to attention. From today onwards, you will be Belnik's right hand. Pass control of the 2nd Local Defense Brigade to your second-in-command and help Belnik with the reorganization of the 3rd Local Defense Brigade as well as the formation of the 4th and 5th Brigades. The brigades will be consolidated into the 1st Local Defense Division with Belnik as its commander and you as the vice. Yes, my lord, said Pajik as he saluted. This was akin to a promotion for him. Belnik stood up and asked, my lord, where will the 1st Local Defense Division be stationed? Lorist pointed at the map of the Dominion behind him and said, the 1st Local Defense Brigade will be stationed at Firm Rock Castle and the 2nd Brigade at the Citadel at Tortoise Hill. After reorganizing the 3rd, station them at the port city. The 4th and 5th still have to be trained for at least 3 months in military regulations after their formation. Use them as reserve troops for now and have them stay at the training camp until we return from the expedition. Lorist didn't have much of a choice. Of the 60,000 laborers whose term of service was ending at the end of the year, 50,000 had already chosen to remain within the Dominion. Some even wanted to return home and fetch their families. Even though the house had already begun to develop Redriver, they would only be able to settle a portion of their new subjects. Even so, there were far too many youths among the laborers that fit the criteria to join the army. Apart from the expansion of the heavy armor and spear cavalry divisions over the last 6 months, there were still more than 10,000 youths who wanted a place in the army. Those who were accustomed to water had been transferred to the Marine training camp while the rest were stuffed into the local defense division. Supervisor Spiel stood up and said, my lord, our treasury has already dropped below 1 million gold fords. Continuing to expand the house's forces will only make our financial situation worse. We're starting several massive development projects in the coming months and I fear we'll be out of money by the 5th or 6th month. That won't be a problem, Lorist said as he waved. In the coming months, our house will gain a huge sum of money. It will be more than enough to cover our expenses. Oh, and Supervisor Spiel, I leave you in charge of the products we intend to let the Salt Merchant Committee sell on our behalf. It will bring in quite substantial profits as well. Understood, my lord, said the supervisor worriedly as he sat back down. Supervisor Boris. Awaiting your instructions, my lord, said Supervisor Boris, the ex-manager of House Kenmays. As Nightshade is not with us, I will leave civilian affairs in your care. From this year onwards, we will collect tax from the Felicitas and Salis settlements, and I hope you can take care of them. Rest assured, my lord. I will definitely do my best, said the supervisor. Old Man Bach, the factories and workshops of the house will be left in your care. The old man stood up and replied, don't worry, my lord. I won't disappoint you. Shadekampf, you're someone who's followed me for a long time. I will leave you with the management rights to the development of Redriver. Don't let me down. Understood, my lord, said Shadekampf. It was apparent from his fit and healthy look that he had made good progress with his training during the recent years. Supervisor Keaton, Supervisor Hansk will be following me back to Silaoz to take care of the mess over there. So, there are various tasks in the Dominion that you will have to oversee. Milord, you don't have to be worried as long as I'm here. However, I wonder if we really don't need the Second Highness's permission to go on an expedition against the Hanayabarta kingdom. After all, it's a sovereign kingdom we're talking about, said Keaton. All of those present knew of Lorist's intentions. Not one felt it weird. If Lorist really endured it and didn't take any action, he wouldn't be fit to be the leader of the household. However, Supervisor Keaton's worries were well-founded. If the enemy were nobles on roughly the same standing, there would be no need to inform anyone about the attack. However, Lorist planned to take on a whole kingdom, and according to proper regulations, Lorist had to at the very least inform the Second Highness so that he could lodge an official diplomatic complaint on behalf of his vassal with the Hanayabarta kingdom. Only if the complaint didn't receive a satisfying resolution would the Norton House or the forces of the Andanak kingdom be allowed to take revenge against the Hanayabarta kingdom for their misdeeds. Lorist shook his head and said, "We don't have the time to waste on that. Besides, the Second Highness is currently in the Red Lees kingdom and might not even bother with small matters like these. If we really choose to wait, I don't know how long it will take for us to hear anything. Look at the case of the Peterson Merchant Guild, didn't they also conquer the Tyria Duchy without informing the Union beforehand? But, milord, those of the Union are nothing but tycoons without proper tradition and protocols. It's no surprise that they act the way they do. On the other hand, we're a house that has a history of a few centuries, so some basic protocols will have to be observed. Going on an expedition against a kingdom is no small issue, so it's best to first have the agreement of a senior noble. Otherwise, we could be considered to be disrespectful to those above us. As this matter concerns the household name, I hope that Milord will give it more consideration," advised Supervisor Spiel as well. "That's enough," Lorist said with a solemn face. "I understand that you guys are worrying on behalf of the house, which is commendable behavior. But did you take into account how the household knights of our house who were captured by the slavers feel? Every day of inaction means a day of torture for them. Another day where they'll have to risk their lives. If we really wait for the agreement of the Second Highness, it will come soonest after this year. Perhaps, we might not even get anything by the end of the next year. Also, has the Hanayabarta kingdom had any interactions with the Andanak kingdom in the recent years? Did the Andanak kingdom officially recognize the Hanayabarta kingdom as its own nation? Don't forget, our target this time is not a kingdom, but only a band of pirates and slave traders who happen to control a port city. Remember, there has never been a Hanayabarta kingdom. We are only taking action against the slavers who have attacked Silaoz to save our subjects and members of our household. The Hanayabarta kingdom is not but a shallow and deceitful construct made by the enemy to fool others. They were never a proper nation. Remember this. Those who slight the Nortons shall be put down, far as they may be. Understood? Yes, milord. Those who slight the Nortons shall be put down, far as they may be. Called out the ones in the tent in unison. 8 days later, Lorist arrived on Silaoz. Potter Fang received him with a group of other household knights. "How many ships do we have now?" asked Lorist. That was the issue he was most concerned about at the moment. "Milord, Blade Master Englich, Jusk, and Fierce Tiger Lowe's has so far expropriated more than 30 ships. Together with our own ships, we already have enough to transport more than 20,000 people. The Peterson Merchant Guild sent us a letter that stated that they can lend us 14 ships, 4 of which are large-class merchant vessels and another 10 being middle-class ships. However, those ships would only arrive at the end of the 8th month," reported Potter Fang. "All right," said Lorist as he nodded. It seemed that Englich and the rest only had to expropriate another 50 to 60 ships to have enough to transport all 30,000 plus soldiers of the Dominion to the Hanayabarta archipelago. By the end of the 9th month, they would be able to depart. "How's the morale of our forces?" What sort of thoughts do they have on our upcoming expedition? Milord, everyone is enraged about what happened to our island. Even though the second batch of soldiers to arrive didn't see it for themselves, they share the feelings of the first batch who came over to do the cleanup. All of them believe we should teach the slavers a harsh lesson. That's great. We must ensure that our morale stays high. Intensify their training while we wait for more ships to arrive so that they will be properly prepared for the actual battle, instructed Lorist. Yes, milord. Chapter 274 Money of all things comes the fastest. Here's the second chapter of the week. Enjoy. On the 31st day of the 8th month, Lorist got disembarked from the Flying Fish of Dawn and was received by Potter Fang and Supervisor Hansk at the port. The haul wasn't bad this time around. We got 17 ships in total, 5 large-class long-distance merchant vessels and 12 middle-class armed ships. All of them belonged to the slaver fleets of the Hanayabarta Kingdom. One of them was transporting smuggled goods, which Supervisor Hansk will make an inventory of, and their other 2 fleets were ferrying around 1,000 slaves. They had all been purchased from the Golden Coast. We will let them work on the island for a period of time before we release them, said Lorist. All right, milord, replied Supervisor Hansk. There are also more than 200 slavers on the ships. Potter Fang, send someone to question them before hanging them. As for their sailors, hang those who don't behave. As long as any of them are subjects of the Hanayabarta Kingdom, make sure not to let them off, understood? Instructed Lorist casually, deciding the fate of more than 100 lives without a single care in the world. Understood, milord, said Potter Fang, before he turned around and barked a few orders. Soon, a few silver-ranked knights brought a regiment of soldiers with them to the ships that had just been taken. Lorist had been rather anxious recently. When he couldn't calm himself down, he would set sail for the Sea of Grief to join Englich and the others expropriating ships. The Sea of Grief was largely empty, however. It was no surprise since the ships came from somewhere else after all. Lorist had already expropriated most of the smuggler ships, and even those who managed to evade capture did not dare to sail in the area anymore. Frustrated and annoyed, Lorist travelled straight to the trade route near Hyde Gold Bay where the ships of the Hanayabarta Kingdom would pass through with the Flying Fish of Dawn and Windstorm. As expected, there were far more ships there for their taking. The slaver nobles of the kingdom mostly had their own fleets, with the larger ones having roughly 8 ships and the smaller ones had 2 or 3. Within half a month, more than 40 ships were successfully taken. As long as the Flying Fish of Dawn managed to line up to the enemy ships, with Lorist's presence there, the ship would no longer be able to escape. The Windstorm also finally got her chance to test out the might of her cannons. More than 7 ships that attempted to sail away had been sunk by the Windstorm with relative ease. Milord, all the troops to be deployed have made their way to the island, said Potter Fang. Okay. The coast is filled with the ships of the house, so I already had a hunch about that, said Lorist. However, I realized that many of our soldiers are not used to the ship motions. Many of them get seasick because they are not used to spending extended periods of time at sea, said Potter Fang. We don't have a choice. Have some herbalists cook up more medicine for seasickness and give each soldier 1 bottle of it. Lorist came up with a less than ideal solution. Is there anything else? Milord, the 14 ships the Peterson Merchant Guild lent us has also just arrived. President Peterson even wrote you a letter. Also, Knight Lundmord sent us an update on the conflict between the Tarabo Kingdom and the Union as well as the Second Highness's battles at the Red Lees Kingdom, said Supervisor Hansk as he took out a letter. As he opened it, Lorist asked, what did the report say? The Tarabo Kingdom is no more and the Union has won. Also, the Second Highness suffered a huge loss at the Magic Province, Potter Fang replied, I placed the report in your tent, milord. Oh, Lorist said, before putting aside the matter of the report as he started to read President Peterson's letter. Apart from asking how Lorist was doing, the president briefly described the victory and the following changes coming to the Union. One of the most important things he stated was the fact that the Union has been set back rather heavily after 8 months of war with the Tarabo Kingdom. Even the Peterson Merchant Guild, one of the big 7 guilds of the Union, had suffered huge losses in terms of might and business. It has been one of the toughest ordeals they have ever faced. This was different from the resistance of the invasion of the Christian Empire. Back then, the Union had allies all over that supported their cause. The various neighboring nations all understood that if the Union fell, they would be the Empire's next targets. That was why they supported the Union as best as they could and forged very close ties. Even if the Union suffered heavy losses from a Christian invasion attempt, they would recover rather quickly in the coming years with trade between the other nations. But the War of Glass was a different beast altogether. Even though the Union was technically the one that was attacked, their enemy was the simple-minded Tarabo 7. It was incredibly unlucky of the Union to get an enemy like that who managed to change the perception other nations had of the Union. He turned the Union from the victim to the aggressor. To the neighboring nations, the Union, which no longer has an enemy to worry about at the north, had begun to use their superior might to suppress the smaller nations around them. Many believed that the War of Glass was started as an excuse for the Union to begin their monopoly on the glass trade. The truth of the matter was not important to those onlookers. What mattered was the situation before their eyes. The Union's deployment of troops at the capital of the kingdom, fires, and their declaration of the extermination of the Tarabo Kingdom was seen as excessive by the neighboring nations no matter how much of a fool Tarabo 7 actually was. The formation of the Allied army of 11 nations was more of a precaution for the Union's ambitions than a way to earn a quick buck at Tarabo 7's expense. But nobody would have expected how the War of Glass actually came to a close. Just as the military historians who studied the conflict had described, there were no open field battles or sieges. Apart from raids, military mobilization, assassinations, and counter-assassinations, the armies of both sides had stood each other off without any large-scale conflict for more than 6 months. Right after that, however, 7 of the smaller nations were exterminated out of nowhere. This was a war laden with deception, scheming, transactions, threats, assassinations, surrenders, and betrayals, as one military historian described. The truth was not far from his writings. Nearing the end of the war, 2 smaller merchant guilds worked together and supported a rival military faction in one of those nations financially and held their countrymen at ransom, causing the reinforcements that nation sent to the Allied army to have to retreat to capture the king and surrender him to the Union in exchange for the lives of their family members. President Peterson understood that even though the War of Glass had ended with the Union's victory, the after effects were only just beginning to show. On the bright side, the Union did manage to successfully implement the nobility system. After swallowing the territory of 7 neighboring nations, the Union became the 3rd largest nation on the continent and had more than enough land to enfeoff. But as a consequence, the remaining neighboring nations of the Union steeled their guard against the Union. Not only were the various trade routes of the Peterson Merchant Guild affected, some nations even levied sanctions against any and all trade with the Union or imposed heavy taxes on any trade carried out by the Union. Given the situation, the Peterson Merchant Guild had begun to face serious trouble. Even though they managed to get a dominion for their guild, it cost them rather a lot. Not only did they have to start new trade routes, they also had to re-establish their trade deals, settle down their new subjects, develop their dominion, and form a new combat force. That was why President Peterson expressed his hopes that he could delay his payment to the Norton House for a year and a half, and even wished to purchase the military equipment of the house with a loan from them. The president said in the letter that the old method of trading goods was also no longer possible as many of their trade routes had been cut off all of a sudden. Also, with the inflation of prices, the house would also no longer be able to obtain the food they needed through them, given that the price of food had quadrupled after the war. "How much money does the Peterson Merchant Guild owe us?" asked Lorist. "My lord, they still owe us 320,000 gold fords for the magic beast fur deal. Originally, they were going to pay us back with food, but they delayed the payment because of the war. As we happened to be attacked at Silaoz at the same time, we agreed to let them postpone payment. Other than that, they also ordered more than 10,000 sets of military equipment worth 540,000 gold forts. Supervisor Hansk recalled the details of the trades at his fingertips. "My lord, what did the president say? When will the guild pay us back the money?" "See for yourself," said Lorist as he passed over the letter of the president. Supervisor Hansk paled as he read the letter. "My lord, there is no way we can accept the request of the guild this time around. If they delay for another year and a half, our house will run out of money. Supervisor Spiel has already made clear estimates that the funds of the house will run out by the 6th month of next year at the latest. We were hoping that the payment from the guild would relieve us of the burden imposed on us by the development projects within the Dominion. If this is the case, there's bound to be chaos in the Dominion soon," said he. Nodding, Lorist said, "It's fine, I have some plans in mind. I will draft a reply for President Peterson's letter." Supervisor Hansk, "There should be around 10,000 gold forts worth of goods on the ships, so go make an inventory of them. We must use whatever we can right now." The supervisor rushed to the ship. Potter Fang could no longer stay quiet and said, "My lord, is the house in that much financial trouble?" "That's right. Had it not been for the release of the laborers this year who have finished their term and the attack we suffered at Silaoz, we might have been able to survive longer. The new products we just released might even help us out quite a bit on that front," Lorist said as he smiled bitterly, "but I didn't think that so many of the laborers fit the criteria to join our forces and actually want to. While refusing them is easy, it's a huge waste. I was under the impression that the Chikder Merchant Guild wanted to attack Silaoz, so I agreed to the expansion of our forces. With so many new soldiers who we have to provide with adequate training and gear, the cost of maintaining them will only continue to rise. That is especially the case with the Marines and sailors training. The cost of training the Windstorm's cannoneers is roughly 30,000 gold forts already. The Hanayabarta Kingdom's attack on Silaoz only served to worsen our situation. The pension we have to pay for the dead soldiers is quite substantial. The expedition against the kingdom will also likely cost us hundreds of thousands of gold forts. Supervisor Spiel is correct, the house will be bankrupt by the 6th month of next year. Is there nothing we can do, my lord?" asked Potter Fang. "Well," Lorist said as he waved the letter of President Peterson around, "originally, I intended to take advantage of the merchant guilds that want to form their own forces to protect their own dominion. But given how long the War of Glass has dragged on, the guilds have also lost far too much. Even the Peterson Merchant Guild, one of the big seven, is finding the recent days tough, so the smaller guilds are even further out of the question. If we want to dabble in this business, we'll have to wait 3 years, at least, for the guilds regain their momentum." Potter Fang breathed a long sigh at the news. Given that he was a man of the military, all he could be worry about the financial situation of the house. "Pog, I have a question for you. Do you know which method is the easiest to make money with?" Lorist asked, much to the surprise of Potter Fang. Potter Fang hummed, before he finally replied, "Isn't it dealing in military gear? I've often heard Knight Charade say that the military business is extremely profitable. That was what the northbound convoy relied on as well along the journey." "No," Lorist said, shaking his head, "the best method is raiding and robbing the landed nobles. Do you remember the time we defeated Count Cabrae and occupied his city? I returned to the Dominion first, whereas Charade and you guys stayed for 3 months. You did business with the local nobles and didn't even make more than 1,000,000 gold forts of profit. But after that, the convoy traveled to the Andanak Kingdom. Even though the convoy was exploited by the Second Highness, you guys used your might to wipe out 2/3 of the nobles there and managed to pilfer 5,000,000 gold forts worth of goods. If we didn't use that money for anything, our knights would be able to live lives of luxury for a few lifetimes. But I invested the money in the development of the Dominion and strengthening the forces of the house. With that, we managed to exterminate the magic beast wave that had plagued the Dominion for more than 200 years and provided a safe environment for our troops and subjects to live in. We also started many factories and workshops, as well as villages and institutions of study. We'll also be launching a proper academy soon. Other than that, we also managed to find a location to build a port at the Blood Edge Mountains and build up our port city, all the while converting part of the dangerous black mud marsh into farmable land. The Dominion was only able to flourish because the house invested so much money in it. The annual spending of the house is easily over 1 million gold fords. All the profits we reaped are also invested for further development, like the case with the 2 million plus gold fords we made from the military equipment deals with our 3 allies. Had it not been for the slavers' attack on the island, I might have deployed you guys against the Madras Duchy. That's because there aren't any richer forces near the Northlands that we can raid. Originally, I intended to attack the Sigillar province's Platinum Beach before launching an ambush on Duke Madras' lair and making off with his riches. We could have used the money we gained from that expedition to solve our crisis. Don't look at me like that, Pog. You are one of my most trusted knights, and that's why I'm willing to be so frank with you. I made that plan to give our forces a chance to engage in actual battle as well. You should know best that good soldiers aren't the result of training, but participation in real battles. Other than that, the Madras Duchy is hostile towards us, so we have a good reason to go to war with them. Profiting off their riches was only a minor goal of the plan, said Lorist as he laughed. But now that the Hanayabarta kingdom has come knocking on our doors, we'll let Duke Madras off the time being. After all, his dominion is at Sigillar, and it's not like he can move away all of a sudden. We can be sure that there will be more chances to attack him. To be honest, I'm not that worried about our financial situation right now. The Hanayabarta kingdom is bound to have much more riches than the Madras Duchy, given that the slavers must have made huge profits over the dark trade of people. I would definitely be glad to use their ill-deserved wealth for a greater purpose. Lorist revealed an insidious smile as he said, Potter Fang. Potter Fang stood at attention and said, My lord, please let me know of your will. Remember, the main priority of the expedition on the Hanayabarta kingdom is the rescue of our men from the slavers. After that comes sucking their wealth dry to relieve the financial crisis of our house. As for our soldiers, we should spread the propaganda that we are taking righteous vengeance against the Hanayabarta kingdom for wronging us. Let them know that we are sailing to free our comrades. That way, our soldiers won't feel like they are pirates or bandits, understood? My lord, I understand. Like you said, those who slight the Nortons shall be put down, far as they may be. We are going to punish the darn slaver nobles and slave traders. Reaping their wealth is only par for the course and not our main goal. Good. Potter Fang, tell me more about the report Lundmord sent. How did the Second Highness lose that badly? Well, after the War of Glass, Tarabo VII went insane and killed himself. Many nations that sent forces to join the Allied army were also swallowed up. 2 of the nations, in particular, was ended by the very soldiers they sent out as reinforcements, so I suspect something along the lines of bribery went on. They actually captured the leaders of their nation and surrendered them to the Union. Right now, the Union has the 3rd largest territory of all the nations on Grindia, and they have incurred the caution and suspicion of their neighbors. Lundmord says that the price of goods in Moronti right now is incredibly high. The ale at the Red Grace Inn that costs only 2 coppers is worth 10 coppers right now. Also, Lundmord asked for a raise. He said he wouldn't be able to feed his family otherwise. As for the Second Highness's loss, Lundmord only found out about it after he read the Moronti Daily. According to the paper, a new military strategist called Zitram or something emerged among the nobles of the Red Lees kingdom. He used the Second Highness's carelessness to bait his forces into a low-lying area and destroyed a dam nearby. As a result, the Second Highness's army has been wiped out. Even though it's said that the Second Highness managed to escape alive, his army of 70,000 is almost completely decimated. He's sworn vengeance against the man. Chapter 275, Battle on Shore. Here's the third chapter of the week. Ship sails fluttered noisily, filled by the strong ocean winds. A circle of 137 ships of all shapes and sizes slipped over the water. Whale Island 8 was one of these ships. It had originally been a whaling ship, but the whales had long been eradicated. It underwent extensive modification and was now a large-class fishing ship. She was part of a fleet of 8, all of whom were former whaling ships, that fished for the house. Whale Island 8's cabin was tightly packed. More than 10 household knights were seated shoulder to shoulder. They were listening to Potter Fung's brief on their strategy for the upcoming attack on the Hana-Yabarta kingdom. A hand-drawn map of the Hana-Yabarta archipelago hung on the cabin wall. The room was illuminated by slightly over 10 thick cow-fat candles. Potter Fang held a thin wooden stick in his hand as he continued the brief. Apart from the main island of the archipelago, there are another 27 islands of different sizes. The ones we have to watch out for are the 8 right next to Nupit, called the Seaweed Islands. According to some slaves, the Seaweed Island Major is the dominion of Baron Siniata. There is a plantation there where more than 400 slaves toil away with a security squad of roughly 30 people. As for the smaller ones, they're too small to be enfeoffed as a proper dominion, but sometimes, the slaver nobles will travel there for a vacation. As long as we pay attention to the shorelines of those islands for the presence of ships, we'll be able to determine whether there is anyone there easily. Regiment Leader Pullant, you are assigned to take those islands and leave a regiment of troops on the large one to settle the slaves down. Tell them that we, House Norton, have come to liberate them. As for the guards, if they're not helpful or cooperative, hang them. Roger that, sir, said a big-bodied silver-ranked knight as he stood up. Potter Fang continued to wave his wooden pointer stick the map as he said, after the Seaweed Islands come the Twin Pomfret Islands. They are roughly of the same size, about the size of a viscounty each. Like the largest island, these also have slaver noble manors with roughly 800 slaves on each island and another security team of approximately 100 people. Lettings, take the western Pomfret Island and Grey will take the eastern one. Understood, sir, said 2 silver-ranked knights in unison. Following that we have the Twin-Head Tortoise Island and the Fallen Feather Island. The Twin-Head Tortoise Island has 2 dominions on it, one belongs to a viscount and the other to a baron. In both dominions are slave-run manors. The Fallen Feather Island, on the other hand, has a county on it that even has a castle. Rumor has it that the slaver count would occasionally travel to the island to stay a few days at his castle. Morse, the Twin-Head Tortoise Island will be yours to take care of. Zigda, I'll leave the Fallen Feather Island to you. I will also send out a regiment of wheelbarrow ballista troops to assist you. According to the slaves, that count is also guarded by a blade master. If you do see the slaver count on the island, don't be rash lest you suffer huge casualties. Just send someone to report to us and we'll take care of the blade master, understood? Yes, sir, replied the silver-ranked knight Zigda. Lastly, we have Gold Shark Island and Duck Island. These 2 islands are angled together like a V-shaped funnel, and at the innermost point between the 2 islands lies Nupit. Gold Shark Island belongs to a duke. Fierce Tiger Lows, sweep Gold Shark Island clean with 1 division of heavy armored troops and another regiment of wheelbarrow ballista troops. All right, responded Lows with a smile. Ovides. Reporting for duty, sir. Exclaimed Ovides as he stood up suddenly. Your Thunderbolt Brigade shall fight to occupy that corner of the island after Lows's attack. Over there is an ocean channel roughly 160 meters in width which you must seal up so that the ships docked at Nupit won't have the chance to escape. I will assign a brigade of heavy armored troops and another brigade of wheelbarrow ballista troops to aid you in your endeavors so that the enemy won't get the chance to get off their ships and attack you on land. Sure thing. Not one of the enemy ships will be able to leave the port, promised Ovides. Malak, Duck Island is a little larger than Gold Shark Island, and there are 2 counties and 1 viscounty there. You will be responsible for occupying the slave-run manors there. Roger, replied Malak. Potter Fang began waving his stick again as he continued, between Duck Island and the main island is a reefy area, so we won't have to worry about the enemy escaping from there. From the map, you can see that the bay at Nupit resembles a huge wine barrel. All we have to do is seal the main and sub routes, the ships in the port will definitely be unable to escape. I'm leaving that task to the Oceanic Legion. Senbad, Milord said that you only need to sink around 10 incoming ships to clog up the routes. Remember, it is crucial that you do not let the enemy ships get close, understood? Senbad nodded in agreement. Apart from the units who will conquer the 8 islands, the remaining ships should all circle around the reef area opposite of Duck Island and get onto the shores of the main island. Milord will personally lead that unit. As there is roughly a kilometer between Nupit and the coast we will be docking at, all troops are to get into defensive formations promptly once they're on the shore. When all the troops are properly deployed, we will commence our attack. Yuri, your light cavalry scout brigade won't be participating in the attack on Nupit. Since your troops are cavalry units, take a detour and make your way to the rear of the city immediately and occupy the hilly area there. That is the crucial route from the port to the Hamidas, the royal capital. Occupying the route will allow us to stop our enemies from getting any news of what's happening at Nupit and also seal off the land-based escape route for the slavers. Jusk, Milord ordered you to follow Yuri and the rest to back them up. Roger that, said Yuri and Jusk in unison. Milord, do you have any more instructions? Asked Potter Fang as he turned to Lorist, who sat in the corner. Lorist got off his chair and said, Potter Fang, you've been incredibly thorough with your attack plan, so I won't need to comment much. I will, however, remind you all of 2 things. First, we're here to save our people and avenge the deaths of those who were killed, but we're not here on a suicide mission. Even though the forces of the house are incredibly strong, it won't do for us to be careless. The slavers of the kingdom are incredibly rich, so they've no doubt hired quite a number of blade masters. According to the captives, Nupit alone has close to 20 blade masters. That's why all of us have to exercise extreme caution. Make sure to stay in formation to avoid any unnecessary casualties. Let the wheelbarrow ballista units, Blade Master Englich, and I deal with the enemy Blade Masters. Second, the Hanayabarta kingdom has more than 400,000 slaves. Those slaves will be our main source of aid. Make sure to tell them that we're here to liberate them and that they will regain their freedom as long as the slavers are defeated. We have to treat them well. They will be our guides. All right, if there are no other questions, go back and make your preparations. The fleet will set sail shortly. Remember the main reason for our attack on the kingdom, those who slight the Nortons shall be put down. All of the knights stood and saluted as one, thumping their right fist on their left chest as they chanted, those who slight the Nortons shall be put down. The blow of a horn could be heard across the wide and expansive sea as one ship after another raised their sails and headed to the southwest. A horn blared not far from Nupit. It warned of an attack. Panicking droves of enemies could be seen in the distance through the telescope. They didn't know how to respond and had no choice but to pace around in terror. There had never been an invasion in the decades the Hanayabarta kingdom existed. The local guards no longer knew how to react properly. They were so used to dealing with nothing but weak, helpless slaves that they couldn't deal with an organized force anymore. The windstorm had already turned to the side, aligning the cannons on her left to the mast-filled shores of the port before firing. Any ship that raised their sails would be torn apart without question nor mercy. Led by a middle-class ship at the front, up to 100 household-armed ships of various sizes took a turn around the windstorm, avoiding the reef area and heading straight for the shore up front. The city's bells rang with ever-increasing urgency and the city, so famed for its ability to deal with slaves, erupted in a frenzy of panic and terror. Cries and curses streamed incessantly into Lorist's ear. The windstorm's cannons let out yet another round of thunderous booms. Lorist could hear that the 12 cannons on one side of the windstorm did not fire all at once, instead, they were divided into 3 firing groups that alternated. Each volley was shot by 4 cannons. It ensured that there were cannonballs flying towards the city at all times. The ship shuddered momentarily, it had beached. Lorist leaped from the ship and, despite still being quite a distance from dry land, found that the water only came to his chest. He could hear countless splashes behind him as he started wading to shore. Standing on the shore, Lorist turned back and saw the water-splashed soldiers of the house. He could see heavy armored troops jumping off another ship that had just reached the shore, but the wheelbarrow caraballista troops were troubled about what to do with their weapons. While they could jump straight into the sea like the others, they couldn't actually toss their wheelbarrow ballistae off the ship. Lorist stopped a guard beside him. "Go tell them to have 4 ballista troops to get off the ship first before lowering the wheelbarrow ballistae down and carrying them to the shore," he said as he pointed to the ship. "Understood, my lord," said the guard before he dashed away. Another sounding of the horn could be heard as thousands of people rushed out of the port in the distance. They began charging to the troops forming up on the beach. "Get into formation." Editor's note: get to the shingle at the top of the beach. Every single disembarked troop hurriedly assembled into a square formation, each contained about 100 people. The formations lined up side by side, forming a long rectangular defensive line. The soldiers still jumping off the ships scrambled to get into formation as well. They didn't even bother to shake off the water or twist it out of their clothing. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 square formations stood in front of Lorist. The people rushing out of the port were less than 200 meters away. They didn't expect that Lorist's troops would be able to assemble so quickly. They thought they would be able to catch them off guard and push them back into the sea. However, by the time they arrived in front of the enemy, the ones rushing at the front had begun to hesitate. Even though they were still approaching, they did so warily, with careful steps. It seemed that those who had arrived were a group of hurriedly assembled slavers. Their armor and weapons were hastily put together. As Lorist swept his gaze past the enemy fighters, his view suddenly stilled. Among the ranks of the enemy stood about 100 men wearing the armor of the Norton troops. It was obvious that they were the ones who had been part of the attack on Silauaz and had taken the armor off the dead of the 3rd Local Defense Brigade. "My soldiers, do you see them over there? Those fellows are wearing the armor of our comrades. What do you think we should do?" Lorist called out in a clear voice for his men to hear. A commotion broke out among the troops before 1,000 voices began to chant the same thing: "Kill! Kill them all!" Lorist drew his long sword and pointed it at the enemy. "Then, kill them as you please. Avenge our fallen comrades!" Leaping to the very front, Lorist rushed towards the enemy ranks. The distance of roughly 200 meters was closed almost instantly. With a great howl, Lorist thrust himself into the forest of spears. He swung his long sword and lopping enemy heads off with abandon. Blood splattered all over as man and horse crashed to the ground and the enemy formation fell into disarray. Countless corpses lay unmoving on the ground as cries of pain resounded non-stop. Lorist moved wherever he pleased amidst the enemy, none of whom were able to match his sword as it cut them down. He left a river of blood in his wake. The moment Lorist spotted an enemy wearing the armor of the Norton soldiers, he would give pursuit relentlessly until the enemy was felled by his sword. A sword strike like flowing water flashed in the corner of his eye and appeared in front of him a moment later. "Oh, a blade master!" he said excitedly as he parried the strike. The long sword in his hand blurred out of existence as he launched into a storm of attacks, pressing on against the old blade master with a goatee. The Hanayabarta kingdom was not short on blade masters who craved the high pay offered by the slavers. Lorist resolved himself to kill as many as he could to minimize the casualties of his troops. Clang 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 clang. Sounds of clashing swords echoed across the beach and out over the ocean. "Ugh," grunted the old man. He rolled his eyes the moment his throat was slit. Blood poured non-stop from the gaping hole. "Soul, can you even call yourself a rank 1 blade master with those skills?" commented Lorist in an aloof tone. The goateed blade master must have been one of the weakest of his rank, for he had only been able to take 12 of Lorist's strikes before being felled. 2 roars rang out beside Lorist with no warning. Turning around to look, he could see a dark-skinned burly man and another old gloomy-looking guy rushing towards him with their swords. Ah, 2 more blade masters have come. Hee, just in time. Lorist as he rushed to cross swords with them. The pudgy dark-skinned man's strikes carried with them lots of weight. Given the obvious and glaring horizontal and vertical strikes, the man had to be one that walked the path of brute force. The gloomy old man, on the other hand, excelled in sneak attacks. He launched careful strikes behind the huge dark-skinned man. The two were a rather good team. However, it didn't take long for Lorist to get a good grasp of their attack pattern. The 2 blade masters struggled more and more under Lorist's flurry of strikes as time passed. It wasn't long before the huge blade master sustained 2 injuries and was slowed down substantially. "Urgh!" cried the huge blade master the moment he suffered yet another cut. This one chipped off a good chunk of flesh and revealed the bone beneath. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the gloomy blade master ducked behind his huge partner and shoved him straight at Lorist before turning tail in an attempt to escape. Lorist sidestepped the huge man and pushed his sword through the back of the gloomy-looking blade master. The dark-skinned man chuckled as he said, "Haha, that old dog actually tried to abandon me and run. I bet he didn't think that he would be the first to die instead. Ha ha ha, come, just end it for me already." Lorist furrowed his brow and asked, "Aren't you all rank 1 blade masters? Why are you so weak?" The dark-skinned man smiled in a weird manner before he said, "We were satisfied when we reached the rank of blade master and began to enjoy life as we pleased. Over here, I fooled around with more than 10 women every single day. How would I have the time to train with my sword? That old dog over there likes young girls, what a messed up fellow. As for that one," he paused as he pointed at the first blade master to die by Lorist's sword, "that fellow loves food and men the most." Lorist came to understand that the blade masters that accepted the Hanayabarta kingdom's offer were all those who no longer intended to continue their training. They weren't the least bit as strong as Lorist had imagined them to be and were a far cry from the rank 1 blade master of the Dawn Academy, Instructor Claude or Viscount Christophe of House Fisibalin. The main difference between the blade masters of the kingdom and those other 2 was that the former wanted to enjoy their lives rather than continue to toil hard until they broke through to the next stage. "How many of you are there?" asked Lorist. 4, said the dark-skinned man without needing further elaboration on Lorist's part. "Remember to not walk the wrong path in your next life," said Lorist before he strode past the man, lopping his head off. Lorist looked around trying to spot the last blade master but only saw emptiness all around him. Nobody dared to get close to the body of the blade masters around him. Even though the battle on the shore was still being fought, the Norton forces were obviously holding an advantage. Even though there were quite a number of gold-ranked swordsmen among the enemy, the discipline of the Norton troops allowed them to hold their formation. All of the corpses littering the shore were those of the slavers. "Ah, there he is," thought Lorist the moment he saw a distinct sword flash in the distance. Englich was caught up in battle with another old fellow dressed in black scale armor. From the looks of it, Englich seemed to be on the losing end. Lorist rushed there promptly, but still managed to cut off the heads of 2 gold ranks along the way. "Englich, you're far too lousy. I've already killed 3 blade masters myself, yet you were unable to take care of even one. It seems that I will have to school you hard in the future, lest you embarrass the Norton name." Englich said as he breathed raggedly, "My lord, did you not see that the guy over there is a rank 2 blade master? Oh, no wonder you weren't able to take him on. Step back and let me at him," said Lorist before he jumped forward with his sword. The old blade master wearing the black scale armor was terrified the moment he heard that Lorist had slain 3 blade masters. He tried to escape immediately. Just as Lorist was about to give chase, he heard a loud cry. "Fire!" Several loud twangs rang out. A moment later the retreating blade master let out a cry of pain. He looked just like a wild hare that had been nailed to the ground with an arrow. There were 2 iron bolts piercing through his back and more than a dozen on the ground around his body. The Wheelbarrow Ballista Division's troops had finally managed to get into formation on the shore. Their first target was the old Blade Master that had been battling Eng Lich. They had been unable to fire any earlier because Eng Lich was engaged in close combat with the Blade Master. They released their bolts without hesitation the moment the two parted, however. With the 4 Blade Master completely wiped out, the remaining slavers cast their weapons aside and ran back towards the city. They weren't fast enough to evade the ballista's fire, however, and were nailed to the ground one after another. Blow the horn to get into proper formation. We'll launch our attack on the port right away, instructed Lorist.